trying to find the words to say you mean the world to me. When I'm fighting and you see me hurt, don't walk away. I've been holding on for days, hoping just to see your face. Let me know you're coming back, and I can't wait. When it gets too much, my troubles, they can hold me down like heavy weights. This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to go my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. With my time. Life is a blessing, such a gift, and I am so lucky to be here. Live to the full, let's don't resist. No time to waste, so have no fear. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. 'Cause this is my time. What I wanna do with my time. My time, my time is meant to be all mine. All I bring with me in life is my time, my time, my time is mine. And now I know this is my time. Time to just be me. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. Time for me to choose what I wanna do with my time. My time, my time, my time. Time to hold my key. 'Cause this is my time. My time, my time, my time. What I wanna do with my time.
I wanna know you, I wanna show you, and I wanna give you everything you wanted, and I wanna see you, don't wanna leave you. I just wanna give you everything you dream, but hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me, hold on to me. 'Cause I know I can make you believe in something that only we can see. Oh, so baby, hold on to me, hold on to me. Baby, wait, I know that you're afraid, but it'll be okay if you just stay with me, and we can run from here, and we can disappear, and they won't find us where we are going, dear. So baby, hold on to me, 'cause I know I can make you believe
got me thinking about tomorrow more than I ever have before. You're bringing light to my shadows. Every day you leave me wanting more. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. 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 You show up first to every party, and you think tequila is your friend. You never say that you're sorry, and no matter what you can't pretend. Every time you kiss me goodbye, as I'm about to board a plane, you can't hold back the tears in your eyes, even though I'm only gone for days. You're one of a kind. 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 When I'm on the road, I need you to know there's lots of chances for love, but nothing's like home. Every time you come up in my mind, a smile comes across my face. Even though I have no idea what we'll find, when I'm with you it falls in place. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind. You're one of a kind.
Trust me, I don't wanna beg you to love me, won't you feel me? I don't wanna force you to hold me. What if I keep you on your toes? What if I give you the right dosage? Is there somewhere we can go to fix these broken roses? If I told you that we could have a better life, would you bring the old you? Or is that person still alive? If you took him off choke on the words in my mouth. Will you help me get them out?
You know I'm always worried about if I told you that we could have a better life.
Would you bring the old you?
Or is that person still alive?
If you took him off the shelf,
Would she even be herself? If I told you that we could have a better life.
I can never keep my distance from a little mischief, I admit. Now I'm hanging on my hopes on us and letting you decide. I will never lose my interest if there's something in this. I'm convinced there's a glimmer of a hope for us, or is it just a lie? So why you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So did your luck run out? Are you running dry? Did you realize I was everything you hoped for now? I never had it down. And so now, from the moment you came over, I'll be anything you wanted me to be. Now I know that it was only curiosity that led you to me. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. So are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Are you selling me a lie? La 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 la, la 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 la. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. There's too many ways to get high, when you're my every thought. It's like I'm invisible, visible, 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 yeah. Show me a way to get lost, to run from all I want. Dreaming show them how bad you want it. You don't always get them second chances. Don't start chasing till you got it. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end. Just started. I'm the fire that lights the darkness. Don't get strong, confused with heartless. Do what I gotta do. I just break the rules like that. Maybe I'm just cool like that. Staying focused, don't sidetrack. Always when I don't come last. I'll never go less than 100%. I'll just keep waiting while you're catching your breath. I'm only living if it's close to the edge. So come and dive into the deep end, cause the best is yet to come. I'm like a song you can't get out of your head. You press rewind when you get close to the end. Each time you leave I know you'll come back again. So come and dive into the deep end.
Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the dark we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. On the rig, you know I need that. On my neck, your name is ink black. Got your head up on your hip, like a pen up in that fit. I be lying through my lips, say anything to see it dip. Drop it low, let it show. Do your thing out on the floor. I'ma count to 1, 2, 3. Go, it's on the floor. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to. But you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we bringing more pink. Might take it slow. Back into the moment. In the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Cook it like a ratty, I'ma eat it like a zombie. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to. But you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better get your thing ready. I'm better when I'm with you. So would you be mine tonight? Too bad we bringing more pink. Might take it slow. Back into the moment. In the summer had a summer glow. Body like somebody gon' be missing, ain't somebody. Underneath the neon, in them jackets you can lean on. In the dark we can be gone. Like a dream, I think I see one. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to. But you the one shining bright. I'm better when I'm with you. I feel it in my bloodline. Ice cold with the go-to. But you the one shining bright. Pump it like woo, baby. Better
Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? Doesn't really matter if the stars don't shine. Who can love you better? All I want now is you. All I want now is you. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you. Every day think about you. Every night dream of you. Love the way you smile, love the way you move. All I want now is you.
Frustrations keep swelling, I'm spiraling out. My mind's overthinking, I can't hear a sound. Stop looking past me, putting me down. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. Resenting is easy, but anger gets old. Have trouble believing the things that I'm told. And I wish I could go back to the person I know. I know I can't be strong, but everything I say just comes out wrong. I'm worried that I'll always feel this lost. What cost? I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was falling and I couldn't look down, and I couldn't look down. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out. I was drowning, now I'm shouting. I was falling, now I'm shouting. I was drowning in a sea of my doubts, in a sea of my doubts. Now I'm shouting just to let it all out, just to let it all out.
Get ready for an event like no other. Before the Freestyle Chess Grand Slam begins, Las Vegas heats up with the Chesstival, from the court to the board. A unique crossover where chess meets culture and competition. Co-organized by former NBA star Derrick Rose and Freestyle Chess. NBA stars meet the world's best chess players in a showdown of head and hand. The world's most legendary games, now live from Wynn Las Vegas. Welcome to the Chesstival.
Crossover event where we're taking two worlds and we're smashing them together. The world of basketball and the world of chess. And we couldn't be more excited for it. As you can see from the stage behind me, we're continuing to level things up event after event in an effort to bring you the best possible freestyle chess action. And with that, we have a couple special things in store for you here in Vegas. But that brings me to introducing this incredible gentleman here on the stage with me. I'm joined by none other than Jonah Malkin. He is our resident basketball expert, helping us break down all of these incredible NBA careers as they step into the chess arena. Thank you for diving into the deep end with us, my friend.
Oh, well, James, it's an honor to be sharing the stage with you. This is going to usher in a new era. This is the inaugural Chesstival event, and everyone in this room is in store for something incredibly exciting. NBA players and chess players, what we know about them is they know how to put on a show. And to be here in Las Vegas, the epicenter of entertainment and performance, this is the best venue to be hosting a spectacle like this. And what we have today is truly a spectacle, and I can't wait to get this thing started.
I couldn't be in a better place for it, and I couldn't have said it better myself. So with that, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of some of what you can expect to see here today. We've got two events, the first of which is a head-and-hand tournament. And how that works, a quick rundown. We're taking 8 NBA superstars, we're pairing them up with 8 of our most brilliant chess minds, and they're going to do battle in a single elimination bracket. How it works, though, since they're paired up, the brains behind the operation, the chess pro, is going to be naming a piece. The NBA player is required to move a piece with that name in some legal fashion, but that's all the information that can be shared between them. So it's going to be a really interesting dynamic as they try to realize all the brilliant ideas that the chess pros are having behind them. From there, we'll dive into a mano-a-mano, a 1v1 Blitz tournament, again, between all of the NBA players where they can really come with their competitive prowess and see who is the official chess NBA champion by the end of it all. So with that, multiple rounds of Blitz play later in the day, all that in mind, and without further ado, let's meet the teams who are about to do battle in just a few minutes' time. First up, with one of the higher chess ratings in our entire field of NBA players, and a guy who I learned last night shares a love of video games with me, but no bias here. He's teamed up with 2-time Indian women's chess champion and someone who I normally rely on for brilliant chess insights. Give it up for Quinton Post and Tanya Sachdev.
And next up, we have a 6-year NBA veteran, 2-time SEC Player of the Year who grew up playing chess with his grandfather at the age of 5. That's going to have to wait because he's paired up with one of the most acclaimed ambassadors of the game and the greatest female chess player of all time. Please welcome Judith Polgar and Grant Williams, who's walking in fashionably on time. Come on, Grant.
Alrighty, moving right along. Next up, coming off his 4th year in the NBA, known for his versatility and his unselfish playmaking, he's got exceptional court awareness. The question is, does that translate to board awareness? He's joined by 2-time chess Olympiad gold medalist and a man with $1 million smile. Give it up for Jeremiah Robinson Earl and Vinny Kudrapny.
For our 4th pairing, the former 6th overall pick, who's become one of the best shot blockers in the NBA, and will try to wipe out his opponent's chessboard here today. Assisting him is a 3-time U.S. chess champion and the first ever World Fisher Random Chess Champion. Please give a hand for Onyeka Okongwu and Wesley So.
Our next pairing, we have a 2-time NBA champion and 4-time NBA All-Star looking to find similar success on the chessboard. And hoping to help him achieve that, it's one of the most known figures in the chess world. It's a 5-time U.S. chess champion and our runner-up from Paris. It's Rajan Rondo and Hikaru Nakamura.
Keeping things rolling with our 6th pairing, a man who for 14 seasons captured the hearts of NBA fans with his hustle and iconic ducktail reverse soul patch. Who'll be competing with a former world number 2 who captured both the Rapid and Blitz World Championships and who CNN once called the David Beckham of chess. Say hello to the OGs, Drew Gooden and Levon Aronian.
All right, our next team sports a first-round NBA draft pick who made history in 2021 as the first and only NBA player to achieve a 50-50 100 season. That's shooting over 50% from the floor, 50% from the three-point line, and 100% from the free throw line. He'll be joined by the reigning and 4-time U.S. chess champion with the 3rd highest peak chess rating in history. It's Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana.
And finally, 2 prodigies who collaborated to put on this spectacular event. A former #1 overall pick, NBA Rookie of the Year and the youngest NBA MVP, who's now a businessman. Joining forces with a 5-time world chess champion who's widely regarded as the best to ever do it. Please welcome to the stage, Derrick Rose and Magnus Carlsen.
So there you have it, folks. 16 competitors squaring off against each other in a single elimination bracket. We'll see who comes out on top. I'm going to send them to their respective sides in just a moment, but I'd be remiss not to get a quick word from a couple of the competitors on stage. And Derrick, I got to start with you first, my friend. You were early on the chess train, not just the chess train, the freestyle chess train. And I know that this idea of bringing the worlds of the NBA and chess together has been long on your radar. What does it mean to you to now see the entire idea come to fruition here in Las Vegas?
I mean, first I want to start off by saying thank you to everybody that came out, all the players up here. Thank you all the behind the scenes people. Thank you. But this ideation came 2 years ago. I'm a man that says that failure is a man's inability to reach his goals. And 2 years ago, I wasn't able to reach my goal. Being able to do this now is unreal. It's a blessing, and it's just a start. So thank you all for coming. Thank you all for flying out. And yeah, let's get going.
All right, sweet. But I am going to come back to you real quick just on the chess of it all. Yeah. Because some of the guys you invited are pretty formidable chess players, my friend. So how are you actually feeling about your chances in this one?
I'm nervous right now. Magnus got me nervous, but at the same time, it's a good nervous. Normally when I feel this way, I'm always living in the unknown, and that's been my whole life, getting to the NBA, creating verticals, and creating or curating something like this and partnering with this great group of people you all. So the chess side, freestyle chess is a random game, but it challenges you. So after the first move, you really don't know what's going to happen. So that's the beauty of the sport.
I appreciate you. Best of luck. Jonah, throwing it over to you. Who do you got for me?
Yeah, so I'm going to start with Rajan. Rajan, first of all, you've always been known as a highly intellectual, cerebral basketball player with an exceptionally high IQ. You've also been known to having some interesting pre-game routines, of potentially taking 4 to 5 showers on game day. So it's been a while since you've had a game day. Now that you woke up this morning, is that something that you follow today?
This morning was pretty rough for me. If anybody ever seen the movie Queen Gambit, I could have one of those nights, but I'm here, ready to go compete with these great group of guys and young women, so I'm excited to be here.
In all seriousness, how do you think your skill sets being a point guard in the NBA for 16 seasons are going to translate onto the chessboard here today?
Hopefully they translate extremely well. Like I said, this is the first time I just figured out that freestyle was even a game like 2.5 months ago, so I've been studying, taking some lessons. My guy here, my partner here, he gave me a good lesson last night, so I'm looking forward to learning and trying to see what I've learned so far.
Yeah, I saw you guys practicing a lot last night. Hikaru, first of all, what do you think of that pregame routine? Is that something that could work for you?
It would be interesting. I think chess players are actually very superstitious, like a lot of NBA players. Like many people wear the same shirts if they win a game or two. So we all have our routines, and I think there's actually a lot of similarities between professional athletes and chess players.
And what are you most looking forward to teaming up with him, and what makes an event like this so special for you?
Well, actually, I was very impressed by Rejon's ability to understand some of the themes I showed him last night. I think we're the clear favorites, and hopefully he'll win another championship here today on the chessboard.
Back to you, James.
Wow, well, I mean, that sets a high bar right there. Everybody's got sights set on that pairing there. I want to get a quick word from Vidit and Jeremiah Robinson-Brown. I'm going to start with you, or Robinson-Earl, apologies. A bit of a year of firsts for you in a way. I heard recently you gave the commencement address at your alma mater in Villanova, and now you're stepping into the chess arena of all things. So for yourself, what's it kind of been like this year 2025, moving into a bit of the unknowns?
Yeah, no, it's been really exciting. You know, it's fun doing a lot of things that are uncomfortable and things that you're not usually used to. So I'm grateful for this opportunity to come out here and play chess. I have a lot of fun doing it. It's a hobby I want to keep getting better at, and it's great being able to learn from some of the best out here. So it's a lot of fun.
Now, to that end, Vidit, this is just such an interesting dynamic because of obviously the chess prowess that we have on the stage. But you're in the uncomfortable position, being able to only give so much information. So can you give me an insight with the few minutes that you guys have had to talk? What's the preparation looked like? Are you targeting any specific ideas, kind of as a coach, trying to whip people into shape real quick?
Yeah, I really enjoyed speaking with him, and it was evident that he loves chess, so it was very pleasant to talk about that. And of course, we have made some strategies, but it would be foolish of me to reveal it now. Magnus is right here, so...
I did what I can there.
Yeah.
I tried.
I'll save it for the game, but I think it will be a good show for sure.
Okay, fair enough. I'm going to throw it back over to Jonah for one more final word here.
Well, let me ask you, Onyeka, you know, when you're playing defense in the NBA, there's a certain mindset that you have to have. You've always said your goal is to be the best shot blocker in the NBA history. How do you think that mindset is going to correlate to the chess board? What's going to be your approach today?
I mean, how I treat it on the court, treat it on the chessboard, you know, play defense, you know, protect the king at all costs. That's how I'm going into it.
And Wesley, you know, you have an interesting partner here. Obviously, you have a ton of experience in this field, a former champion in your own right. What is it about this style that you really like, and what do you think about this duo's chances here today?
Yeah, well, Chess Time 60 is great because you can produce a lot of innovative play, unlike in regular chess. And we're both very defensive-minded, so we're the right partners. Really look forward to it.
Absolutely, James. Back to you.
Yeah, I appreciate all of you taking a moment to share a word with us, but I know you're itching to do battle. So I'm going to excuse each of the pairings to their respective areas here. As Jonah and I move over to that incredible contraption, we will draw your first starting position. So away with you. Thank you all very much. And as these guys take their seats, Jonah, you're the man of the hour, my friend. You're joining us here in this crazy freestyle chess world. And those who are familiar with the format, they know that there are 960 possible positions that each of these players can start with, and we're responsible for choosing which one of those positions they're going to have to do battle on. So it's up to you, my friend. As you're ready, let those balls roll.
Oh, I'm excited for this contraption. Here we go. And I promise, it's not rigged, just like the Mavericks winning the #1 overall pick in this year's draft. I promise.
Oh, creating controversy this early in the broadcast. You got to love it. All right, let's see what we got. It will be position 346. 346 is your starting position. Each of our pairings now has 5 minutes to discuss strategies and break down this position. And as they do that here in their respective starting areas, I'm going to be throwing things back to our studio where David Howe and Danny Ranch are standing by to help you at home understand maybe some of the basics of this starting position, and we'll catch you there in just a bit. Enjoy.
Hello everyone, I'm David Howell. I'm joined by my good friend Danny Wrench, the CCO of Chess.com, the Chief Chess Officer. Danny, how excited are you about Chestival today?
This is incredible. This feels like a dream come true for chess events that we run at Chess.com, we're always looking and taking part in things. We've been doing things with the NFL for many years now. We've long wanted to do something like this with players from the NBA, so I could not be more excited to be here. And quite the opening ceremony there. I mean, how are you not pumped up after seeing the stage in there?
Yeah, this is truly unique, this event. You'll be hearing a lot from us later as we break down the games. But in the meantime, let's go to the playing hall where we're going to be hearing from the NBA players, from the chess players, as they discuss the positions ahead of them.
But you can also castle on your next turn, and you can also move this bishop this way. You can move a pawn and move the bishop this way. Yes?
If the bishops are out of here.
No, you can't. No, you can't castle right away. No. You need to move this. If you can move this queen somewhere, then you can castle. But you can't castle if there's a piece right here.
Yes.
If this queen is in here, then you can do this.
Either fine.
If you can move these pieces, then you can go.
The black king is away from the.
I think you might see which way the camera goes, but most likely they're going to go to this side. So so probably white's going to castle this way, so probably we want to play the same castle. Sure.
Like, I think if they go like this, then I
that's
see.
That's not a bad idea. Yeah, but that
like
moves the bishop. Is also very good.
Bringing the knight.
I actually like that idea.
Yes.
Because.
So I'm gonna say like pawn.
Okay. Then you have to decide.
Yeah.
To try and push the pawn.
Or I say knight.
I like this idea. To push the pawn and the bishop. It's actually it's nice. It's a nice idea. I think.
At least when it started right here.
What I'm saying is that if they push this one, I actually like this idea to go like this. If they push this pawn, I think we should push this one to open up this way for the bishop. If they push this one, I think we should push this pawn.
Yeah, we can also play like this if we want. Like this.
I like your idea though. I like your idea of getting the bishop back. I like it. I would probably go one. The reason that I would go one is because you can push the pawn. Again, see how you see, you get the you get the bishop turn.
Freestyle chess is going to be very,
So I like this idea.
So, let's opt for this. Let's, whatever they play, let's do this. And then we think.
Depends. Generally, you prefer to move
this. We don't have to.
You know what? I mean, just play this one to start.
And then
I think actually I like it. I think only if they push this one forward. If they push this one in front of the king, I would probably push this. But otherwise, I think your idea is quite good.
Also in the beginning you want to activate this bishop, like open up.
Yeah, I think actually just keep it simple. Just play that plan no matter what. Unless they push the pawn in front of the queen, push that pawn in the position. I like it.
The most important for me is
that's the only one where I think play this. Otherwise,
like I want to go like this. Bring him here somewhere, no? So
but see, like, what they're doing is too complex. Like, this is so complex that where the pieces go here, like, for me, I can understand where they belong, but you see how the pawns are? It's very hard, because now you figure out where the pieces go behind, but you can't attack any of your opponent's forces. So it's very much maneuvering the pieces, and this is what I don't want for you. Like, I want to keep it much simpler, where it's very simple kind of ideas. I don't know.
Are we sitting on the left or right?
Yeah, we're sitting I actually have no idea who sits where.
Yeah, we're
probably sitting on the right.
Normally in this type of situations, like if they go something like this.
Is it 5 minutes? 5 minutes. 10 minutes? 10 minutes. 10 minutes. Okay.
Yeah, it's called like a pawn cross.
No, but I think you got a good idea.
Fight against
No, I like where your mind's at. You got a good idea.
We get the sense. We want to get the sense. The thing is, the knight is too far from the square, and also this knight. And we want to fight for this.
We want to get both. So they like copies. Yeah, and then the question is like, what if they do that? What if they top out?
What happens with 08?
So in this case, I think what makes a lot of sense. Yeah. This is tough.
Even if you have
I think I could do something kind of interesting, which is I don't know,
Okay, it's time to go.
I'm like neither approach is bad, but both are like different approaches. Which one do you think is like more? First one, exactly. Out, but clean out, pass, lights out, and then at some point try to drop something.
It is only going to be important. I like that you get those moments everywhere.
And here we go. The games are soon about to begin. We see Magnus Carlsen discussing with Derrick Rose the last-minute strategies. Danny, what are you expecting from position 346?
There's a lot to expect from this position. That's one of the things that makes freestyle chess great, is kind of that we don't know what to expect. You immediately pointed out that the two pawns in the corners, both on H2 and A2, are not defended, which makes you think of tactics. But it's not actually that easy to imagine anyone blundering early on. Maybe that's a good thing. As far as what to expect, I'm honestly trying to think about what I would do if I was in their position as a partner. Like, do I give them specific advice? Like, hey, when I say pawn, I mean this one? Or is that too risky because you don't know what the opponent's going to do? And are you just like, hey, generally try to open the pawns in the center of the board because that's where the queens and the bishops are. Try to keep the king safe. With only a few minutes, I honestly have no idea what I would do if I was in the top player's shoes.
And Danny, you had the honor of being present yesterday, explaining some of those strategies to the players.
Yeah.
Telling them, explaining how to castle. Who do you kind of favor here? Who do you think the winning pair is going to be by the end of this event?
It's funny, we had a great time last night, and yeah, I had just a couple of minutes to make sure all the players were comfortable, not just with the format of freestyle, but with the format of head-in-hand, explaining the rules, so we did a fun, quick demonstration. I'll say the players were just dialed in. Every single one of them is here because they love chess, and you know, we're fans of them on the court, and they're fans of what the best players in the world do on the board, so there was no part of it where it was like, these guys weren't there to learn and just take it all in. And we had some questions, but everyone understood the rules to castling. That was a big thing. We went over the rules to castling. We went over a few things about head and hand, but I'm not worried about anybody losing their way. What I am interested to see is how the players handle a chess game with only 10 minutes on the clock, with no extra time given per move. So what happens when the gloves come off and they're feeling the heat of trying to impress their super grandmaster, their top chess player partner? I don't know what's going to happen, but I'm not worried about anybody feeling uncomfortable.
Yeah, 10 minutes is not a lot. The players will need to think fast from an early stage. And all smiles in the meantime in the playing hall. We're joined now here in the studio by Dash and Jonah. What was the atmosphere like out there? And great job, guys.
Well, thank you very much. I mean, it was great, man. That's what you get when you take just the elite of the elite from two different worlds, right? And I think we could probably feel a little bit of the tension, you know, the nerves, you know, as all of these guys are well-versed in tension, anxiety, and high-pressure moments, but not this type of high-pressure moment, right? If you're an NBA player, you're in an arena with 20,000 people cheering and screaming or jeering and that. Here, totally different environment. I can't wait to see how these guys interact and deal with it.
Yeah, my takeaway was very similar. You think about how they're going to interact backstage, and it's kind of like they're coming out for pregame warm-ups and layup lines in a basketball game, obviously not dressed in the shorts, although some of them did wear shorts anyway, but that's because they know how to rock the casual look. But it was just fun getting a chance to see how loose they are, and I think to his point, you know, they're used to being in these kinds of environments with the lights on them, but this time stakes are a little bit higher. Their knowledge, we'll see if it crosses over onto the chessboard, because now they're not the best in their respective field coming into an event like this.
Well, they got to wear shorts because it's hot in Las Vegas. Everyone is wearing shorts.
I'm feeling it in this suit. Yeah. So I'll throw, though, a question back to you guys, because as we were in transit, I know I drew the position number, but we haven't really gotten to evaluate it. Did we draw a good one? Are we set up for some fireworks?
I think you drew a very level playing field type of position where, yeah, as we can see, the games have begun, but yeah, where it's just literally about freestyling, about just bringing your pieces out, about who understands kind of the general rules of chess more. There's no direct attacks. Nobody's going to get mated quickly, we hope.
Well, that was one of the first things David and I noted, is that it wasn't one of those positions where you were worried about someone losing before move 15. And there are positions like that in freestyle. We love that, especially when the top players are put under pressure from move 1. But it didn't feel like that was going to happen, so you chose wisely from that perspective. I think we're going to have a lot of exciting chess that comes down to the wire, to be honest.
Well, look at this, and I'll hand this over to Jonah in just a moment, but I'm actually impressed with sort of the speed that we're seeing so far. You had just mentioned it's 10-0. So there's going to be some time trouble. We might see some scrambling later on, so that alone has to be a part of the strategy. I'm wondering how many of the pro chess players even instilled that kind of knowledge into their NBA guys, more so than talking about what kind of moves they would make, just the idea of like staying consistent, keep the pace, don't fall too far behind.
Well, what I'm looking forward to seeing is how the openings are for all the NBA guys, because some of these NBA guys are used to starting. Some of these guys are used to coming off the bench. So is the middle game going to be where some of these bench guys thrive when they're inserted into the middle of the action? Or the starters, someone like a Derrick Rose, a Rajon Rondo, you have to assume that their openings are going to be pretty good. That's what I'm looking forward to seeing.
And we started here with the games of Magnus and Derrick Rose against Vidit and Robinson Earl. And this opening looking very balanced. You talked about that, Jonah, the opening. I'm going to take us over to another board because the opening in one of them has been disastrous, and that is this one. Look at the position here. Black is missing a queen. Black is missing half their army. Unfortunately,
queen.
It's gone wrong.
I saw David's eyes right as we were watching the other board, and we saw the evaluation bar slide all the way up. As you can see, white is completely dominating, although that might be maybe the first mistake that Tony has made for Team Caruana and Snell. But I want to answer your question, James, because I think the top players gave their NBA partners a lot of coaching on the clock, because I know it was a topic of conversation last night. They were very interested. They know that they're putting their NBA partners under pressure here, throwing them into the fire, and so they made sure that they were giving them lots of prep. But in this one, they might not even need that prep, because Fabiano and Tony, team, I don't know, I feel like I already want to give this team a nickname, Team TFAB. Team TFAB is already rolling their way to a victory here.
And I'll call out, there's been some discussions from a number of us behind the scenes trying to figure out who might be the favorites, with the pairings and stuff. And two of the big pairings that I've heard a lot of talk about, of course, are going to be, oh my God, I'm drawing a blank all out of nowhere. Quinton and Tanya, Quinton being one of the highest rated players we have, and then Rajon Rondo and Hikaru Nakamura. But I think not talked about enough is Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana as another sleeper duo that could really challenge for the final table.
Yeah, they are kind of sleepers, and their personalities kind of mirror their games. Tony's kind of a to-himself guy. The way that he plays in the NBA, he doesn't seek the attention. He kind of just spaces the floor and is going to be a complementary piece to Caruana, who, again, we got a chance to interact with him yesterday. He wasn't the most boisterous one in the room, but that's why I think that pairing, to your point, can be a sleeper team, can do really well. And we can see they're not kind of interacting too much right now on the board. They're just scouring everything, and right now they've got a pretty good position, a chance to take the rook. No, rook just moved back.
Ooh, he moved it, or he's about to move it to a square. It could be captured again. Unfortunately, yeah, it's looking very bad for black here. White has a whole extra queen, bishop, and rook, and 4 pawns.
You see Wesley smiling. He knows that somewhere went wrong. Unfortunately, we didn't see exactly where. Of course, fans, remember, you can follow the games yourself if you want. They're all moving rapid fire, but we'll make sure we try to catch the big blunders when they happen. But Wesley has to stay focused, because he has to remember that blunders can happen both ways. Right now, Tony is in control, being the NBA partner to Caruana. But you never know. Things can flip quickly as long as no more... as I say that, maybe another blunder is being made. So... might be a tough start here.
Yeah, and maybe just a very quick action replay. We're still quite early in the games of what went wrong here for black. A bit earlier as we see another piece leave the board. But if we just take it back a while ago, it started going wrong as early as move 3 when there was already a big threat on the board. And unfortunately here for Wesley and D'Antoni, they started to blunder. A queen took a pawn here, and already as early as the 3rd move, the black rook was trapped and the rest of the army started to fall. So this is the current live position. Simply black has no army left, and it looks like Tony and Fabiano about to take the win this early on. And Dash, there's drama happening across the board. What do you think? Should we stick here?
If you're telling me there's drama, we got to go to where the drama is, my friend. So you let me know. Which board are you targeting at the moment?
Yeah, let's go back to the game well, actually, let's go to a different one first of all. Magnus was doing very well, but it's gone a bit wrong. Let's go to the games of Quentin and Tanya. And that is this position.
And that's a game to look out for, David, because a guy in Quentin, the highest ELO rating of all the NBA players coming into this game. We were talking to him last night, and he's playing all the time. He's getting in quality reps all the time. I have a feeling he's going to look like he knows what he's doing, but I don't know if we're going to showcase. Okay, there we go with their game, how he's collaborating with Tanya. Right now, what do you think of the board position for both teams?
I mean, White is definitely in control. We can see when we first joined that the computers love White's position, but just the thing that's drawing my eye is both queens are currently hanging, and I'm wondering if, like, you have to do a double take a little bit because the queens are in the middle of the board and both can be captured by the other's respective pawn. So so neither player noticing that, neither Quentin or Drew, at least not currently, but as long as Quentin moves the queen to safety, I think White should still be in control here.
And we're currently having some technical difficulties with this board, so we're actually going to switch to the Magnus Carlsen game, the game we started the round with, and we're going to jump because things are heating up on that board too. It looks like clock situations, both teams, actually all the teams are playing very, very quickly. It feels like all of the players have kind of got that rhythm going early, but in the meantime, yeah, this board looks very balanced, and this is not currently the left.
Makes me feel better I didn't double down on the fact that the queens were hanging. You could hear the hesitation in my voice, because I actually think that both Drew and Q, because it rhymes, I think both Drew and Q would have known that, and so that's actually not the position. We'll come back to it in a minute and assume that the queens are going to get to safety, but to your point on Quentin last night, he was one of the most engaged. He was asking for opening advice. Like, he was going big picture. He's like, I play the Queen's Gambit, accepted as white. Is the Hero Con good for me as black? And it's like, whoa, big fella. Like, we gotta look at your games first. But he was very into it and made sure he got as much coaching as he could out of the players as they tried to have dinner.
Yeah, he was extracting info from Magnus as everyone was scattering out. He wisely stayed put, got a couple extra reps in, no, he's been fun to watch. I'm interested in this black double stack of bishops right now.
Yeah, I think we're... Yeah, and in the meantime, we're actually going to jump into this game. We're going to get a refresh on the board, hopefully.
Yeah, we want to hop over to check out how Rajan Rondo and Hikaru Nakamura are doing. Again, I painted them as a possible favorite in this competition, but look at that. Grant Williams and Judith Polgar right now with the white pieces. A very solid advantage, at least by the computer's standards. The question is, can the two of them together find the final pieces of the puzzle?
Well, I was going to jump in and say when we were talking about sleeper teams and who are everyone's underdog or maybe favorite picks to win, and that we talked a lot last night about Quentin and Tanya, because Quentin is the highest rated player of the NBA players, and then Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana, but I would actually say Grant Williams might have been the most overlooked. Partly his fault, because he didn't show up to dinner. We were waiting for him. No, I'm kidding. But people who don't know Grant, he's actually done multiple events with us before. He did an event with Tani Adewani for our Chess Kids Scholastic site. There's content of him playing chess online if you want to go down that rabbit hole. So he's also a very underrated player. And with a teammate like Judith Polgar, I could easily see them going all the way.
And in the meantime, this position, we do see the evaluation bar. That's to the left of the board. The bar is all the way up in White's favor, and that is because currently it is Judith and Grant with a material advantage. They have an extra rook and a couple of pawns in return for just a knight. And in the meantime, it looks like Hikaru has been instructing Rajan here to move a pawn. He's, oh no, it's moving his bishop. He's setting up a nice threat here. The black knight trying to go back and give a fork. That would be hitting the white king and the white rook simultaneously. And the white king moves out of the way.
I feel like Hikaru and Rajan have like a Yoda, like Skywalker vibe going. You've got like Yoda in the background just calmly waiting to name the piece, and then you've got the young Jedi dialed in there. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, they're both kind of wily in their own way. You know, Rondo knows how to play the game within the game, and even though White's got the two rooks, that's a menacing knight right there. That's just kind of lingering in the middle of the board. Hasn't been under threat too much, although now you're bringing up the rook. But I feel like Hikaru
is kind of scheming for something big. I don't see it quite yet, maybe with that back rook on the 8th rank, but right now that knight certainly under duress.
Well, we consistently talk about Hikaru being one of the best defensive players in the game, but of course he's only one half of the equation here, and this is quite a material advantage that they're going to have to fight back from, because I'm also just looking at the pawn numbers, right, as well as the positions of those pawns. So a lot of threats on the board here for Grant Williams and Judith.
Yeah, and I actually caught a flight with Judith last night, and she was quietly optimistic about her chances in this event. And yeah, she's been her faith has been repaid clearly.
Again, Grant hasn't been playing as much. You saw there's a body language we read as chess players. David, I'm going to speak for the two of us real quick. Like, you saw how confident Grant was when he took that pawn. She said rook, and he went like this. Like, he knows what, I'm telling you, there's a body language and a comfort zone, and Grant, anyone can blunder, so don't get me wrong, but just watching this team and seeing Grant's poise, also look at the clock, up more than 3 minutes almost, that's a sign that he's very confident. So early, okay, nice fork there. Unfortunately, though, right as I say it, the rook too fast.
Well,
okay,
oh my goodness.
all the way back.
What? I'm telling you, that knight is just posing problems.
I jinxed him. Commentator's curse. I jinxed Grant.
Yeah, he's blundered a rook, a full rook. It's actually still almost in the balance. White has 4 pawns in return for the knight, so White is still alive in the game. It's not a game-ending blunder, but yeah, it's going wrong. Look at this, a question mark appears. It's spiraling for Grant. In the meantime, a result to update you on. It was Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana who won their game, as we predicted a bit earlier.
Yeah, so we're just going to hop to that board real quick to show you the final moments here, because unfortunately for Tony Snell, or for Kongwu and Wesley So, this does mean they're eliminated from our single elimination bracket here, whereas Tony Snell and Caruana, they're going to cruise right along to those semifinals here.
And that's impressive too, 6 minutes and 42 seconds to play. They were efficient in their start to end. That's about as optimal of a win as you could hope for a pairing.
And in the meantime, as they discuss the ends of their game, we'll move to another live board. And this is Derrick Rose and Magnus Carlsen. And they are facing Robinson, Earl and Vidit. And it's all gone wrong for the GOAT pairing. They're a bishop down in this position. White has 1 bishop fewer. And this should be one-way traffic.
And this is interesting because even on stage, I had kind of blatantly asked Vidit, you know, what were the discussions like? Did you guys have any specific insights ahead of the game that you wanted to share? And he said, I'm not giving anything away while I'm standing on stage next to Magnus Carlsen.
He knows better. Are you kidding me? He's been there before. Although, again, this is one of those where I will say I don't know if it's totally over. We'll see if Robinson Earl takes that G2 pawn, and I might start singing a different tune. But the point is that even though the eval bar makes it look like it's over, you see a lot of black, very little white there left in terms of representing White's chances. The fact that there could still be some blunders, given that they're both about to get under time pressure, that was my main point, is that there is no increment. This could come down to a very fast-moving game if Derrick just keeps pace.
This is getting dicey now.
Apparently I shouldn't compliment or try to root or give chances to any team.
You're going to be on the blacklist for every NBA player across the whole league.
Derrick literally fell for the bishop meme that takes over the internet from time to time. Bishops move backwards from across the board, and you lose your rook sometimes if you take a pawn forgetting it's defended. So
Andy Wrench's season ticket's about to get revoked for all of his favorite teams.
Fair play to Robinson Earl. He took that rook immediately. He did not hesitate. He saw it. He's made a new queen. And as long as there aren't any stalemates, they still have 3 minutes on the clock. Vidit and Robinson Earl here. Look at Jan Butner in the background lurking, kibitzing.
Got the best seat in the house right there.
Exactly. It's checkmate next move if the black rook takes this pawn.
Because it is single elimination, with it, Magnus Carlsen and Derrick Rose's chances are eliminated.
And there it is. Just like that, we have another conclusion. It will be Magnus Carlsen and Derrick Rose exiting after the first round, while, of course, Jeremiah Robinson Earl and Vidit Krasdorfi move on to their semifinal. While this one found a result, we did have one other result that I want to get to, showing you in just a moment. Quentin Post and Tanya Sachdev, they cruised to victory in their game up against Drew Gooden and Levon Aronian. So we're going to hop to that board. Maybe we can walk it back just a little bit. I am noticing a bit of a trend here, although actually the board that I see on the screen is not.
No,
That's the Snell car.
Well, these guys are having such a good time, our cameraman can't get away from them. I understand that the vibes are infectious in there.
They haven't left their seats. The game's been over for a while.
T-Fab and Tony are besties now.
They're vibing.
Yeah, Onyeka didn't even know what he was going to be doing about 30 minutes before opening move, and standing on the stage, he was trying to talk to me about opening strategy, and I said, listen, you got Wesley, your partner. You're going to be in good hands.
All right, so here you go. This is resetting the board a bit. So here, now we'll walk it back. As you can see, I mean, Tanya and Quentin, they're still talking. They've moved on to the next round. They're already talking strats.
Yeah, and just to break down the final position here, their opponents, meanwhile, have left the stage. They were gutted. But White here won, I think, by resignation because they simply have an extra rook and bishop. This is game over. But I'm going to jump us straight over to the one remaining game of this round because it's time trouble for Rajan Rondo and Hikaru Nakamura. They're down under the 1 minute mark. We'll get the cameras up in a second, but this is their position. And here it's still... Well, it was in the balance until a move ago. Black
swung back.
Just blundered a piece. White is 3 extra pawns.
Yeah, and not only that, the time disadvantage is even more disappointing than losing that piece because without any help coming, no increment for those who speak top-level chess. You know that increment is bonus time that gets added every move. That's not the time control here. This is sudden death, as they call it, the most exciting event in the world of sports next to sudden death dodgeball, sudden death chess.
Well, you know Rondo's a 2-time NBA champion, so if you think you're going to knock him out early, you got something else to think about. This guy knows how to stay in games and extend them as long as he possibly can, and just trying to buy their duo enough time to create another blunder like we saw with the Knight earlier in the game.
How's his speed, Jonah? Because he has only 24 seconds left on the clock to end this game.
He's also very fast. I mean, moving up and down the court, especially winning the championship in 2008 with the Celtics. But I'm going to go ahead and say that I don't think that speed is going to translate here because this is a tough position and only 20 seconds. You got to be moving instantly, and it's hard to do when you're in a bad spot.
It's also hard to do in hand, right? Because you have to receive the input first, and then you have to try and figure out what it is they're trying to get you to do. So that extra beat, can just cause you to lose very precious seconds. Down to 17 on the clock now here for Rondo and Nakamura.
And I can tell he moves up and down the court. That black rook has been moving up and down the board a lot, but those are long moves, and that takes an extra second or two on the clock. He's got to move. He just has to move now. Down to 12 seconds. He's frozen.
I think Grant is poised too. Again, despite the blunder earlier, I'm going to take back my commentator's curse jinx. I don't think I've really jinxed him. He knows what he's doing, and as long as he doesn't blunder and somehow get checkmated in the next few seconds, Team Nakamura and Rondo is going to run out of time.
And, well, hey, to be honest, they painted a target on their own backs. In that interview with Jonah, Rondo's even said, I feel like we should be feared. We should be considered one of the favorites, and immediately drew the ire of some of their opponents.
Listen, this is a long playoff series. That's how they're approaching this. This isn't a one-game situation. You got to win the first of 3 or 4. What are they playing to with this? It's not a 7-game series. This is
it's just one game.
It's just one game.
That's right. It is one and done. You had
one and done. Kidding that.
I was waiting for the punchline to be joke. I'm like, this is not a long series.
The Blitz Tournament later, they'll have multiple lives.
That's right. Oh, man.
But
he thought he had more time to play with then.
Yeah.
And it was settled on the clock in the end. It was Grant Williams and Judith Polgar who won on time. The position was slightly in favor of White, but it was the clock that proved decisive.
And look at that. All 4 results are in. 3 of the players piloting the white pieces came away with the victory. The only duo to win with the black pieces would be Vidic Gudrafi alongside Jeremiah Robinson Earl up there against Derrick Rose and Magnus Carlsen. So that's the first round concluded. But I got to be honest, like, this is part of my favorite element of the whole show, right? The fact that the game's over and these guys still want to discuss it, just like they would see, the pro chess players do following any one of their matches. Break it down. Where did it all go wrong? Where was that blunder?
And this is very impressive as well to see the basketballers kind of say, oh, I could have done this, I could have done that. They can picture the positions in their mind just like any chess pro. And here are some of the highlights from this past round.
They had a position 346. I'm relying on these two who told me that it was a fairly balanced position and set us up well for a good battle. The handshakes were extended and off they go.
Yeah, certainly a lot more cordial of a post-game handshake amongst the NBA players. I don't know if you're at TD Garden back in Boston at the time that Grant Williams is going to be as eager to stay out onto the floor after, even Rondo for that matter, but it's nice to see the camaraderie. And don't look past Judith either. We were talking to her a little bit backstage. She's feisty. She's super competitive. She wants to win, and a great start for that duo.
I really do think that duo is potentially one of the favorites, and I know it's at this point there are, I guess, what do we have? We got 4 teams left, 8 players in total, right? And so you look at how Judith and Grant played. We'll see how they fare when they take the black pieces, I guess, in the next game. But I've got to like that team's chances here.
Yeah, that's a perfect transition to pulling up our tournament bracket just so we can put a bit of a picture to everything that we're talking about here. So we'll fly that up onto your screens, and you can see how the pairings have broken down. So we've got Team Gudrathi, Robinson Earl. They're going to move on to face Judith Polgart and Grant Williams. So having to go through Magnus Carlsen first and now through Judith, that's quite the journey there for Robinson Earl and Gudrathi. Then on the bottom side, we have Team Fabiano Caruana and Tony Snell up against Team
Sachdev and
Thank
Post.
you very much, Sachdev.
Last night, Fabi and Tanya did a display to make sure the players could see what head and hand was like in real time. So they were on the same team, and they took down Levon and Wesley on the same team.
Wild.
Now they're against each other. We'll see what they do.
Just talking about last night as well, I know you missed out, and Dave, you weren't there, you didn't get there in time?
No, my flight got in too late, sorry.
It was awesome, not just to see that first exhibition match, but then how quickly, once those seats were vacated, instantly refilled with new sets of people trying to get a couple games in, as much practice as they could, get a little bit of insight from a pro. So I think I saw Nakamura and Rondo going up against each other, and then Quentin sat down against Magnus himself as well for a try.
Yeah, well, I'm curious for you guys as the chess guys. When you're playing in a tournament, you got multiple matches to play throughout the day. After one concludes, how much time do you take to decompress? Do you stay locked in throughout? What's kind of the in-between period like on a tournament day for you guys?
It can depend on the format. I think some of the world's elite events, David plays in chess tournaments that are a little bit higher than the level that I reached. So with one game a day, you certainly have plenty of time to review, to reflect, to take a walk and get some fresh air. But there are some events where you don't have a lot of time at all. How do you handle your emotions game to game in those cases?
It's tough. I think one of the most important skills as a chess player is to just shake things off and just to reset. Of course, it's difficult if you've just lost and you're coming straight back in a few minutes later. But luckily for the players who did lose, they don't have another game now. So I think for the winning teams, it's just about keeping the flow, keeping the confidence.
Not so later today, right? So
Not
they
so later.
get a bit of a break. They can maybe kind of figure out what went wrong and then bring it all back out when it comes to that 1v1 Blitz tournament that we have later on in the day. I'm curious, too, because in contradiction to the way that most traditional sports work, you have options for timeouts, right? If you feel something's going wrong, you feel the momentum swinging, you could pause the game. You could say, hey, this is where I need a moment. You don't get that in chess. The clock is ticking. And so it's only between the games that you would ever have an opportunity to really sit within your own thoughts and figure out how to calm yourself down and reverse the momentum going the other way.
Or in an NBA game, you actually have a coach that comes in.
True.
Listen, players always think they don't want to be taken out. This is not their time for a hydration break. They want to stay in there. It's the coach that's got to yank them or call the timeout to regroup them. But to your point, in a singular sport, the only quote-unquote time off you have is when your opponent is making a move, but it's not time off because you're calculating what they're doing, what their vision is, and what they're trying to do moving forward.
Well, I think the skills that a great chess player develops are internal mindset, the mindfulness, their ability to gather their thoughts and sort of find zen in a moment where maybe you don't see them physically reacting, but the tension is there. I mean, a lot of people saw a very recent moment where the tension came out, right? And a table was banged at the end of a very, very long game. I mean, if you think top chess players don't have a lot going on beneath the surface, you're just wrong. And I think the mindset to calm themselves and to stay in the moment is maybe something why a lot of top athletes love chess. A lot of them have shared that they enjoy playing a game of chess right before they go out on the field or onto the court because of the zen and because of the requirement it has to stay present. So I think that there's a reason we're here for such a special event with the world's elite athletes playing with the world's best chess players, because the thing that draws them to this game, as I've talked with many of them, are those lessons you learn about calming your emotions and gathering your thoughts in the middle of a heated battle and how much that can translate the other way to their game on the court.
And just on that note of what I know a number of these NBA players love about chess in particular, I had a conversation with Quentin Post last night, and I mean, of course, all these guys are wildly competitive in anything they do, but he said very specifically he loves
avenues of competitive or outlets where he can track his growth and ability, right? So by virtue of having an ELO system, a very easy way to kind of evaluate where you are on the scale and if you're improving or not is something that really grabs him about chess that not every competitive outlet has, right? They can be a little bit more subjective to evaluate, am I actually getting better or not? It's hard to make a comparison. We have, kind of numbers, and I can say today I was a 1,500 rated player, but in 3 months, now I'm playing at a totally different level. And that is even more motivation to keep pushing.
And the mindset is so different because in a basketball game, you don't play for a draw. You don't play for a stalemate. You play in overtime. You play to extend the game. There is going to be a definitive winner or a loser. Sometimes in chess, if you feel like you're at a piece disadvantage or you're not liking the layout of the board, you're trying to work a draw or work a stalemate. And sometimes that's going to be the result. In basketball, that's never an option. So to your point, the mindset is never operating from a perspective of like, this game could end in a draw. No, this is going to go to overtime, bonus basketball, doesn't matter, regular season, postseason. And so obviously the chess players, I would imagine, approach it the same way, but the reality is it can end in a stalemate. As we just saw with Magnus and Gukesh, they had that 14-move Berlin draw just a couple of weeks ago, and they both said, you know what, let's move on to different games coming up in the tournament, and they just settled for the draw, which was fascinating.
That should be a new thing in chess. Like, if it is a draw, especially one of those 14-move Berlin draws, they should have to shoot some hoops to decide it.
Yeah, I like it, man. We got a hoop right here. We're gonna find
I would take a shot right now.
How is your shot?
I mean,
how's your form, Danny?
I do it sitting down, but there's a little bit.
You're gonna take the set
I'm about
down,
to break the entire set.
Down.
If I take this shot, so instead, why don't I throw David an alley-oop? I can do that. David, I'll give you an alley-oop. I don't know if they want me to do this, but it's happening. David, catch it. David, catch it. Dunk it. Okay, we did it. We did it.
To a Kongwu with an alley-oop. I love it.
I was about to take the shot. I started looking at the beautiful set design here. I was like, Danny, don't break anything.
Yeah, you're
don't
about to ruin somebody's day.
Yeah.
We spent a lot of time putting all this together.
The whole world just saw my belly as I popped up. And caught that.
Yeah, but you just drove a basket home.
Oh, yeah. Hey, good teamwork.
Thousands of people.
To win a basketball game takes good teamwork. To win a game of head and hand takes a lot of teamwork. So there you go, David.
David, you host, and you've hosted some chess shows, so that's your realm. If you were inserted onto a basketball court for like a free throw shooting contest, let's say it was against your contemporaries, and your peers, how do you think you would do in a basketball shooting competition?
Oh, put me on the spot now, Jonah. Like, I'd like to think I have decent athletic prowess, but
you showed it right there.
Yeah, my kind of eye-hand coordination isn't always the best. Bit of a clumsy one. I drop pieces left, right, and center when I'm playing chess. And
we are 1,000% sneaking into one of those G League courts later in the day to test. I want to see. I want to see.
There was a court. There's a court in there. I was like, and it was 9 feet, which tricked me into thinking I might have a chance of dunking it. I embarrassed myself. I showed David the video, but yeah.
Yeah. You've got some experience head in hand. I mean, we played one game at the after party in Paris, but when you're in that head position, and obviously you know that the person you're trying, to steer towards ideas does not have the same grasp of every chess concept that you have. Do you feel like there are specific approaches you take, things you would avoid that would maybe be the optimal move, but you're like, I'm not even going to attempt it because it could make the situation worse?
100%, and I'm very proud when we teamed up. We won a very nice game, and I think it's also because we've hung out now. We spent a bit of time together. I know how you think. I know what you see, and you definitely as the head, you have to kind of take that into account. You have to know your teammates' level. You have to know the kind of their inclinations, what they're looking for. And I would actually say it's harder being the head than the hand sometimes.
I'm really glad you brought that up because we haven't had a lot of chances to talk about the strategy of playing a head-and-hand match, but we do this type of event all the time for pro-am style events where you have a top player and a celebrity of some kind. So I've commentated for a lot of these, and I will say that I think usually the common attribute of the winning team is that the head has made a real effort to not name the piece that even they may objectively think is the best move, but naming a piece that is a move that they know their partner can find. Grandmaster Robert Hess, brilliant commentator, has played in a lot of head-and-head matches, and he wins all the time. And a part of the strategy he always takes, and he tells me, is that you want to name a piece that really is not just at the level, but you can tell the type of plan your opponent is focused on. Sometimes you're observing
reading their body language to see where they're looking at on the board. I think the head making an effort to make sure they name a piece and help their partner find a plan is a big part of the formula to winning these events.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, we kind of had the benefit of getting to know each other. They don't have this same benefit. They've had maybe a few minutes last night, sometime at dinner, and a few minutes today. Either way, we do have our 4 different pairings just about ready to dive into it. So we're heading back out to the stage where Fiona Steele Anthony will take us into that position lottery.
Semifinals. Unfortunately, we had to say goodbye to 4 of our teams, but 4 incredible teams are still in the running. They will play another game now with 10 minutes on the clock, and very soon we'll know who the 2 finalists are. So we are going to find out now which position will be played next, and in order to help me do the draw, I'm very happy to welcome to the stage the champion of the Weissenhaus, the first tournament of the Grand Slam Tour. Please give it up for Vincent Keimer.
753.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Position 753, back to the studio. And the players here on site will have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much to
now.
Vincent Keimer, by the way, looking slick up there on stage. Of course, we'll see him in a few days' time as we move into the freestyle chess portion of it all. But position 753, as soon as we can, we'll get that up on the screen so we can evaluate, and you and at home have as much time as possible to decipher what all you can from it. But I'm curious as ever to see whether or not it feels as a balanced position like you guys said before, or if this one is going to be maybe more fireworks from the beginning.
Yeah, I think, what both the Tanya Antoni matchup along with Caruana and Snell, what they showed is they can take care of their opponent pretty quickly. They've had kind of a longer layoff to strategize a little bit more. I'm curious from your guys' perspective who you think that additional time favors a little bit more heading into this semifinal.
It can go either way, right? Sometimes you get in your own head with more time. Sometimes you feel more rested. I think in the end, everyone is just eagerly awaiting what we now have in front of us, which is the position 753 on the board.
I see a bishop staring at a queen in opposite corners right now.
And I usually look across the room and stare at David in these moments. He thinks it's awkward when I look into his eyes, and I'm like, David, you're the strongest chess player here. What do you think?
I sometimes wake up sweating when I'm sleeping. I'm just like, wait, why is Danny staring into my eyes? But yeah, the bishop and the queen are standing off against each other. If we look in those corners of the board, the diagonals, it's going to be all about that tension. Often queens get trapped in freestyle chess, and obviously the queen is the most important piece. You cannot allow her to get kind of caged in the corner.
So immediately looking at that B2 pawn right in front of the rook to maybe slide forward, open up that line of sight for the dark squared bishop, steers across to the queen and kind of immediately pins her for at least a period of time until the player with the black pieces can find a way to evacuate her.
Yeah, it's interesting because with the queens all the way over along the last file there, how quickly can they get them into the game? Kind of controlling the center of the board is going to be fascinating to watch. Obviously, you would expect the knights to potentially jump out early. Between the 2 chess players, who's better historically with their utilization of the knight?
Yeah, and often there's a debate, bishop versus knight.
Wait, let's get a camera of Danny. He's drawing up a play here.
We don't want to take away from the players.
Look at him
when they're
with
ready.
The coach's board, like a natural
I'm
over
trying
here.
to draw it up for everybody so that they understand what the plan is. We'll get to that in a minute. But go ahead, David. You notice they were all talking about avoiding the bishop's gaze with the queen on that long diagonal. I'll show everybody the plan I'm doing with some X's and O's in a minute here.
Yeah, and actually, just while Danny gets those drawings up as he plays the role of coach and plans those strategies, we do see this position. And I did see Tanya point at the queen several times. This queen in the corner stared down by the opponent's bishop. And likewise, if I can draw my arrows right, it's all about that tension.
You know what I love, though, is how active each of the NBA players is actually in these pre-discussions. I think it would be very easy to just kind of melt into the background and say, well, obviously these chess pros know more, so I should just sit, listen to them decipher the position and try and absorb as much as I can. But the fact that they're getting in there with their own ideas, calling out their own, concepts, I think is actually going to help to the point of it being difficult to be the head, to really learn, okay, this is what my hand is thinking. So I got to keep that in mind as I start naming pieces later down the road, that they have this idea in their head, so they're very likely to stay maybe on that train of thought.
Yep. It got to be even harder to be the grandmaster giving advice from the perspective here that one of the efforts you try to make as a teammate in these pro-ams when it's not freestyle chess is to learn their openings. Okay, you play the Caro-Kann or you play the Sicilian, so I'm going to do what you're comfortable with. In this case, the top grandmasters are not comfortable either. The chess players aren't comfortable, the NBA players aren't comfortable. Everyone is figuring out these positions for the first time, which just makes it even more fun and even more of a challenge.
And maybe especially for chess players, because as kids we're taught, don't bring the queen out too early. Don't activate the queen. She'll be vulnerable, she'll get attacked, and she'll have to run away. You just lose time. But actually in freestyle chess, especially Weissenhaus, the first Grand Slam tour earlier this year, a lot of people getting their queens stuck, and they very quickly learned, even these top grandmasters at this stage in their career, that you need to activate the queens early in the game.
Now, the one thing that we know is all four of the teams, they've got playoff experience. All the four guys on each team, they've experienced the postseason. Quinton Post, obviously, just in his first NBA postseason with the Warriors, taking down the Rockets and then losing to the Timberwolves. But Grant Williams has played in big games. He's been to an NBA Finals with the Boston Celtics. Tony Snell has been in the postseason as well. And I think the fourth, let's see, we had Quinton, and then Onyeka.
Robinson Earl with it.
Robinson Earl with it. Yeah, so he's been in the postseason with the New Orleans Pelicans 2 years ago as well. So I'm curious to see if they start to feel a little bit more comfortable, given the fact that they're used to going a little bit further into tournaments.
Well, you got to be feeling better just that you got past the first round anyway, right? Nerves out of the way. No more Magnus Carlsen on the floor, right? Every chess player breathes easier when Magnus Carlsen is not out there, let alone Hikaru Nakamura as well. So, but yeah, they're finding their stage. That was a swagger walk there by TFAB.
I'm curious to see how many chess players pick up, kind of assimilate, kind of pick up some of that NBA swag.
Yeah.
I want to see some of the chess players, on their walk-ons in the future having a little bit more of a...
I'd love to come up with the head-and-hand version for basketball, chess players on the court with NBA players, exactly what that would look like.
I can tell you what it looks like. It looks like LeBron James pointing to J.R. Smith saying, what are you doing in the NBA Finals? Got an offensive rebound, chance to win game one on the road, and he didn't get a shot up. That's what it looks like.
Yeah.
The frustration of it not materializing in real life.
Chesstival this year, maybe basketball next year.
Ooh, there we go.
Okay,
already
David.
Generating new ideas, but we're kicking things off here as the first moves have been made. We're starting with Quinton Post and Tanya Sachdev up against Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana. I think this is a really interesting matchup. I will admit that personally, Quinton Post and Tanya are my pick. I think they are the team to beat. A lot of that comes from how good of a chess player I know Quinton is. To begin with, but they also seem to be just moving with some confidence here. Look at that, already a piece off the board. Of course, it will be traded immediately back here with the rook.
There's a huge threat. Huge threat on the board. Will Tony see it?
That is a checkmate in one threat. The rook does move.
Okay, Fabi said rook, and Tony knew exactly which rook he meant. By the way, legally, that was a genius suggestion by Fabi, because there was only one legal rook move. So I have to draw attention that Fabiano left nothing to the imagination there. He didn't say pawn, which was possible. Right. He didn't say king, which was possible. He said rook, and Tony didn't have any other options.
Yeah, that is a genius kind of play there. And you can tell Fabi's played head in hand like this before many, many times. Many people people would have said pawn, and 8 pawn moves, you couldn't go wrong there.
Yeah, I mean, Fabi is not just a master of chess, he's a master of games, right? Like,
true.
if I had to pick one of the guys in the field who I would choose as just my partner going into a gaming event, I'd probably pick Fabiano, because he's got a mind for it. And I think there's this mini game that he's playing right now as just one half of the puzzle, and so far he's playing it to perfection. Now, how about that? Computer indicates missed win. Was there really something that substantial there for White?
There were good moves for White. The White Queen can actually come out. The Black Queen is now coming out, but again, this opportunity is here.
Yeah.
Tanya said pawn, so we can't blame Quentin at all there, but
True.
The White Queen can come into a nice square. The White Knight is actually can come towards the Black King. This is a great position for the White side, but it's not immediately over.
And I like that Tanya actually didn't say queen there, and here she said king, so Quentin actually knows how to castle, and we talked about this last night at the dinner to make sure all the players knew the rules to castling. It sounds like a simple thing if you're just tuning in, fans, but top chess players have forgotten the rules to castling in freestyle chess, so that is actually not a joke in terms of how that works. But back to the teammate thing, I think Tanya's doing the right thing by focusing on pawns and knights, helping Quentin get pieces into the game, because you don't want to go chasing moves like queen to c6 early on. You want to get everyone activated.
Yeah, this is just a great game from both sides.
Yeah.
Looks really professional, really high quality. We see some pawn exchanges, especially Quentin and Tanya, I'm going to say, doing very well. But in the meantime, James, there is another game going on in the semis.
Some tension on the board here, but there's some tension on the board elsewhere, and that's because right now Jeremiah Robinson-Earl and Vidic Gujarathy have again, at least by the computer's standards, found a very favorable position in their matchup against Grant Williams and Judah Polgar. So we're going to hop over here. We might need to walk it back a little bit because obviously we didn't see the same initial moves. I still see that black bishop on the board, so different ways for each of the pairings.
That's right, and just to very quickly show the first couple of moves, we're quite deep in here, but still a lot of time on the clock for both sides. We did see a pawn push, actually the same first move we saw from Tanya Sachdev and Quentin Post, and here Black did not do anything about this bishop in the corner. So if we fast forward to the live position, we just saw some trades for the first time. This black bishop stuck, not doing anything, not on an open diagonal, is the main reason that maybe Black has a disadvantage, but again, nothing significant.
Yeah, it looks a lot more congested for Black, kind of in that upper fourth corner right there. White has been able to take a little bit more kind of the spacious route, if you will. It seems like there are a lot more kind of egress points for White, but that bishop is just kind of lingering there. Obviously, you have the queen protecting it.
No, but you're not wrong, and the congestion will be very real. You see David highlighting that A8. I like to call it a big pawn. When a bishop is blocked by that many pieces, it's no longer a bishop, it's just a very tall pawn. And that's going to be a problem long-term for Grant and Judith if they don't solve it. So we'll see how Vidit and Robinson-Earl keep their more spacious position, to use Jonah's terms. I don't disagree with it. Yeah. See, I was just about to say, but you don't want to trade away. You actually wanted to keep it. I think as long as Williams and Polgar now unwind and even play d5 at some point to get a pawn in the center, that position is going to change there very quickly for Black.
Yeah, the upper levels, we talk about the bishop pair a lot. Black here has 2 bishops, White only has a bishop and knight, but the board isn't so open, so that's not the biggest factor. It's not an open court right now where you can you can switch direction very quickly, and yeah, very congested. Great word there.
I was going to say, before that pawn came up along the fourth file, there was a chance, it looked like, for Knight to go up to 3, or pardon, let's see, 8, 7, 6, count backwards, 5.
You're experiencing the difficulty of learning chess right now, my friend. Yeah, this is good. This is good.
To the 5.
Yeah, the C5.
5C, C5, pardon. With the knight, had a chance to kind of fork the queen, force it to move, get a pawn, and then check the king a little bit.
Yeah, and that was actually the top move according to the computer, so good call, Jonah.
Oh.
But that has been prevented now wisely by Grant Williams.
And the fact that Black is now castled, you see the eval bar has gotten very back to level here. So one thing you just know, by the way, these two teams are playing very fast. I would almost argue they missed opportunities, like Jonah's knight to c5, maybe because they played a little too fast. I think that they're both nervous about getting under time pressure for good reason. Remember, it is sudden death chess here. No bonus time coming. What you see is what you get. But they've made a lot of moves, and they still have seven minutes to go here. So
Yeah, they're playing pretty quick, and honestly, they're playing very solid chess. I love sliding those rooks over, competing for the open file. Obviously, in this situation, Black is going to be the team that comes out with control of that open file with the rook. Now opting for a little tension in the middle of the board here with the pawn push. Now the question is who decides to break that tension later down the road. Just a reminder for everybody at home who might be tuning in right now and wondering what the heck they're seeing on their screens. This is the Chesstival. This is taking the world of chess and the world of the NBA and smashing them together. And right now we're playing our head-and-hand tournament. So each of our NBA superstars is paired up with a chess pro. And it's up to the chess pro to try and guide that NBA player to victory. But the only information they're allowed to share is which piece name they want them to move. From that point onward, it's all about the NBA players making a decision.
And there was a fascinating moment there. If we just bring up the big board, Vidit had a big dilemma. And if we just rewind 2 moves, Black did break in the center. This was given a double question mark, a big error. This is a tactical blunder, but the only way to refute it, to punish it, is to play some flashy chess. First, you need to trade off some pawns. So Vidit could have said pawn, but now he could have said bishop. But maybe he didn't bank on Robinson Earl finding this. Bishop takes pawn here, sacrificing a piece, then lining up, attacking, pinning the black bishop, winning it back next move, and winning a pawn in the process. But complicated
your
stuff.
Point, that would have been pretty high-level chess, and that's usually where teammates go to mislead their partner. You don't want to go down lines like that and rely on them solving those tactics. So, but you're right. It's unfortunate because Team Vidit, Robinson Earl may have missed that chance right there.
Yeah, I think Vidit might have seen it, but yeah, it's so risky asking your teammate. It's also time-consuming asking them to work out that type of thing. I think a good practical decision there.
When you're playing with these time controls, at one point as a player, do you decide to employ the strategy of swapping pieces? Is that a decision that you come to only in dire situations? At what point in the game, when time starts to become a factor, does that weigh on your mind?
Yeah, it's a matter of taste. Sometimes exchanges, trades, they benefit you. Sometimes they benefit the opponent on their terms. But ultimately, when the clock ticks down, everyone, I think human nature to just trade pieces. It clears the board, clarifies things, makes it feel more simple. And that's what's just happened. All the rooks have now departed. And this looks very level. This looks like a Grandmaster game. Just fantastic level from both sides so far.
Looks level, but now I come back to that very tall pawn that Danny talked about, right? That's where I think we're going to need to find a way to get it activated. And hey, with the pawn push, maybe it's finally alive in this game once again.
Yeah, and it's been unleashed, this big pawn in the corner, now on an open diagonal. Great move there from Grant Williams, finding the right pawn to push. And in the meantime, this one's very balanced. Maybe we go to the other board.
Exactly what I was thinking. These guys are already playing phenomenal chess. Let's check back in with the other matchup. We're going back over to Tanya Sachdev alongside Quinton Post up against Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana. How about this one? This, I noticed all the rooks are on the board, but queens have left.
I have to get out of here.
Yep.
Queens have left for both of these teams, by the way, David. Not to cut you off, but they've got ample runway to work with right now. Solid board play, not too much congestion in the middle. Do you like the positioning of the white rooks a little bit better than the black rooks?
I do. I think the white rooks are better placed, but the black knight is a real beast in the center. It's controlling 8 very strong squares. It's on an outpost, we say in chess, cannot be challenged by an enemy pawn ever. Can't be challenged by the enemy bishop. White has a dark square bishop. The knight sits beautifully on a light square. So it's a small thing. It's a type of position that Magnus Carlsen would love as black. Grind it down in a long, long battle. But
yeah, that's a hugely powerful knight. I love that rook move, though, the white rook move, though, because it does at least prevent the pawn from connecting to that knight and cementing it kind of into that position. Still don't have an easy way to remove it. We see a couple trades here on the right-hand side of the board.
Ooh, and okay, let's just very quickly, this one's slightly better for the black side, for Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana. I'm going to jump us away again to the other game because we did just see a blunder, but it wasn't taken advantage of, and it looks like here Robinson Earl and Vidit got away with one.
Okay, let's roll it back. Show us that blunder. And then my question is, were they just moving too quick to see it? Did they not spend enough time?
Yeah, and it's still in the position. And fascinatingly, it's Judith who didn't spot it. She didn't say queen. If we just take it back 2 moves to this position, the white knight retreated. The white bishop has no squares. So if Judith had said pawn, the pawn could push, trap a bishop, and just win a piece. But Judith said queen, not allowing Grant there to find the winning move. So the queen came down, and okay, now it's about to be in the position again, but finally here, Vidit says knight, and the bishop has escape route.
Yeah, it just looks like that bishop is kind of not fully pinned there yet over... Oh, now it's retreating back.
Yeah, as well as attacking the queen at the same time.
Yeah, they're playing really fast and like really well. Like that one missed chance aside, this has been a top-level game.
The major difference between this game and the other game, though, is how many pawns are still on the board and that they are symmetrical, right?
Oh, wow.
So we only have one open file.
And look, queen against queen. They're trying to sacrifice it now.
Yep, trading off the queen. So now we're down to just minor pieces and pawns. This is a true endgame, and this is going to be very, very tricky coming down the finish line.
Yeah, Grant has done nothing wrong, by the way, as black. Like,
Really?
Judith was the one who missed that winning move by saying queen. In the meantime, okay, small slip from Robinson, Earl and Vidit, but very level position. This one looks like a draw is a very likely result.
Yeah, very possible draw, but also maybe just a grindy end game that ends in a time scramble of some kind and a mistake. So I think it's best we go back over to Tony Snell and Caruana alongside Quinton Post and Tanya Sachdev, because this is the more imbalanced game and possibly the one that finds its way to a result more quickly.
Ooh, and fascinating position. Again, just fantastic play by both sides. This endgame, we see the evaluation bar. It does favor black, but yeah, to win this, you need to show immaculate technique. It's one of those positions where anything could still happen, and it's all about the black knight in the center, but the black rook's now lining up in the corner here against a very weak pawn. That white bishop, that big pawn, that is the problem piece.
Now, David, if you have the choice between being the black knight or the white bishop, when you're playing and you get only one of those kind of utility pieces, those X factors off the bench, if you will, which piece do you prefer to operate with?
I'm a bishop man. I always have been. I was born that way. I love my bishops, but this is the one exception I'll make. That black knight is a monster, and the white bishop is asleep in the corner, never woke up in this game. So it does look like an advantage for here, Snell and Caruana.
Yeah, and again, so much of that is as that knight is planted on specifically that white square, right? Can't be pushed away by any pawns. Any pawns that could push it away have already moved beyond the point that they could, and it's sitting on the opposite color from his opponent's bishop, so that other minor piece has no way to attack it.
And, ooh, there was only one move. Let's get the right cameras up here. It's Quentin Post and Tanya Sachdev, I believe, with the white pieces, but that white bishop in the corner had to move. It was trapped. Now the black knight's moving in. Oh. But it's mutual attacks. Now the black knight is moved. White also has some attacks of his own against the black king a bit later. But first, it is a check. And you have to be very careful where you tread. You cannot move forward to this square, because then you'll walk into the second row. You'll walk into a pin by the black rook. You have to slide across. It's a 50-50 decision here.
And that I think is a hard move to find, because at least even at my level, the inclination is not to stay on the back rank where those rooks can eventually come all the way down. I know that the bishop is guarding that corner square for the moment, but I do kind of feel like tucking it up might be that first idea, tucking up behind the pawn, and that could be disastrous. So we'll see.
But sliding
over,
he finds it. Yeah, I was going to say, sliding over to C1 obviously is the right move, and it doesn't subject your bishop to pressure. Okay, now he's under check again.
Oh, and now the counterattack is about to begin. The black knight has gone on the wrong circuit now. It needs to be in the center. Knights are just best in the center. It's just a thing. And now, once the black knight saves itself, it's white's turn to attack. This is turning.
Yeah, this is a quick turnover, mid-possession, fast break opportunity for white to take advantage of a mistake from the knight, retreating. Chance for white potentially here to capitalize. And obviously right there, as we're highlighting, is that moment of opportunity.
Oh, and now there's a winning move. White's winning move. This is a check. Is to go into the center. Oh, he doesn't play it. Tanya missed it. The white king could have stepped forward, and the black king would have been trapped. The white rook would have caged the king. Next move, it would have taken away the only escape square. That would have been checkmate forced in 2 moves. But Tanya missed it, and now the white rook has dropped off. Black has an extra rook for bishop. Wow, that was the key moment in this game.
Yeah, this is looking really good all of a sudden here for Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana. It's going to be a tough spot here for Tanya and Quinton to get out of. Going to reposition that rook away.
And this game's still going to go on for a while, still a lot of time on the clock. We did just miss a win for white, now white's suffering. But let's jump to the other board, which might be in its final stages now, because it looks like Robinson, Earl and Vidit have blundered a piece. It's still very blocked, but white has the bishop down here. White is one bishop down and all the pawns are on light squares.
Great infiltration. I mean, this is phenomenal chess.
Grant is on fire.
He's absolutely on fire. And you know what? Danny said it. He said he could see it in his body, that he just kind of has it.
He's just doing it so casually as well. Look how he's just picking off all the pieces, all the pawns. Judith smiling.
She's so happy right now.
Listen, there's a reason why Grant Williams' nickname is the Batman. He protects Gotham. He's protecting Judith right now, swarming over all those extra pawns. Now they've got 3-pawn advantage, trying to close this thing out.
Now here's my question. If you're in Vidit's shoes, are you trying to craft a stalemate somehow? And is there one in this to be found at all?
Yes, if Bishop takes pawn, that would have been a stalemate, but Judith would not have said Bishop here. Bishop takes pawn and the White King has no squares, nowhere to go. Actually, again, if you make a new queen, if you push your pawn and make a queen, it's stalemate. The White King would not be in check. He said Bishop.
Okay.
Now make a queen.
Yeah.
He says it.
He says check. Yeah, he knows it. There it is. The handshakes are extended, and Judith Polgar and Grant Williams, our first finalists here in the head-and-hand tournament. What a showing they have had so far. That was just about a masterclass of chess.
Yeah, and Judith watching her, dropping the word genius there, watching her partner just play some fantastic moves.
I feel like watching Judith just breathe a huge sigh of relief because her partner found the right move and was thinking along the same lines as her, not to force the stalemate, to keep the checkmate open and alive. Grant saw it. They've got great team chemistry rolling right now.
I gotta be honest, I would fold at the knees if Judith ever said anything I did was genius. So what a great thing to hear from your pro, from the brains behind the operation as you move into the finals. But now we await their opponents, and it's still Tani Sachdev and Quentin Post who are trying to fight their way out of this very disadvantaged positions. Now I see the Kings very actively a part of this, but of course the Bishop is going to drop off the board, and now it's 1 rook to 2 here.
And you just trade everything off. That's the professional way to do it. White has simply run out of pieces. Unfortunately, Tanya missing that win, and they never got a chance after that. It's been a very impressive conversion phase so far from Tony Snell and Fabiano.
Still a favorable spot, though, obviously, for Snell and Caruana with the black rook in there. They haven't utilized it yet.
The black rook. Yeah, the black rook will hold the white pawns, and now a new queen enters the board. And resignation.
Wow, that's a very respectful resignation, I think. I mean, you never know, right? Maybe you could have weaseled your way into a stalemate as well, but he says, no, I've seen the prowess of my opponents here, Quentin Post says, and I'm willing to admit defeat as the queen is promoted.
And James, your popular pick, knocked out in the semifinal.
I know.
You talked about how Snell and Caruana, they were a sleeper pick going into this tournament, and all of a sudden they've made it their way into the finals.
Well, they should be slept on no longer, exactly. As once again, Fabiano finds his way to a final table. He's just such a picture of consistency in the freestyle format, and so it's good to see that Tony as well can deliver on that consistency that Fabiano's delivering behind him.
Yeah, he's the dream partner. Like you said, Fabiano plays so many games, so many different types of games that psychology is his biggest strength. And yeah, he was inside his teammates' mind there. Yes, they rode their luck. Yes, Tanya and Quentin had one winning move, but it was so difficult, and ultimately they got the job done. This is going to be a crazy final. The quality of chess there was so high.
And quality, yes. Yeah, and quality from Snell, too. This is a guy that plays regularly. He plays regularly with Derrick Rose, in fact, all the time as former teammates on the Bulls. So to see those two advancing into the final round, it's impressive to see. To your point, they've been really calculated, precise moves, and they obviously strategized perfectly.
Yeah, we had the surprise guest appearance from Vincent Keimer to draw that position. He delivered us a brilliant one, I think, because it did really test these guys in a different way. And that's kind of been the beauty of the two positions we've seen so far, is that they were starkly different. And it was quite a challenge this time around, but that's it for me right there. The smiles on the faces, the hands going up in the air. Everybody's having a good time out on that stage right now, and that's what this is all about.
And by the way, for those that can't see, this is Danny's coach's board that he drew up right before he left. And actually, The drawings are pretty good from Danny. He doesn't get enough credit.
The drawings are good, but can you make sense of the play? Can you break it down for us? Do you understand? If we're all going out on the court right now, do we all know what we're doing?
Well, the good thing is he's got an equal number of offensive and defensive players.
That's
These
a good
big
start.
pieces, that's an offensive possession. Wow, look at this unique defensive strategy of just what we call a 5-in-1, which has never been demonstrated before in the NBA, where all 5 guys line up in a line at the top of the three-point arc.
Yeah.
Great opportunities for some of these major pieces to blow past them and score some layups. Now, that's not typically the game plan of a guy like Grant Williams and Tony Snell. They like to stay along the perimeter. That's typically where they thrive with their game. But give credit, because this is a pretty well drawn out play, especially for a guy in Danny that focuses on chess a lot.
I'm not going to lie, but it'll make my life if one day we peek in on the NBA and we see guys talking about, remember, create the pawn chain when it comes to defense to make sure you're, think of him as a minor piece. This is the queen. Protect her at all costs.
The wrench formation. Well, just like Danny wakes up or David wakes up with Danny's face in his mind, imagine if one of these basketball players wakes up with Grant Williams or Tony Snell just hovering over them like a halo almost. That would be pretty fun to see.
What have you been doing in the offseason to prepare? A lot of chess puzzles. I tell you that, a lot of chess puzzles.
I'm not sure I should reveal this, but Danny was actually practicing his drawing for an hour before we went on. So I'm very impressed.
He did good.
He did well.
Yeah. But David, as we like to say, puzzle complete?
You know my catchphrase, Jonah.
It's his catchphrase.
Wow.
Right?
He did his homework. He did his homework.
Danny's not the only one that did some prep for this tournament.
Oh, man. Well, what do you guys make of our final pairings here? Again, it's Tony Snell, Fabiano Caruana, it's Grant Williams, and Judith Polgar. What do you, stylistically, did you notice anything between the two? Do you feel like, one of them's playing a little bit more aggressive, a little bit more loose? Do you feel like anybody's got a specific edge?
I have a feeling it's Grant Williams and Judith Polgar who are maybe the slight favorites just because of the consistency. They've been making zero mistakes. They've been building up positions very nicely. The openings have been spot on. For Tony Snell and Caruana, maybe 1 or 2 tactical blunders that have gone unpunished so far, but again, nothing major. And they're building confidence. That's the main thing. I think it's just going to be very, very close. It's tiny margins in this final.
And we've seen Grant Williams and Judith emote a lot more. That tends to resonate with their personalities. They're more out there. They're vocal. They kind of they wear their emotions on their sleeves. You could see that Judith, smiling, really getting into it. Grant's obviously a competitive guy. And then Snell and Caruana, they're kind of silent assassins. Kind of mirroring, as you talked about. Caruana has a lot of playing experience. Snell, deadly from the three-point line. You can kind of lose sight of him. As we know, the infamous Otto Porter play, he memorialized the Otto Porter play, where, for those that don't know, since I know this is a combination of NBA and chess fans, a legendary play with Tony Snell along the three-point wing. Otto Porter turned into autopilot, got lost looking at him. He runs around the baseline to the other wing, and by the time he realizes it, he's guarding no one. And it, made its way.
Staring into the ether.
Staring into the ether. He's getting a good look at the courtside fans. Yeah. And has to swivel around and try to recover in time. That's what Tony Snell can do. He
can cast a spell on you, man. He's going to hypnotize you.
Yeah, he can freeze you up. I mean, you're known as Dash. I mean, maybe he's got a little Frozone in him.
There you go. I'm not challenging any of these guys to a foot race. You kidding me? Those were my past days. All of these guys beat me in a foot race.
Yeah, just very impressive. I love that kind of depiction, the silent assassin as well. And Tony Snell, he has been deadly. Given a chance, he's just jumped on every mistake that the opponents have made. So, yeah, don't write them off. That is for sure.
You said something interesting about you like the way that they've been kind of ending the games with Judith and Grant. What told you, as someone that analyzes games all the time, that their execution in their end game was a little bit more superior to the execution of Caruana and Snell?
Yeah, maybe I'm just influenced by the pictures we're seeing of Grant playing so confidently, just playing so fast, and Judith enjoying it. But also just, I think Judith giving him, kind of setting him up for those finishing blows. She's saying the right piece at the right time, not allowing those stalemates as we saw. And that's all important to kind of see the pitfalls and allow your opponent to allow your teammate even, to shine.
And I think to a degree, just not trying to do anything too fancy, right? Even though we did call out, Judith maybe missed missing the opportunity to trap that bishop. That's also exactly the kind of situation where you can push your NBA player into making a mistake because you see the trap, you see the winning move, but there's no guarantee that they'll find it. So instead, just looking for small incremental improvements. I think that's really the way to go, and Judith seems to understand that brilliantly.
And to your point, James, this is a look at the end setup right now in that previous game against Robinson, Earl, and Gujrathi. So obviously, in this specific situation, overwhelming favorite with black. But to get there, obviously, to your point, they developed those pieces really well, operating in the middle of the board.
Yeah, and some pitfalls to avoid. We rushed through this earlier because it was so speedy, so confident from Grant Williams and Judith Polgar. But in this position, Judith knows that if she had said bishop takes pawn, might have ended the game in a stalemate. This would have been a draw since the white king is not in check, cannot move, and we would have had to have a replay. But instead, by saying pawn and a bit later as well, by saying at this moment bishop instead of pawn making a queen, and again stalemate because the white king can't move, she kind of set Grant up here. Bishop takes pawn check first. Everything has to come with check, and this is how the game ended.
As a player, obviously you might not know the specific number of games, but when it comes to percentages of the games that you play, how often do you find yourself in a situation where you're either striving for a stalemate or you're hoping to avoid a stalemate situation?
Yeah, it's not a high percentage, so that kind of makes it extra difficult because it's quite seldom that you find yourself facing those challenges. But I would say at the level of some of the basketball players, these things crop up a lot, and it's a very useful skill. It might save you 5% of your lost positions, maybe even less, but it's still, over the course of a long tournament, it's still significant.
I would venture to guess very rarely a grandmaster is fighting for a stalemate. They might at some point evaluate that they are in a losing position and that maybe their best option is a draw. But a draw, while the result is equivalent to a stalemate, is thought of a bit differently, right? Because that can be found in different ways by repetition or something else. And so there can be maybe some cases where you go, okay, I've now realized my best option here is just to navigate to a draw.
Yeah, and often it's actually knowing what endgame to aim for. There are some endgames where you only have a king, you're facing a king, bishop, and pawn, but because the pawn and the bishop don't kind of team up on the same color square, it ends in stalemate. So it might not be an immediate stalemate, but it's kind of a deep one further down the line. So it's tricks of the trade.
And it's fascinating to see which players, which team kind of have these specializations, right? You have NBA teams where they get off historically to terrible starts, but they've got closers. When the game is tight, they can get it to the fourth quarter. They hand the ball off to Derrick Rose during his prime with the Chicago Bulls, and you say, hey, take me there, right? You give the ball to Rajon Rondo. He's able to orchestrate everything, and you say, take me there. Whereas some other teams, right, their biggest advantage is that first quarter where you kind of memorize the opening theory a little bit in chess. You kind of have some scripted plays. You take advantage in the first quarter, but as the game carries on and you kind of get pulled farther and farther deeper into that ocean, that's where we start to see the real differentiating factors.
Yeah, no first quarter luxury though in freestyle chess because you don't know what the first quarter looks like until all of a sudden the position is delivered to you. So we're a bit in the weeds of it all, but I hope that the pairings keep delivering on consistency. We're going to dive back into the arena for our final position lottery as we head into the finals of our head-in-hand tournament here at the Chesstival.
Welcome back, everyone. We're down to just 2 teams. It is time for the final. They will be playing right here. It is with the white pieces, Fabiano Caruana and Tony Snell, and they will be taking on Judith Polgar and Grant Williams. So give them a warm round of applause before we get started. And now, in order to help me draw the next position, I would please like to welcome to the stage Eric Olivas, the CEO of Chess.com. Eric, are you ready?
Okay, we've got position 5, 6, 6.
Thank you so much, Eric. Position 566, and the players will get 5 minutes now. Just before we hand it back to the studio, Eric, you guys at Chess.com are partners. What are your first impressions of this Chesstival?
Chesstival is amazing, and 20 years ago when my friend Jay and I started Chess.com, chess was in a very different place than it is today. So to see amazing events like Freestyle happening with amazing athletes and all these people, like chess is in such a different universe, and I'm so happy to see that as a fan, and so fortunate to be a small part of that journey and see that. So thank you to Freestyle and everybody. It's amazing.
And thank you to you, Eric, and everyone at Chess.com. And for now, back to studio.
Thank you very much, Fiona. And it's position 566, which will be the battlefield for our final bout between our two top teams, Tony Snell and Fabiano Caruana, up against Grant Williams and Judith Polgar. This is, we'll get it up on the screens as quickly as we can for you all so we can start to evaluate the positions. This is interesting. It's somewhere in between that 3 and 700 demarcator, and it's moving towards that traditional starting position, but I do think it's far enough away that we're still going to see some interesting peculiarities.
That's right. Position 518 is the position that most chess players know and love, and that is traditional chess. This is the position we see, but as you call, James, you're getting... I mean, you'd learned it by now.
Yeah, well,
half the position, that left side of the board, the rook, bishop, and knight for the white side, all in their usual starting positions.
Yeah, so that's going to feel very familiar to a lot of people, but then you kind of pan over to the right-hand side of the board, and it's all kinds of chaotic, because once again, we see that queen tucked away. Of course, the difference this time being that she isn't staring across the board to a very threatening bishop. But is there anything that's looking weak to you, easily targetable? What are these grandmasters thinking about right now in terms of how they're going to develop an advantage early?
Yeah, there's one guarantee. The grandmasters are going to be telling the basketball players here that there is an undefended pawn in each camp. And it's not just any old pawn, it's a very important one. It's on the F file, so just in front of the white light squared bishop and the black dark squared bishop. Those pawns, they're not defended, they can be attacked by knights within 3 moves, and if they're captured, that would actually end the game in checkmate. So there are possible 3-move checkmates in this type of position that you have to avoid. But of course, Fabiano and Judith will be explaining how best to defend against that.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see the utilization of the pawns, because to your point, this isn't a traditional setup, but half the board looks like a traditional setup. So you're kind of having to create this line of demarcation of like, all right, half the board we approach in a traditional way, maybe half the board is a little bit more creative.
And those couches were previously very busy. Now it's just these players.
Exactly, yeah. Now you're in that one-on-one coaching session. I like this approach, though. Fabiano's like electing to play the black side of the board because they, as a team, will be playing with the white pieces denoted by the color of the table underneath. But he's allowing Tony to just view from that perspective and, hey, here's maybe some of what you'll see coming at you from the other direction.
This was a great warm-up just to make some moves on the board, just to keep your eye in and to stay in the flow.
So in this setup, David, which piece do you feel is the most dangerous piece on the board?
I would say that beware of the opponent's knights. Okay, we see some pawns being moved here by Fabiano, but if the knights do come out, they are the pieces that can attack the weak F2 and F7 pawns.
To your point, yeah, he's showing Tony how quickly to bring out that knight, especially into the B3 or pardon, C3 space.
Yeah, looking for a way to protect that pawn that's in the sight line of the queen. Obviously, that pawn's already protected right now by the dark squared bishop, but eventually you're going to want to get the dark squared bishop into the game, so we jump that knight out in front, and it kind of plays a protecting role.
And now their queen's a bit out of the game.
Oh, looking for the pawn push as an option as well. But maybe we flip over, to the other pairing to see how Judith is whipping Grant Williams into shape with the couple minutes that they have remaining on their clock.
Yeah, and I was impressed by Fabi's kind of decisiveness there. He was like, if they do this, we do this. It's not even a question. That is how you play. In the meantime, Judith, she's got a much more kind of creative flow. So
see, they're on the same side of the board. This is interesting. I mean, again, it's I don't want to read into it too much, but that alone, just like it speaks to the dynamics of the team as well. They're shoulder to shoulder, buddy. They are feeling it.
Yeah, it's a different style of coaching technique, but in a way, it more replicates the setup when they actually play, because when you're seated next to someone, it's different when you get a chance to look across the aisle, if you will. So they're trying to create a mock scenario that's going to translate perfectly into the game. And listen, there's a reason why Judith is as successful of a player as she has been. She deserves plaudits for this. This is an impressive move.
The one great travesty of chess is that she retired so young when she was still such a powerful player. And in the meantime, we hear some applause from the playing hall out there. It does look like the players are getting ready to play. I just want to point out while we have the board, these are the pawns that I'm worried about. The F2 and F7 pawns undefended. White with a knight can jump, and already go pawn hunting within 3 moves. Just to mention that...
In with a fork.
Yeah, in with a fork, and maybe a smothered checkmate with the black king, nowhere to go. But just to mention, Fabiano wants to play this move. I think he's instructed Tony to play this move, and Grant in return was given this move by Judith, but that is the wrong move in this scenario because the white queen is perched in the corner ready to snipe this pawn.
Yeah, I wonder what the idea is there. Maybe then, I mean, you either have to bring the knight or the bishop out to defend, but even still, just right out the gate, you're willing to toss away a pawn?
Yeah, I think it's because Judith wasn't expecting this one move, and this is the only move that their intended reply would not work against.
And something early to note, body language, Grant Williams was the only player standing up to shake the opponent's hand. Tony Snell said, hey, I don't want any of that. He's seated in his seat. He's locked in. Grant says, okay, he's gonna store that in his memory bank. This guy's a competitive guy.
All right, here we go. A reminder to everybody at home, we are playing a 10-minute plus 0 increments, so you don't gain any time back on that clock per move made. So you're working with just the 10 minutes that you start the game with. Try not to get into time trouble and still navigate towards a victory. It's single elimination. You got to get it done here. Unless you find your way to a draw, then we go into some tie-break scenarios.
And you predicted it accurately. That pawn up to G3 on the first move for T-Fob, as Danny referred to them as.
Snellowana, I'm going to call them.
Snellowana. Okay, I'm sticking with T-Fab, especially if I have to say that to their faces at some point. But how about that? Because it did follow those initial moves you talked about, but the Fabiano, of all people, elected not to go for the pawn because it would have been him who responded with pawn as opposed to saying queen.
Yeah, Grant did a great thing. He pushed his pawn forward first before planting the other pawn in the center. So he's built what we call the triangle, or sometimes the pyramid. The pawns control all the light squares. Bad news is that the black light square bishop is blocked. Big pawn itself behind that chain. But yeah, very, very logical start to the game by both sides. And in the meantime, it is, Tony the first to think.
Yeah, first to think. I like this, bringing the bishop out, just creating threats on the board.
Would you not, if you were white, wanted to move that bishop a little bit further, kind of out to G5 in that spot right there, as opposed to stopping one square short?
Yeah, that would be a very sophisticated move, actually, and it looks like it just loses a bit of time because after a bishop check, for example, now the black pawn can step forward and push, but if you then retreat the bishop, which he could have done earlier with a save of a move, then the black queen is even more trapped in the corner. It can never come out on this diagonal, so I actually really like that idea.
Yeah, it's what we would, and correct me if I'm wrong, we'd call an inducing move, right? By bringing that bishop out first, you're inducing the pawn move, which actually might be disadvantageous for your opponent, and then you slide it back to your intended square. So great find, my friend.
And
oh, the queen is exposed in the corner.
Yeah.
Oh, I got too excited.
Just to back up your point, Jonah, like the black queen was actually attacking a pawn, so that inducing move did happen just in another another way. So just fantastic play again. This game so high quality already.
Did I miss something there though on White's last move? Was there not a fork between the king and the queen? Am I just completely missing a retake?
We'll just do a quick action replay of the last few moves. So here, black struck with a pawn move. We saw an exclamation point appear. That means it's one of the best moves in the position. Queen attacking the pawn. The white bishop threw itself in the way, attacking that black queen, inducing that block. And after a trade...
Why can't I take that pawn with the bishop?
Yeah.
And fork the king and the queen?
This one.
Yeah,
it is protected by the queen.
Oh, just by... And this is why I'm not the expert on the broadcast.
You're getting that, James.
I was in the same camp as you, James.
No, I would have thrown the game there because the call would have been bishop, and I would have gone for that fork as opposed for picking up the knight. So
would have lost my bishop there.
I would have fallen out of the tournament right then and there. Good thing it's not me on that stage.
And yeah, I mean, that's the impressive thing about both Tony and Grant here. They're just, I mean, no tactical blunders at all. They're seeing things. They're playing these nuanced, sophisticated, inducing moves. It
makes you wonder what you're doing with your life when these guys are NBA superstars and also better than you at chess, you know? Where do they find the time? Where do they find the time?
Yeah, that's a really merry thought, James.
I'm sorry to put you in that dark place
Just
right
when
now.
I was feeling great about myself, now you retreated me back into a dark pit. I'm curious about this double stack with the bishops, where basically one is just for show behind. It's in a logjam with the 2 pawns. Only that top at D6 seems to have some exit strategy here. Do you like that double stack with the bishops?
Yeah, I really like it, and especially this one you just highlighted, Jonah, because it can go in either direction later. It's not even about the bishops moving. Bishops are great controlling pieces. They control squares, they control the court, and in the meantime, he's trying to go for the white king. We see opposite side castling, so look at how the white king is fixed on the right half of the board now. The black king is fixed on the left half of the board. That means both sides have license to throw their whole armies towards each other's monarchs there.
This is really tricky position here. So much tension between all of those pawns in the center of the board, and there was a choice of which direction Tony Snell wanted to capture with that initial pawn capture. He goes to the right. Judith responds instantaneously. Pawn takes back. Nice, easy find. But now that knight is jumping forward, wants to solidify kind of a forward position, but it's still targeted and maybe traded off here soon.
And
by
both
that bishop.
teams pretty even with their time controls right now, only about a 25-second differential, so operating the clock really effectively as well.
Yeah, and they've been doing that throughout the event so far. Very impressive clock handling. They know the critical moments are ahead. It's always towards the end of the game these are decided. I just want to point out one problem piece. The white queen, she's trapped. She has not entered this game. It's the most valuable piece, the most important piece. And unless that white queen gets out into the action, you're essentially playing down 9 points here, which is not a great sign necessarily for Snell and Caruana here.
And obviously the queen is the more powerful piece in this picture, but also that black knight over on the left-hand side has no real good way to get involved with the game either, right? It's 2 options for jumping forward. Okay, they're going to reroute, and this is where we're going to see it. It's going to take some time for the knight to get truly involved, but it's got to retreat first and then reroute elsewhere.
And I'm loving this board side view that we have going on. Rarely do you get that in the NBA. Sometimes you get it underneath the free throw, underneath the basket for free throws, right? But in chess, you really feel like you're part of the game right here. It's almost like Harry Potter, and you're seeing those large size
You are the
chess
king.
pieces.
Right now, you are the black king, staring at the army.
What a view that was,
heading
huh?
towards you.
POV chess.
Yeah, you're looking at Grant Williams is coming for you.
And in the meantime, the black knight, which was the problem piece, improved itself. The white queen, which was trapped, improved itself. Just, again, it's so hard to separate these teams. They're just, I think the 2 standout teams, they deserve to be in the final, of course, but they're showing why. And phenomenal chess so far. The trades have begun. The position's starting to level out.
Yeah, no, I was thinking, I think that was a mistake from white. Why was that rook moved when it had no protection? There was no safety net there.
Yeah.
Great I like that call because to me it also sacrifices control of that file, right? We always look at open files where there's no obstruction, and that essentially allowed the black rook to slide over and now control the file that white was previously holding.
Yeah, now the white rook cannot challenge. The white rook is a bit of a bystander, while the black rook is in full control. And ooh, in the meantime, it's a... I was going to say a big blunder. It's not. I thought the white bishop would come out and skewer the black queen and king. Look at how they're on the diagonal, but the black knight jumps in the way.
Computer still overall liked the last couple of moves for white, though. You can see that evaluation slid back up in the opposite direction, and now just ever so slightly favors Snell and Caruana. Not by a great margin, though.
Yeah. Man, I got to be honest, that knight right now is looking like a triple government bond right here. That is triple protected right here. You see that knight protecting the queen. The rook is there as kind of the double bond. This is a triple bond right here.
Yeah, so I mean, it's a very strong structure in the sense that everything's kind of held together right now, but it also means that really none of those pieces can move easily because they are all working in concert together, right? So eventually unlocking that knight again is going to be difficult. First, we got to get the queen out of the way, right? So there's a lot of time that it's going to take to activate the black pieces again, where maybe white feels like now I've got the initiative to really go for the attack.
David, do you think about moving the queen along the diagonal to h5 to apply a little bit more pressure? Oh!
Get him out there. Get him on the stage.
What are you guys doing in here with me? You should be playing.
I just graduated from advanced
at the Chesstival after party tonight. We'll have to get John on a chessboard. I want to see this guy playing.
And again, I can confirm that was one of the top 2 moves. According to our computer, our all-seeing engine here, which knows everything, and big trouble potentially for black, because this black rook now is a target. The white queen and kind of x-ray here, the white rook are targeting that piece. The black knight is the only thing protecting, holding. It's the shield, but that knight is not stable.
Okay, but based on the computer's evaluation, it tells me the queen can't take that rook. Oh, well, because it was black's turn. That's why. I was going to say, you can't take that rook right now.
Judith was so brave saying knight. The black knight only had that one square to go to defend its rook. But again, Grant sees it all, and that fair trade. There were better moves. Black could have actually gone on the counterattack against the white king. There are ideas of trying to get the black queen in later, but this position still very level in the balance.
Queen slides down with a check. Now we have an offer for a trade here, coming from Grant Williams and Judith Polgar by sliding that queen back. The question is, do you want to take it? Fabiano and Tony end up electing for it. I don't know if that was Fabiano's intention, but ultimately queen was said, and Tony feels like I can get these queens off the board. Perhaps it provides a little bit of safety to my king that was previously shoved into the corner, but now we found ourselves into a minor piece endgame. It's a bishop apiece, a knight apiece, and then, of course, an equivalent number of pawns that are all operating on the same file as well. So this is starting to look akin to the previous Grant Williams and Judith Polgar game, where they wound up in an even endgame, but still manufactured a victory just by playing it calm, cool, and collected.
Yeah, loving your pattern recognition there, James. Bishops, blocked pawn structure. That's how they won last time. Are they going to do it again?
And it just looks like the layout of the black pieces right now. They're defending their king. It looks to be a little bit better. The white king seems to be a little bit more out in the open, out in the wilderness, exposed right now. And that's why they're trying to bring that bishop forward probably to apply a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, well, so that white bishop targeting the pawn in the top right of your screen, of course, now locking down that knight because it has to stick there in defense unless it can find a way to trade pawns later on. So maybe, David, this is where you can talk to us about, okay, I'll first put you in Fabiano's position, Tony Snell's position for the white pieces. Which pawn are you targeting? Is it that one sitting in front of the king? That's the first priority?
Yes, 100%, and that is a great move there by Tony Snell. The white knight and white king attacking it. That's a double attack. You can only defend it once. There are no other pawns around it. That pawn has actually overextended, we would say. It's in enemy territory, and it's just going to get gobbled up.
Yep. Your only option to defend it would be to move that knight, and of course, in essence, drop a different pawn. So I think Judith and Grant, they recognize that that pawn is going to fall. They elect to make some progress with another one of their pawns there on the h-file, moving it forward. There we have the pawn snapped up. Now, do you like this trade of minor pieces? Do you want to go to opposite minor pieces where you're operating with the knight and your opponent has the bishop?
Well, this is a big question. I know Judith prefers her knights. She's one of those tactical players who are so good at jumping around, forking up enemy pieces, but bishops tend to be better than knights with pawns on both sides of the board, especially in an endgame, deep in the endgame like this. So taking that knight, probably not a good idea.
Yeah, I'd also be scared that at the time, all of my pawns were on the same color as that bishop of my opponent. So once again, pawns going forward. We'll see more leave the board. This is disconnecting our own pawn structure here for the black pieces, so that could be dangerous.
Not to mention all the black pawns have already been pushing forward. A lot of those white pawns have just remained stagnant along that second rank. So it's going to be a lot harder to get them into the game, to build them up from the current position.
Not just that, it also really makes it difficult for the white king to navigate. As more pieces come off the board, the king becomes a more and more powerful piece, and in fact becomes one of your strongest offensive pieces near the endgame. And in this situation, you can see those two black pawns preventing the white king from coming forward on the diagonals for right now. So it's going to have to make a longer trip to eventually get involved. So I'm right there with you. I do like the activity overall of the black king and everything, but this is still anyone's game.
Yeah, and actually a small mistake there from Tony Snell. He actually fixed his pawns on dart squares, the color of his opponent's bishop. The black bishop can actually now, in the very near future, come in and just swipe those pawns off the board. But that was missed by Grant Williams. This one, at the higher levels of chess, we would say all opposite color bishops. That tends to give drawish tendencies, but yeah, of course, this is still anyone's game, despite the black side being a pawn down here. Great move.
Wow.
In the meantime, attacking a pawn.
Fantastic find.
Double attack. 2 pawns under fire. I think they're going to hold this one, Grant Williams and Judith Polgar. They're actually up 1 whole minute on the clock as well. And in Blitz chess, we sometimes say a minute, it's worth a pawn.
And it can be, I actually, you know, basketball players of all people might be some of the better to again, be cognizant of the time, right? Obviously, when you get into late fourth quarter situations, you have to kind of always have some knowledge of where that clock is at. But I do wonder, I'll be curious at the end of the day to talk to these guys, were they really paying that close attention? Were they using that kind of peripheral awareness that they have on the court to really understand where they are in time pressure?
And as we've highlighted in basketball, you're afforded timeouts. You're afforded stoppages,
right.
Game plan to really make a calculated decision. And here, the time control, it's just sand in an hourglass, continues to trickle away. You don't have time to draw something up. I mean, again, unless these guys are playing footsie underneath the table that we don't know about, but assuming they're not, you have to make really snap decisions. And right now, it looks like Judith is pretty happy with their position at the moment.
Happy, but I am surprised that she went for the king move there, because I was right there with what you highlighted, David, that this would be the time to infiltrate with that bishop down behind the pawn chain and just start gobbling them up before the knight can make the long trip all the way to the other side of the board. She goes for the bishop now, but it looks like maybe Grant doesn't quite see it.
He didn't realize that this is a target. It's the base of the white pawn chain. It looks hidden. It looks like you can't really attack it, but there you could have gone in and behind. That's why bishops are better than knights in this type of position. But now these pawns getting traded as well.
Okay.
It looks like both sides are just running out of ammunition. They're running out of pieces.
Yeah, we might be going to our first tiebreak scenario. I don't want to call it too early. Still plenty can happen. But it's now moving in that direction.
Things are getting pretty tight. We're inside the 2-minute warning, if you will, for white. NBA title on the line for both of these guys. And again, a little bit more room to play with if you're Grant Williams and Polgar. So I kind of, they're probably happy. They're probably not trying to settle for a draw here. A chance again, capitalize on that free pawn there to go up a piece.
Suddenly 1 minute up on the clock, 1 pawn up on the board. It still should be a draw with best play. If this was just Fabiano against Judith, it would be a draw because white could hold the light squares. Black cannot break through on the light squares with the dark squared bishop, but this is really difficult for Tony to defend. This is going to be torture for the rest of the game.
Do you consider, I was going to say right before that bishop was there, maybe bringing the knight to C3, have a chance of collecting a pawn, creating a more symmetrical board?
Yeah, I think given the time, that's the next move now. Now that the white king's on a safe square, the white knight is going to go pawn hunting. Still defending very, very well. I have a feeling, unless this is decided on the clock, Tony's been playing so well that he's still going to hold this position.
Yeah, everything's getting locked up. That dark squared bishop can't threaten anything because all of his opponent's pieces are sitting on light squares.
It's just so high quality. I can't get over it. Like, I didn't know what to expect coming into today, but this is so impressive.
This takes me back to old school basketball where you're just posting around the block. This is 80s basketball right now. This is Drew Gooden entering out of the womb, born in the 80s. This is just, hey, we're going to condense the floor right here. The heck with the three-point line. Let's bring this down underneath the basket and get rough and dirty here.
Ooh, and Fabiano said knight. The one thing not to do is capture the black bishop. The white knight has to stay on the board. He takes it, and now black is winning.
Yeah, quick response with the king taking back. So now, of course, it's 2 pawns to 1, and a king that's going to have to try and escort one of those pawns across the board for a promotion. The computer says it's a completely won scenario, but it's not always that easy to find if you yourself are not a grandmaster.
And look at that, Derrick Rose enjoying the moment. He knows this final might be decided here and now. The white king is being kicked back the whole way. Fabiano was the one who blundered. He said knight. He should have just said king. There was no way to make a mistake with the king move, but that trade means there's no blockade anymore. The black king is going to guard its pawn, shepherd it forward, and a new queen is about to be born.
They smell a little blood in the water right here.
This is just perfect chess right now. This is so instructive in terms of how to win king and pawn endgame here. That king finds its way into an escorting position. The queen now finds the promotion there. Still have to put an end to it.
And in the meantime, 31 seconds as well for Snell and Caruana, as Judith Polgar here and Grant Williams about to take the Chesstival title, at least in the head-in-hand section. Black.
Thank you.
There it is. The handshake is extended, and our first ever, the inaugural head-in-hand champions here at the Chesstival in Las Vegas 2025. It's Grant Williams and Judith Polgar.
I should have said knight, taking out bishop personally.
What a
I thought
showing.
king d6 was almost winning because you had to say knight.
Yeah.
And then knight is dangerous to cap.
Yeah, we shouldn't. If we just wait, they can't do anything. If we just move our knight
I'm
around,
just trying to
it's
get
really
a
tough
handheld
to
mic.
defend like that. We were also low on time.
It was low on time. That's why I kept moving faster. I just like every time I saw.
No,
I was
our key thing was the time management. He was playing very well in time.
Yeah. Once you guys got knight g4, then we were on the back foot. Before that, I mean, when I said pawn, I wanted to push this pawn forward. So then
I'm just trying to get it.
Once I saw this pawn swinging, I said, I didn't see knight here.
Yeah, then we were back in business when we were able to.
Well, I shouldn't have said knight because I wasn't sure what to say at that point. I should have said pawn again.
Yeah, because you started to, you just played so well.
Look at that. One bad move.
He got a bit emotional talking about how he's had this idea for a few years, even tried to make it happen. It didn't come to fruition, but what it means for him to finally get this thing up onto its feet. The NBA and the chess world colliding, and I hope that he feels this delivered. I feel like it delivered. We've been talking about it the whole way through. The level of chess on display today far exceeded my expectations, and you can see the smiles on their faces. At the end of the day, it's about having fun, and to me it looks like they've done just that.
Yeah, exactly. I heard whisperings of this potential event back a few months ago. I heard Derrick Rose, he was tuning into the broadcast, he wanted to make this happen, and it's so nice to see dreams come true here. And I think Derrick's going to have a few things to say in the Blitz Tournament later. He's going to be trying to make amends for his first round defeat here, but yes, just so nice to see everyone enjoying themselves so much.
And I like that you're already calling out the Blitz Tournament, because now these two gentlemen here, Tony Snell and Grant Williams, right, with their showing in this already now, they've got targets on their back as, okay, we got to keep our eyes out for these guys in 1v1 scenarios. Of course, they won't have the benefit of the heads behind them. But how about this? Not even quick to celebrate. This is so interesting to me. They're perfectly assimilating into the chess world, where you just win the whole damn thing. You're the first ever head-in-hand champions in the Chesstival. And you know what? Let's break down the game move by move by move first.
They're addicted already. We've got them.
we got them. We got them.
Here I was thinking to go here.
Someone said that to me one time.
Oh yeah, rook g8. Yeah, I was wondering if you could gamble on this one.
I think we're not too far.
This is just halftime, remember, with that Blitz Tournament coming up.
You know, I'd be remiss not to bring it back to Danny Wrench, who had called out. He could sense it in Grant Williams' body early. He said, I can see it. The way he's moving, the fluidity, the confidence. He's a chess player. And it bore out exactly like that.
Yeah, and that's why chess players love the Queen's Gambit just as much as kind of non-chess folk, because it was played in the right spirit. You could see the players, or the actors there, they'd kind of got to terms with the hand movements, their bodies were relaxed, and Grant Williams, yeah, he's a pro. What can I say? He, if he ever wants to change a career, we know
it's an
he's
option
lined up.
for him. Yeah. Well, when we can, we'll be sure to get a word from him. Of course, this is just the first event of two that we have today, with that 1v1 Blitz Tournament coming later in the day. Another thing of note that we haven't talked too much about here at the Chesstival is that all of these players are playing for prize money, but that prize money will go to charities. And so we'll have an opportunity as well to talk to Grant about what charity he is electing to give his money to. That will be at the end of the day when we actually award those checks. But I think that's just about going to do it from us in the studio here, at the very least, until we come back for that 1v1 a little bit later. As you can see, we got Fiona and Jonah standing on stage. We're going to head to them now, maybe for a quick word with our winners. Take it away.
Thank you, James. Welcome back, everyone. We have a pair of winners. Give it up for Judith Polgar and Grant Williams. Jonah, you were in the commentary booth. What did you guys make of the action?
Yeah, we were having a field day out there. It was really fun to see the end game strategies, the way that Grant and Judith were approaching. That's what they were displaying throughout this tournament, being able to kind of close teams out with their end game strategy. It was fun. Every time there was a blunder, we got excited about it. We pointed it out. And again, it was cool to see how the chess players kind of reacted to different moves.
And actually, before they run away, let's go up to the winners and get some thoughts. Grant, Judith, congratulations. We're just here to get some of your thoughts. Grant, I'll start with you. First of all, what was the difference between sitting here at the board and standing on the court, and what does it mean to you to win this event?
Sitting at the board feels as if you're at the free throw line. If you know a famous moment of mine when I say I'm gonna make them both, that's exactly how it feels every single moment that I'm playing over the board chess. But at the same time, it's super exciting. I had a great partner who honestly led the way, led the charge, and I just did my best to hopefully use my brain to get close to matching hers. So it worked out well.
Fantastic.
And Judith, you're so used to operating by yourself, thinking for yourself, being able to make your own moves, have your own agency, relying on Grant, working together. How were you able to kind of process it? Did you have the patience? What was the experience like for you?
Yes, it's very interesting to play when we play, the two of us, because I think of a piece, I think of a move, but then I have to somehow transmit this information. But it happened that I made the wrong calling, for wrong piece. And our secret was definitely that Grant was excellent in time management. This is what I think some of the players, or I had to learn when I was in my active years, because it was really excellent. And some of the critical moments we were able to hang on, even if we had downhill, we were just hanging on, fighting, and then we waited the opportunity.
And I'll just add to that, Grant, it seemed like the strategy, you were trying to avoid exchanging major pieces unless you had to. You really valued every single piece, much like you value every possession in the NBA. Was that a part of the mindset in this tournament and how you were playing with Judith?
When I got taught by my grandfather, he told me that material is everything. So, unless you are comfortable losing a piece, I don't mind getting straight to the end game because I feel good about my time management. I feel good about my tactics. But, he told me if you don't have to trade, don't trade. And there was a couple of positions where I felt like someone would sacrifice, and I was like, honestly, I'm setting up a position for a counterattack instead of trading pieces. So it really just comes down to material, and honestly, most times I try not to blunder, but in that first game, it didn't go that way.
And Grant, this is not the end of today. It's just the beginning. The next event is about to start where you'll play on your own this time. But do you feel the win has boosted your confidence?
It definitely has boosted my confidence. The issue is now not getting overconfident, especially as Judith knows, I get very fast when I'm ahead in material. So just making sure to stay calm and collected so that way we have a chance of winning after.
Well, all the best of luck to you. And Judith, I guess you'll be watching, maybe encouraging Grant?
Absolutely. I will be around and supporting you.
And I think we're ready now. So, Jonah, I'll hand it over to you to welcome
yes, we all ready.
all our
First,
players.
congrats again to you guys. What a just an opening part one. We still have a lot more chess to be played. And with that, let's bring back all the chess players that participated, that were partnered up with the NBA players, because we got 4 new additions, some fresh meat that we're going to introduce to you just now. One, let's see, yes, let's have all original 8 members come back out. Congratulations, you guys. That was just round 1. Still a lot more chess to be played. Yeah, you can walk all the way down. And now let's introduce, here's an Onyeka coming down, yep. Rounds out the original 8. And then, all right. So the new additions we have, DeAnthony Melton made his way. Please give him a round of applause. Jalen Wells is here. I think, maybe not. All right, Harrison Ingram is here. We'll go to 2.
And we have and Paul Reed, there we go. I was looking for him, there he is. Third additional member. So we've at least got the original 8, and we've got 3 new chess players and NBA players as well for round 2. And Fiona, why don't you describe what's in store next for us?
Absolutely. So when it comes to the format, what we just saw now was a knockout. So every round we lost one of the teams. In this event, it's a so-called Swiss tournament, which means all the players play all the games. Those players with the most points, so those who win the first round will be paired against someone with 1 point. Someone who lost will play against someone who lost. And in the end, the player who has the most points wins the tournament. The time control will be quick and fast, 5 minutes, no increment for the players. And that is the most important when it comes to the format. There's 25K for the winner for the charity of their choice. And I think in terms of format, that is it.
Well, I think we're going to do the lottery again to see what position we have for Fischer Random.
Shall I let you draw the ball this time?
You pull it.
Ready?
We've got 8, 6, 7, really close, nearly double 4-3-7, which was your pick. So I'm gonna place, well, I'm gonna hold this out for people to see. 8, 6, 7 is the combination for this upcoming random. Say that again. Yeah, so now you can take your seats. Yep.
Great question. Much like in the previous tournament, the players will once again
Yes, you get a couple minutes to prepare.
To discuss.
Yep.
And that is it from us. So the players will get 5 minutes to prepare, then the games will start. Jonah, thank you so much for joining me on stage. I will let you run back to the studio and back to you guys.
Bring it now. Wait.
And there you have it, position 8, 6, 7, as we move into the second event of the day. But David Howe, I think the most important thing,
as we will get a quick look at the starting position, isn't necessarily the starting position itself. It's the fact that while they will still have their pros at their disposal for the pre-planning stage, once they step up to the board, they're completely on their own. So this is a different beast entirely.
Exactly. Flying blind. It's going to be a lot of fun. I have a feeling we might see a few more slip-ups, a few more blunders, but that only adds to the excitement. This is position 8, 6, 7. We see kings in the center, bishops both, actually all 4 bishops in the corner. And yeah, let's see how the pros, I'm going to call them these days, the basketballers.
This looks like a really dangerous starting position, not just because of the placement of those bishops and even the queen kind of sitting on an outside square, but I'm also looking at things like where the rooks and the king are, because how many of them are individually going to remember their own right to castle and maybe use it well in a crucial moment later on. I would venture not too many of them are going to be actively thinking about that themselves as opposed to being driven to it by a chess pro. But they are getting 5 minutes to pick the brain of their chess pros as well as for each of our top-level chess players to kind of instill, hey, here are the 3 crucial things I want you to be thinking about throughout this game. You can find Levon Aronian because of the shirt he's wearing very easily.
And then we see Vidit as well as Tanya Sachdev watching on, looking very interested here. I'm sure they'll offer some advice. You nailed it, James. It's all about the kings in this position. Even if they remember how to castle, the basketballers, they have a dilemma. It's going to be very difficult. They'll need to clear a whole bunch of pieces out of the way to get the kings into the corners to get them fully safe. So this position is bound to be tricky.
Definitely bound to be tricky, and it looks like in just a moment we'll be rejoined by Jonah and Danny here on the couches to help us dive into this second event of the day. I guess, Jonah, I'll turn to you first. You got to go out on stage, feel the energy, conduct the interview, get nice and close to a couple of our finalists there. Do you feel like Grant Williams is just poised to take the energy of that victory and bulldoze the competition?
He's absolutely locked in, and it's interesting because the way that he was acting up on the stage, it reminded me of a conversation that I had with Derrick Rose last night. He talked about how when he tore his ACL, one perspective was, hey, this is a huge blow to my career, but at the same time, it gave him perspective on how to approach life, how to approach his next steps in terms of embracing chess, thinking about moves far out in advance. And in a similar way, Grant Williams tore his ACL this past season, and it's perhaps provided him an opportunity to reflect a little bit more, be appreciative of what he's accomplished. And of the guys that have been playing, again, there's only one other player out there that's gone further in their NBA career. Rajon Rondo is the only other guy that's won a championship. Grant Williams has reached the finals before. So in terms of kind of scaling that mountain and getting to the mountaintop, it's fitting that he was ultimately the guy paired with Judith to scale that mountain and kind of get that little bit of a monkey off of his back. He was clearly excited. There was no modesty up there with him in a good way. It was a great form of confidence. He believed that he should be the favorite and he was going to be the best performer amongst the NBA players, and we saw that play out, at least partnered with a chess genius. Now it's time to see how does he do when it's all on his own.
And like you were saying, Jonah, it's about looking on the bright side, as often in chess you make mistakes, but here the players who were knocked out a bit earlier, they have had more rest, they've had more time to relax, to maybe break things down with their professional partners. So even for the likes of Grant, it's not going to be plain sailing here as we see the players discuss the positions.
We had the peek in at the conclusion of the game, listening to the finalists reflect, and one of the things that Judith said was the saving grace for them was how masterfully Grant Williams was able to manage the clock. Let's remind everybody, we're going from 10-0 down to 5-0, so even more time pressure for each of these players. That's going to be a boon to him if he can kind of continue to manage his time well. But his first matchup is up against Harrison Ingram. This is now an unknown factor, right? Because as we are adding 4 more players into the pool here for the initial bouts, I think that as well is just going to provide an interesting shakeup to things.
Well, I think everyone else will also be as motivated as they can be if they weren't already motivated, because I don't think any of the players really want Grant to sweep all $50,000 for his charity. I think the players would like to get a piece of the action. So if Quentin can find himself a little bit, play a little bit more quickly, as you said, Grant did that very well. I still think he's a big favorite. I know that it ultimately didn't work out for him and Tanya, but I still think Quentin is obviously someone you gotta circle. Grant Williams, I thought that him and Judith would have a chance. They ultimately did get it done. But I think you made a great point, Dash, that we have a few unknown commodities entering the arena. So I can't wait to see what happens when Harrison Ingram and a couple other guys who are making their first freestyle chess moves here at Chesstival show us what they can do.
Well, the X factor of the new guys entering the fray is going to be D'Anthony Melton. This is a guy who's been playing chess since his high school days. In fact, had to overcome a little bit of adversity. His friends and teammates were oftentimes giving him a hard time during lunch for playing chess. Well, it's playing out right now perfectly for him. I think he's got a decided advantage. He's had time to wait on the sidelines, gather a little bit of recon and intel on the strategy. He knows what he's doing. I think he's going to perform really well.
I hope those elementary school bullies are watching.
Oh, they are.
I hope they're watching.
They're probably all addicts on Chess.com now themselves.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, the time control really is something we should talk about, because this is a faster time control than even the best players in the world are playing when they're playing in the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour, right? This is Blitz, the fastest time control you can really play in chess, and you're playing a position that has no real rhyme or reason in terms of having been there before. These are roads untraveled, and I do not envy any of the players who are sitting down. This is going to be wild.
And I was saying to David, as the players are now taking their seats, just about to dive into the games, I think this is a really, really dangerous starting position. Again, we've now got all of the bishops sitting in the corners looking at each other's. I also pointed out the idea that king sitting right between the 2 rooks, how many of them are really going to be considering the way that castling can come into play? Because that's a hard thing to remember in freestyle chess, when those specific castling elements, the king and the rook, aren't on their normal starting squares. You sometimes just completely forget that that's even an option to you.
I love that superstar matchup to start, by the way. Rondo versus Rose. This is going to be epic. Can't wait to see two of the best guards the league has ever seen. That's going to be fun stuff.
Prediction, Danny, for that game?
What?
Prediction for that game?
I'm going to take Rondo. I don't really have much other to go on than I did see him play some freestyle chess with Hikaru last night for quite some time, and he was dialed in. I also think getting outed early, I guess Rose did as well, has him pretty motivated. So taking Rondo with the white pieces against Derrick.
Okay, I like that call. I think as well, I heard through the grapevine that Hikaru came away from that same set of games last night in the evening saying, okay, I've got a very strong partner. While it didn't work out for them in the head-in-hand portion, perhaps Rajon Rondo can show us what he's made of here in the one-on-one scenarios. I think probably no better place to start than that marquee matchup between Derrick Rose and Rajon Rondo. And then we'll do our best to take a view of as many games as possible. Of course, understand that, as Danny said, these are very quick time controls. So we also don't want to overwhelm everybody by jumping from board to board to board and just playing catch-up all of the time.
And especially in this Blitz format with just 5-minute controls, the openings to these games is going to be critical. Obviously, you want to establish good middle game to create a potential opportunity to execute your end game strategy, but that opening is going to be really key. And I think with a guy like Derrick Rose, he senses, hey, they were overlooked. He was partnered with Magnus. They got knocked out early. I expect him to come out kind of blades of glory to start this one.
I have a theory that these two were held back by their partners in the head-in-hand. I think just the pressure of playing alongside Hikaru, alongside Magnus. Nobody
I think a lot of people would say that Hikaru and Magnus's chess is the problem. Definitely holding back.
I was going to say,
now they'll be unleashed.
I'm sure.
I feel like David Howell gets to say what he just said, but some of us are not allowed to say.
Their partners have held them back. Hikaru and Magnus have been holding back people's chess for years. No, but I do agree with what you said, Jonah, that the opening stage is critical, mostly because of the time control itself. There are two ways that the opening stage will come back to bite you. On the board, but otherwise on the clock. If you spend too much time in the first 10 or 15 moves because you're uncomfortable, you might have a good position and it might not matter. You might not have enough time when it matters most. So that's going to be interesting to see who handles their nerves quickly out of the gate.
There's also, I think, a pattern that, again, I've recognized kind of around my level in chess, is that a lot of times players kind of fall into playing to the pace of their opponent. Right? And so that, again, I'll be really interested to see who in each matchup ends up being the one to dictate that. But, oh, my opponent's playing fast. Now I feel like I have to play fast to catch up, right? And so who is going to be that person who's got the confidence to move quickly and maybe, again, induce a blunder as their opponent just tries to, stay close on the clock. We have our first moves being made. Makes total sense to me that we're going to open up that dart squared bishop nice and early here for the white pieces. Rajon Rondo, very smart move. We're going to have a knight jump out in response.
We saw some hesitation there from Derrick. Now, the players did get some advice. For those of you who were with us just a few minutes ago, you saw all of the grandmasters, the top players in the room, doing their best to coach their former teammates in head-in-hand. Now they're on their own, flying solo out of the nest. I don't know if they remember everything that they were taught already. The nerves are going to get to them fast.
Was that an early Berlin defense with the knights coming out, David?
We'll call it that. It's the Berlin of position 867.
Berlin 867.
I mean, that will be the day somewhere down the line where we start having opening names for different freestyle opening.
No, we don't want that, because then Magnus will quit that too.
You're right.
We don't want openings for freestyle. We want it always freestyling. No, I'm kidding. But we've talked about that a lot. I think the players have said, when we do move on to the Grand Slam here in Vegas over the coming days, they've said that they're already recognizing patterns, how to approach positions with the bishops in the corner versus the knights in the corner, and all the different ways that you can think about a freestyle position. But it's completely different than opening theory, like the Berlin or others, and the players like that.
It's the Rondo Rose defense. That's
Ooh.
Rook out.
Oh,
doesn't feel right.
We're already delivering on multiple names. We got T-Fab earlier. Now we got the Rondo Rose defense. I love it.
Listen, if we're going to stick with real nicknames, for Derrick Rose, he was the Windy Assassin. So if he's able to knock out a couple of these pieces here, we'll start to have to invoke that nickname.
And I would call it an assassination if he takes down Rajan Rondo in round 1 here. I would say by chess rating, Rondo should be considered the favorite in this matchup. But still a very even board, as at least evaluated by the computers so far. I think it might be wise before games get too far advanced that we really quickly go check in with our newly crowned champion from the head-and-hand tournament in Grant Williams. He's going up against now one of our newcomers in Harrison Ingram. Didn't get the opportunity to play in that partnered event, and so this is our first look at his style of chess. And look at that evaluation bar, dead even, Danny Rand.
I like his style of chess. I'm looking at the position, and white is in good shape. That big bishop on h8 is a big pawn. Grant has not solved that problem. The eval bar says it's close to equal, which again is good for Harrison Ingram, shaking off the nerves given that he just got here. But I like white's position more than the computer says, and I'm pretty sure David would agree with me on that. And if we look at the clock, not too big of an advantage for Grant, so things going okay for Harrison right now.
And I think an advantage for Harrison is we talk oftentimes about kind of entering mid-season form, if you will, coming into a game with some momentum. You're already warmed up. Ingram's been playing in the Summer League the last several games. He's been getting runs up and down, so he's coming into this arena hot. He's already got a good sweat in. You don't need to activate any of those brain muscles. He's trying to operate in mid-season form right now.
Yeah, this position looks fantastic for white because the black queen trapped, the black bishop in the corner trapped, but we have to go back to that other marquee matchup because there has been a big game-changing blunder from Derrick Rose. This is the game position. He's down a whole piece. We see a trade here. White is going to recapture that bishop, but just to take it back and rewind, just 2 moves. In this position, the black knight on the edge of the board found itself dropping off after knight takes pawn, forgetting about this white queen lurking on the diagonal. He's simply a full knight down now, Derrick Rose.
But we should remind everybody that the Blitz is not single elimination. This will not be the last you will see of Derrick Rose in regards to the format, everybody. Buckle in. We're going to have multiple games by your favorite NBA players here. So even if Derrick goes down here, unlike the head and hand, it is not the last we will see of him.
Yeah, this is a Swiss-style format, so players, as they move from round to round to round, will match up against players with similar score lines. So winners try to face winners, losers face losers, and we'll continue to play things out. But yeah, what a find here so far from Rajan Rondo. Of course, it did come off of the back end of a blunder from Derrick Rose, but that's kind of what I was talking about with a position like this. You forget about those bishops and the queens that are already placed with such long sight lines. I think cross-board vision is a really difficult concept sometimes to maybe not even understand, but to see, right? If I'm looking at a board, I see that pawn, I'm only looking at these 3 files. You know, I'm not thinking about what's all the way over on the other side of the board, and in this case, it spells disaster for him.
Is that a thing, Jonah? Full court awareness? Because in chess, full board awareness is so important.
Oh, absolutely. And Rajan Rondo is probably the best at exhibiting that. This matchup reminds me of their epic 2009 NBA playoff series in the Eastern Conference. Rose was a rookie, scored 36 points in his first game in the postseason. It went to 7 games. 5 of those games went into overtime, in fact. It was a one-of-a-kind kind of a series. And to your point, it was the battle between the young buck and a still young buck in Rajan Rondo, just his 3rd year in the league, but he was trying to showcase something a little bit different. And what's cool is they both have different styles. Rose was more electric, athletic, powerful, and Rondo was very calculated, savvy, and that's how he's kind of approaching this game right now.
Look at this. We just heard it. Derrick Rose just getting confirmation. I talked about kind of how difficult the castling element can be based on the starting position. So he's just doing his due diligence, making sure he refers to the arbiter. Is this a position in which I can castle? And if I'm going to do so, is this the proper way to do it?
But he should have asked the arbiter what it was a good idea, because it was not a good idea. It hangs the rook. So Derrick does get castled. He was correct that it was legal, and the arbiter confirmed. Unfortunately, the king, in switching places with the rook, left the other rook undefended, and Rondo just continues to clean up there, to Jonah's point. Rondo was young in 2009, but he was already an NBA champion, right? So a little more experience there on the court, a little bit more experience right now on the board for Rondo. We talked to him last night, Hikaru and I, and asked when his when his obsession with chess started, and he is a Queen's Gambit on Netflix series convert. There's a lot of them.
Like so many.
But he's like, I watched the Queen's Gambit, and it's been all chess for the last 4 or 5 years. So Rondo is, I think he's underrated, and it's exciting to see him get a win here, and I know Derrick will bounce back.
Yeah, Rondo's playing smooth. At this point, looks like he might be able to kind of walk this one down to a victory, so I want to hop to another board. Let's go over to Tony Snell. He just took that loss in the final up against Grant Williams, but it looks like it's taken him no time to rebound here as he dives into that 1v1 Blitz Swiss stage, and he's got a commanding hold of the board here over Drew Gooden.
Yeah, this is a winning position for Tony Snell right now. He simply has an extra rook, now an extra knight to boot, and the black pawn is 2 squares away from promotion. And it's a resignation. Drew Gooden resigns.
We got there just in time. He's not going to make Tony Snell play out for it. He says, this is enough of a material disadvantage, and I know that your chess prowess, as I just witnessed it on the stage, would allow you to pilot this one to victory.
I do think we should give Drew Gooden a shout out, rocking an incredible bucket hat right there. You know, no one talks
bucket hats are coming back, by the way.
Bucket hats are coming back. No one talks about kind of chess attire, but I kind of like the unconventional approach. It didn't work out for him, but he's playing comfortable, and you have to appreciate that.
It's fun to see them just talk after the game. Obviously, for these guys, it's a good time, as you said, Jonah. You wouldn't see these types of smiles and handshakes likely after an NBA game. Certainly not a blowout game, which was what that kind of was. But for them to have a good time and learn as they play, that's what it's all about.
Yeah, we had the board up in our corner. Now we're going to pull it full screen. This is Daryl Morey sitting down in the arena up against Jeremiah Robinson-Earl, right?
Oh, my God.
That's a last-minute addition, I think.
Someone must have not shown up. Okay, so Daryl and I go way back, and I'm just going to, now that we're here, I'm going to completely out the whole conversation. Daryl has been begging to get into this event since it came together for a couple of months, and I told Daryl many times, you're not getting in the event because you're just too good, man. But here he is. He found his way in, and I think Daryl Morey is the instant favorite.
Well, he found his way in, but he also just found his way out of what was a kind of a tricky position. As we entered the board, he was in a quote-unquote losing position, but as you say, he just needs that one opening. He finds the fork on the king and the rook.
The one thing I'll say about Daryl is he doesn't like blitz. So Daryl is a 1600 rated player on Chess.com. He also loves freestyle, plays a ton of Chess 960. Oh my gosh, what's happening here?
Yeah, and look at the clocks as well. The players have no time simply. So can Daryl keep up the pace? He's getting checked left, right, and center. The black king in the middle of the board now, but only 10 seconds remaining. Oh, it's another check.
Yeah, that evaluation bar is swinging. You can almost forget that it exists at this point because it's about the time trouble, the time scramble. Both players trying to avoid any kind of blunders. A lot of pressure here for this black king.
That was a great move, by the way.
Wow.
From
Earl Robinson is Robinson Earl. I'm sorry. Is playing fantastic chess. He's playing so fast. He broke the DGT board, but that's a queen that just left the board. And he resigned, or Daryl lost on time.
And I was going to add, Danny, that to your point, you know, Daryl, he's one of the most analytically driven general managers in the NBA. This guy doesn't make he makes calculated risks, but he's a bold general manager, an intrepid approach to his job. He likes to have everything figured out. He's very forward-thinking and futuristic. I'm not surprised. He's doing some recon here. He's doing some scouting, testing their IQ. You know, I don't know if they're going to give him a Wonderlic test after, but this is his way.
Well, I still want to know what happened. Like, what was the result? Did Daryl win, or did he lose on time? I guess we'll find out soon. But, okay, couldn't agree more. And, again, Daryl played in the Indiana State Championship when he was a kid. He is a chess player, and a lot of his forward-thinking, calculation skills, bias toward the data, what does the math say before we make a decision, a lot of that comes from his analytical brain because he's been a chess player his whole life.
And talking of chess players, Magnus mingling here with the basketball stars. Really nice to see. Maybe giving some advice, maybe congratulating them on some of their results in that round. It was confirmed Daryl looks like he won just in the nick of time with a second left.
Yeah,
I think his opponent resigned. Did he resign?
Looks like it.
Is there a way to go back to look at that ending?
If I'm to believe what I see here, there's 1 second on the clock remaining for Daryl Morey after he had made that move, with 6 seconds on the clock still remaining for Jeremiah Robinson-Earl. So
Perhaps because he found himself playing bishop against queen, rook, bishop, he felt like resignation is the thing to go for, but there may have been an opportunity just to move some pieces as quickly as possible and take the victory on time.
It felt like the placement of his rook kind of had the king in lock and handcuffs there.
Well, no, but there's no denying it. The chessboard is over. Daryl Morey was completely winning here, but as far as the game, the time is part of the game, right?
Yeah.
And white certainly would have flagged black if they had just made a couple more moves. So a great show of sportsmanship to resign when you're in a lost position, but I'm not sure that Robinson Earl realized he was about to win the game on time.
And that's where I'll be curious if that's the immediate discussion that one of our chess pros is having with him right now. You know, hey, yes, it was a losing position, but let's not forget, you know, that the clock hitting 0 is another win condition in this sport. And so just be cognizant of that going forward. Either way, across our 6 games here, we had 3 players with the black pieces take victories and 3 players with the white pieces taking a victory. I'll just read a few of them out there. DeAnthony Melton falls down to Quinton Post, one of our picks as the strong singular players there. And here you can see the standings as well. It was, of course, Grant Williams, our champion from the head and hands, taking down Harrison Ingram. We had Tony Snell dispatching Drew Gooden. We had Rajon Rondo over Derrick Rose. We had Onyeka Okongwu over Paul Reed. Didn't get an opportunity to see that matchup, so we'll try and get a look at each of their games in the next round. And then, of course, Daryl Morey getting away with murder, perhaps, in the 6th matchup. But he will cruise to a 1-0 start. Yeah. Wait, I see a draw.
There was a draw
with Melton and Post.
It's listed as a win for me here for Quinton. So I want to double check and confirm that. Perhaps production can relay that to me. I'll believe the graphic for now that perhaps we did actually have a draw.
That would be a huge result for DeAnthony to come in cold, going up against Quinton, to be able to extract a draw against arguably the best NBA chess player according to ELO ranking. That's a solid start for DeAnthony. And as you've said, every player plays 5 rounds, so it's important to get off to that good start.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, at least according to the board, white had an extra queen and black had run out of time, so I don't think a draw was. DeAnthony had run out of time, so I'm not sure about the draw there. But,
yeah, and Quinton still has a minute and 10, so I think very unlikely.
So scratch what I was just saying then.
Well, I think the way you listed it originally, if we were to look at the matchups, knowing what we know about the players, both their ELO ratings coming in and then how they performed, I'm not surprised to see that. And I think that top half of the bracket will be facing off for most of the rest of the event. Not that we won't check in with all the games, but I think we see who some of the top dogs are. And again, my story with Daryl was kind of rushed because the time scramble was much more important. The drama on the board always takes precedent over the drama off the board. But there was real drama off the board. Daryl, okay, he just texted me here. No, he said, okay, I'm not going to say what he said. Okay, never mind. But
what a tease!
Daryl is unhappy with himself that he almost let that game go. Daryl, you're doing great. If you're listening to commentary, you found your way in, even though I tried to keep you out of this event. So
get your head in the game.
Luck.
And maybe we can show the last few moves there, just break down the drama that did just occur and how Daryl ended up winning, because the last move, I think, decided it. And it was pure panic from his opponent here. And this was the final position. White here with, 8 seconds on his clock, made a losing blunder, retreated his queen with a check. This looks clever, attacking the black king, but the queen is hanging on this square. This queen was simply recaptured, and Daryl here had 1 second to deliver checkmate within the next couple of moves. But I think it was just the shock from Jeremiah here. If he'd retreated his king, he probably would have won on time, and Danny would have been getting an even more angry text. But
Daryl doesn't get angry, to be clear. I'm giving him a little bit of coaching right now, reminding him to just trust himself and play quickly. But as I said, Daryl doesn't like blitz. So despite being the heavy favorite, I would argue coming in, he doesn't necessarily feel like he's the favorite because this is not his favorite time control. So game on. This is going to be a fun few rounds.
Bringing it back to that discussion or that point about the possible draw, we have confirmed with the arbiters there was no draw. So as we suspected, Quinton Post takes the victory there. So we'll get that fixed in our standings, but it also does mean then that we have 6 victors, 6 losers. That will make the pairing in the next rounds fairly easy because once again, in a Swiss system, you attempt to pair people with the same score
scoreline against each other. If that's not possible, then of course there's other ways to determine the matchups, but we'll have 1-0 players playing 1-0 players, 0-1 players playing 0-1 players in the next round.
Oh, I can't wait. Now, why am I nervous all of a sudden? I feel like now my very good friend and Daryl has entered the arena. Now I'm like nervous for Daryl, but this is going to be so exciting. And you called it, James. We are not going to be able to follow all 6 games in every round. So everyone, as a reminder, or those following along on one of the online platforms, find a link from one of our amazing moderators and head over to Chess.com if you want to choose your own adventure. Otherwise, we will go wherever James Dash drives the program.
Yeah, but and I'll take a moment though to laud Chess.com with what they've created here, because this is what I use. I'm staring at it right now, and I have access to all 6 boards, bird's eye view. At any moment, I can dive in for a closer look, work all of those moves back, try and figure out what went wrong. So it's a beautiful interface. It's very easy. You've got no excuses not to take advantage of it. So go check it out if you are extremely curious about just one pro player's journey. We'll continue to hop from place to place.
And I'm curious for both of you guys, again, when you're playing in a tournament setting, and let's say you know going into the day you're going to play 6 games total, how much of a confidence boost do you get from winning that first game, or do you feel like you gain a little bit of steam throughout the course of the day?
Anytime the chess questions come, I have to give to the grandmaster first. There's a hierarchy in this thing. So David goes, and I'll give my answer.
You're just going to refute whatever I say.
No, I'm not. Never.
I think, especially in a sprint like this, 5-6 games, it's important to get off to a fast start, mostly for the confidence. If you lose your first game, your head can get down, and often the opponents start to target you a bit more. They go a bit harder on you. But then again, different players, different preferences. Some prefer to kind of build into things, prefer the longer games just to get their hand in. But a fast start is always.
I was just going to say that I think it depends on the player. Different players tend to react differently to how they start. I, for one, was a very streaky player, so if I got off to a hot start, my chances of sort of punching up went even higher, and the opportunity to win the event not starting out well was usually not a good sign of things to come. And as I grew and became better as a chess player, that was a big challenge for me, was to stay present, to take it one game at a time. But I think different personalities struggle with that more than others. So,
Yeah, exactly. The other side of that coin, right? Some players, it can remove the burden. You take that first loss, and then there's kind of a nothing to lose attitude, perhaps, that is a bit freeing. I'm thinking Vidit in Grand Swiss, right? Drops first game and then just blows through the preceding rounds to ultimately qualify for the candidates. 2023? Am I getting that right?
Yeah.
Am I getting that right? Right? Yeah, you're looking at me.
I thought you were a League of Legends commentator. You just got here and you're busting out chess.
I've done a little bit of homework.
I love it, man.
I'm like, I hope you're looking at Danny. I know you're not looking at me.
Like, Jonah, do you not remember the 2023 candidates?
But by the next Chesstival, I will be looking at you, and I'll expect.
Absolutely. I'm going to be there in Cape Town if South Africa's the next place.
Okay, well, we've been waxing and waning on the games as of now. We've been buying time, of course, for the pairings to be decided. And now that everybody knows who they will be playing against, in just a moment's time, we'll be diving back into the playing hall, where we'll once again get a new starting position for each of these players before they do battle. So we're going to head in there to get that position lottery.
Welcome back, everyone. So the first round is in the books. We had 6 winners, 6 losers, no draws. That means the 6 players on 1 point are paired against each other. I believe we have a big matchup between Daryl Morey and Quinton Post that will be on the far left over there. And now, in order to draw the next position, I would like to welcome a legend of the chess game. Please give it up for Levon Aronian. Levon, are you ready?
572.
Position 572, Levon, thank you so much. I believe the gentlemen are going to start preparing, but maybe I can very quickly, Levon, after you have deposited the ball, get your opinion. You've been backstage a little bit. What have you made of the chess that you have seen so far in the Chesstival and the NBA event here?
The guys are pretty good. I'm really impressed. I mean, and they're learning very fast. So, yeah, it's wonderful.
Absolutely. A crossover between two worlds. Still plenty of rounds to go. Levon, thank you very much, and back to studio.
Thank you very much, Fiona. Thank you so much, Levon. Hoping he drew a position as spicy as the shirts that he wears. He always delivers when it comes to the fashion choices. Hopefully he delivers us a beautiful game as well. And I also know that Levon is the kind of person who is happy to tell you what he thinks. So the fact that he did just flat out say, these guys are good, that means something.
I was just going to say that's high praise coming from Levon. He's not a BS kind of guy. No. And it made my brain go to, I wonder what the ELO rating of our chess players would be on the court, right? Because these basketball players are performing very well here on the board. And I just keep coming back to wondering how good our chess players might be at basketball and what the rating would be the other way. I have a feeling it wouldn't be as high as some of the basketball players' chess rating is.
Well, what's interesting is if you dissect that even further, it's easy to kind of jump to certain conclusions about, okay, this basketball player plays this position. Perhaps as a point guard, it's going to naturally translate a little bit more. But what we're seeing with the evolution of basketball is a prerequisite to play in the NBA. You have to be able to orchestrate the offense regardless of size, regardless of position. So how does that translate to chess? Well, it translates in that all these bigs now are having to understand the same concepts as the point guard. They're going to have to be able to run the offense just as well as the guards from time to time. So the fact that we're seeing all of them different positions still thrive in this environment isn't a surprise to me.
Yeah, the game is more cerebral than it's ever been on the court. The expectations of the players is higher than it's ever been, which means chess is more needed than it's ever been to help align with all the things that chess does well for people in terms of critical thinking and thinking just a few moves ahead, so I love it.
I mean, it's brilliant, right? It's kind of a dance. It's a ballet. The orchestration of an offense, right? The orchestration of all your pieces, understanding the strengths and weaknesses of each of them, making sure that they're moving in concert with each other, in support of each other, right? You know, we never want a pawn to get too far off sides and ultimately be left for the taking with no support from anybody else. Or maybe we need that pawn to secure that knight onto a forward powerful square or something like that. But having that macro-oriented view, it's going to be, I think that's really an interesting insight that generationally there might be kind of a really distinct difference as the game of basketball develops that lends itself to better chess players.
And one of my favorite things that Magnus said a couple days ago leading up to this event when he was talking about the similarities between chess and basketball is the fact that you have constraints, literally physical constraints in both. You have a chessboard that's a certain size, you got a basketball court that's a certain size, and yet the best of the best understand how to create limitless opportunities, limitless space within a confined space. And to be able to allow these basketball guys now to showcase some of that same thought process on the basketball court to the chessboard is really fascinating to watch.
I love it and agree. And by the way, I love how good of a time they're all having. I love the audio, by the way. Shout out to the team for just getting us that feed, because the dialogue between Magnus Carlsen, Daryl Morey, and this group, this is pure gold. You can't get this content anywhere else.
Oh, we've got a pen out. They're taking notes. This is study hall.
Is that legal? I don't know if you can take notes before a game. I mean, we're going to get a fair play.
Arbiter's going to swing by. And
David, while they're analyzing, I wanted to get your thoughts. This is one of those unique positions where there is the potential for tactics early. I know your eyes are staring down that long diagonal where both white and black have the chance to open up the queen early. And this is one of those weird spots where I think we could get blunders soon if the players aren't careful.
100%. And I have a feeling that the players with the white pieces, this is the black team, we see the black table under the board. I have a feeling the players with the white pieces will be kind of not expecting any counterattacks. They'll be thinking they can get the front foot very early. This is the starting position, and the players were laughing about some tricks to do with these diagonals. Levon, Magnus, they were mostly talking about this move, a quick attack. Just to point out as well, this is position 5-7-2. Earlier today we had 5-6-6, and the only difference is that the knight and bishop have been shuffled. The pieces, and then on the other side of the board as well, a bishop and rook have been shuffled. So the players should be able
but that knight rook shuffle is huge because that pawn is hanging there, and this is, and by the way, just show that, okay, you can't guard that pawn by moving it because then the rook hangs behind it, right? If the pawn moves, now there's a rook hang, even bigger problems. And yes, this tactic, I'm assuming, will be pointed out by all the top grandmasters. There we see a wonderful view of Magnus as he leans over the board. But just because you don't blunder on the first opportunity, David, doesn't mean you won't blunder the second or third time it comes around. So I really think this position is going to have us on the edge of our seat quickly.
And it's just such a good illustration of how a simple swapping of two pieces can completely warp how you have to approach the game, right? If that bishop goes right back to the dark square or trades with the knight, all of a sudden that pawn's protected, and it's not quite the same opening tricks.
And just to point out one final reason the players were laughing is because Magnus and Levon were trying to trick the white players by pushing their pawn forward, allowing this pawn to drop. Then the black knight comes out, and they were saying, oh, if you forget, your queen might just be trapped in a variation such as this one behind enemy lines here.
So in this situation, if you're black, are you trying to create an asymmetrical board to white, given that, to your point, if you start out with the pawn on G4, that if you're gonna mirror that with a I'm trying to get the math right, B5 move, or even a B6, like, you can't completely create a symmetrical board.
Yeah, in this situation, because of the diagonal pieces moving from one end to the other, you can't respond to G4 with B5 in that way because of the tactics we were highlighting on the long diagonal. And so, yeah, there's a lot to think about that could go wrong early, and I love that line. It is one that tickles. You love when you see Levon and Magnus being tickled by a trick that is probably not going to happen on any of these boards, because that is the type of gambit, if you will, that takes an advanced player to see through. Although we'll see. Maybe one of the players took special notes. Maybe that's why we saw the pen. Maybe that's why we saw notes being taken so that they could write down that queen. I'm actually not kidding. Now that David pointed that out, I think that actually checks out as probably what they were notating.
Yeah, no, it's a good call. I also, different people have different ways of ingesting information. Funnily enough, that's one of my memorization tricks, is I write things out that I need to memorize, because I'm kind of doing it twice.
Like the 2023
I'm hearing the information, but I'm also writing it out. So.
I was teasing, like Vidit Gujrati's performance.
We were at that tournament, didn't you remember?
Oh, see, here you go. See, that's what I was pointing out. Oh, but hold on. Wait. Okay, knight to b3 is played by Daryl. He allowed the tactic against Q, and if Quinn doesn't get the queen out, the next move, Daryl will push the a-pawn. David's going to highlight it, and that queen is going to be trapped with bishop to d4.
Yeah, that is so sneaky, and the queen runs.
Okay, she gets out of dodge.
Okay.
Daryl shakes his head. He's like, oh, the trap didn't work.
Laid the trap. The trap was not sprung in time. But I like that we start on this board because we didn't get to see Quinton in his first round. While he did come away with the victory, Daryl Morey maybe got away with a victory in round one, but definitely two of our stronger players here. And right out the gate, I love to see maybe an attempt at the trap, but Quinton, a little bit too wise to it, isn't going to fall for it.
Darrow's blundered a second pawn, by the way. The black bishop has just snacked on another loose white pawn, so it's a two-pawn advantage as early as move 6 for Quinton here.
Yeah, it's a great start for Quinton, and now that he got the knight out, he is threatening to castle, which is a thing you actually say in freestyle because castling is such a big deal. There you go, David was highlighting it. If the king moves, the rook will hop over, and black will really be feeling the coordination in a good way in terms of solving your problems. Whenever you go pawn grabbing in an opening, I don't care if it's traditional chess or freestyle, the one thing you get worried about is that time you're losing because the queen made the extra journey across the board might come back to bite you. So if you get your king safe and you complete your development and you manage to steal those pawns in the process, you see that's why the engine and the computer really likes black here.
Yeah, 2 extra pawns, nothing wrong at all with Quinton's position, no weaknesses either. This is going to be an uphill struggle for Daryl, but at least playing quicker maybe than the last game.
So we've got the computer loving the black position on this board. I want to go to a board where the computer's instead loving the white position. That's Tony Snell up against Onyeka Okongwu.
And this one is interesting because, again, I think it just speaks to how difficult these positions are to analyze for players who are just so unfamiliar with the concept of freestyle chess. You could even roll it back, David, and we'll see. The computer's going to call out a lot of missed wins. Don't read into that too much, but again, I think it just speaks to, that we're going to see misplays, quote unquote, by the computer, but that doesn't necessarily mean that the game is over at any given moment.
No, we saw a mistake from Onyeka here. As early as move 1, the white queen can grab a pawn. This was missed by Tony, or maybe chose not to take this pawn here. But now the black king moves. This is even stronger, taking this pawn, but again missed. And it looks like we've had a few more moves. But
I'm not surprised, David, that this is the strategy for Onyeka, because the way that he defends in the NBA, he's going to kind of entice you to enter into the paint, and then he's going to swat shots. So he doesn't mind allowing white to gain center control early, because he feels like on the back end he can make up and cover some lost ground with some of these squares.
Yeah, so from here, I think as the board struggles to update, we're going to hop over to Grant Williams versus Rajon Rondo. Once again, both of these guys coming away with a victory in round 1. So touching all of our winners tables. This one a little bit more even by the evaluation. Not loving the most recent move here by Grant Williams with white. But how about that pawn structure on the right-hand side of the board? There's a lot of messiness here. I'm waiting for it all to break open.
Yeah, that's a standoff, and Grant is the one player so far out of everyone who's castling like game by game on a consistent basis. He's nailed it. He knows how to get his king safe, and as well as the clock handling, I think that's what has given him so much success. But he's 1 whole minute down right now, Grant Williams, as we see moves ticking in, but no updates at the moment. As here we see the players on the camera. A bit of nerves, maybe.
They're moving quickly. The board's not quite updating. We'll get to it, but I think the clocks are still accurate. So I do want to draw attention to the wait. No, they're not accurate because they just switched to a different view. And actually, Grant is the one up a little bit on time. Okay, so we'll figure that out before we draw any conclusions about what it means. But if the players are indeed deadlocked on the clock and the board, maybe now we're getting some accurate updates. What's going on?
David, is there a chance for, I was going to say, for Fianchetto there with the bishop along the H2 rank, but then the king just kind of slid over there? You could have held that large pawn, as Danny likes to say, in a pin position.
Yeah, the bishop's on the long diagonals is going to be a key factor for the rest of this game. Strange stuff happening to the board here in the meantime. Okay, we're getting updates very quickly of what's happened. We've seen a queen exchange.
Whoa.
We've seen a bunch of moves. This is the auto replay. This is, well, players playing super speedy, obviously.
Okay, but there was a rook hanging, and he got away with it. Okay, so Grant indeed got away with a big blunder there. The rook was on pre, as we say in chess, meaning it could be captured for free. But Rondo moved too quickly. I will say this. That seems to be his strategy, though. You see that Rondo, on every move, is trying to play as quickly as he can. I think he's aware that he maybe has a good chance against Grant if he can get an edge on the clock.
Ooh. Interesting. Chooses to defend. Oh, okay. That was...
what's going on? The king moves.
He touched a pawn, maybe could have moved that pawn, should have moved that pawn, because now the white king is getting kicked around, and not just that, but the white bishop is hanging as well. When the checks dry up, black will happily capture that piece. Grant in big trouble, maybe his first loss of the day.
King
he might
way
get
offsides.
checkmated.
He's on the run right now with that king.
Yeah.
Wow. Provocative.
He's playing deep. He's playing for the cherry pick. He's waiting for the the missed shot, the rebound, the lob down the court. Easy bucket.
Grant's a provocateur. If he feels threat, he'll get up in your face. Just ask
Exactly.
Jimmy Butler a couple years ago. He'll go nose to nose with you if he feels like he's got to change the outlook of his fortunes.
Mm-hmm. So there we see that bishop picked up. I mean, I think one of the really scary things, though, here overall for Grant Williams is the advancement of that black pawn and protected by the rook as well. That's just a threat that's going to loom throughout the course of the game. Now the knight's looking to infiltrate into the back line. This is difficult here for Grant Williams.
Yeah, we probably won't have time to show it, but there were real opportunities to maybe even checkmate Grant's king in the middle of the board there, and of course that's a hard thing for Rondo to spot. I see you smiling over there, David. We can't show every tactic. You got to let that one go.
There were some nice ones there.
But the G pawn will run, and James's point remains that black has a big advantage here. In fact, I really like this move, rook f8, if he just swings it down.
Mm-hmm. And in the meantime, Grant, this is definitely the kind of least confident we've seen him so far today.
Well, it makes sense. He's going up against the champion. This is the first time that he's really being tested with his back against the wall. Rajan's been here. He's done that. He's closed out a team. He closed out the Lakers in Game 6 in 2008. So he understands how to execute endgame right here. Grant is kind of on the run. He's not used to playing a stiff competitor like Rajan in this setting.
Ooh, and big moment. That was a forced win for Black there with some very clever moves.
Grant found the move there. Rook to G4. Getting behind the pawn is exactly where you want a rook in any ending for fans watching. That's actually, you saw why the E-bell bar switched up. Suddenly, the white rook is actually just dominating that black pawn. It can't move anywhere. And if we look at the clock, Grant's biggest advantage is now off the board and on time.
And the White King, though, is just, it's been on a journey. It's been a great piece.
Yeah, but the clock is such a huge factor. I think that's a brilliant call. It was what Judith said was the saving grace for them in their head and hand. And once again, he's using the clock to his advantage. And just like that, the eval bar swings the other way over the course of 30 seconds.
This is where experience does pay off. So Jonah highlighting the experience on the court, which is fair, but the experience on the board, I think, is in Grant's favor, not just today with the head and hand victory, but just overall. I mean, the fact that he held his own, managed to gain a time advantage that he has of more than a minute, and defend a completely lost position, I expect him to win this game now.
Although, still great moves here from both sides, as Black now is going pawn hunting. The Black rook about to capture some pawns, maybe with some checks. It's all about the clock.
Rook and pawn end games are so difficult, man.
Yeah, they're the worst.
Yeah.
They're the most common type of end game, unfortunately.
Yeah, exactly. That's the thing, though. Because look at this. Look at this.
Oh, no, he wanted to do a skewer. But that one move and Rondo is winning.
Goodbye to the rook.
He's only got 12 seconds to checkmate, though, here with Black. He's got an extra rook. He's about to make the queen. Will he have enough
time trouble. See, yeah, Grant Williams, he knows that time is a win condition here. He's going to keep fighting.
Well, wait, we have a
arbiter.
So do you opt to move the rook all the way to the 8th rank?
It's too late now because Grant got, the answer was yes, Jonah. That would have been the right call. But actually, he didn't take that opportunity. And the arbiter watching closely. But look at this. Talk about high-level chess. You know these guys care because they are making sure that all the rules are being followed and that whatever's going down is legal here.
Ooh, the black pawn did promote with a check. That was the key.
Ah, that's why. It was hard for us to follow based on what was actually going down, but
so Rondo has to move out of the way. Then the rook can slide back to defend the promotion square.
We're not getting an updated move because there wasn't an illegal move made.
Yes, because the arbiter had to come in. It did disrupt the board.
And the interesting thing is the fact that you have the rook and the queen double stacked. In a way, the queen is pinned because if it goes away, that white pawn, or no, because that pawn can keep moving. Yeah, that pawn can queen itself.
I want to let's listen in and hear the argument.
You said what I did? I did what? Your hand was on the piece, right? Let's run the tape. You're like, I hit that move.
Instant replay.
That's what I'm saying. Because you originally were here. I didn't move. Because I saw this. You were going to strike. Replay. Yeah, and I went here. And I take my hand off the piece. We need the replay. Let's need it. And technically,
you're out for the boxing glove.
Let's like it.
Like this.
They're calling for the replay. We got to send the arbiters under the hood. We don't have an under the hood.
Luckily for them, I have instant replay right here in the studio. No, I'm kidding. I have no idea what we're going to do here.
That's tough, but just maybe we can explain to people at home maybe what they're discussing. With not full information necessarily, it does sound like there's a discussion about, when the piece was moved versus when the clock was hit. And is there a specific rule or etiquette to hitting the clock with the same hand that moved the piece, or can you move the piece with one hand and hit the clock with the other? Is that the discussion?
Yeah, in official FIDE tournaments, you have to move and press the clock with the same hand, but I'm not sure how formal we're being here with that rule.
I think we're being on the far side of informal for a number of reasons. In FIDE Blitz tournaments, you also have touch move as a rule, which is that if you touch the piece, you have to move it. That is not a rule for the Chesstival Blitz tournament. The players are allowed to touch a piece and then change their mind. So already it puts you in a much more casual territory.
Yeah.
And then in general, you are supposed to hit the clock with the same hand you move with, because it is a very big advantage to be able to move and hit instantly. So at the same time, none of the players are doing anything unethical or in any way intending to to break rules or take advantage of anything. They're doing the best with the experience they have. And at the same time, I have no idea how to answer whether the clock was hit before Rondo let go of the piece, because it happened too fast.
Well, the good news, we got our arbitration team on it. So, yeah, they've got the replay. You can even see their iPad in tow. So probably going to look at some of the replays and ultimately make a call. Of course, you saw the highlights there roll out. That's because the rest of the games have found their way to a conclusion. Again, we're playing 5-0, so the games will ultimately end. I can maybe work through some of those results. We did have Quentin Post coming out on top against Daryl Morey, and that's going to be a big victory for him, moving to 2-0. And then, of course, in our other winners matchup, it was Tony Snell that came out on top, if I'm to believe what I see here, over Okongwu. So those two guys moving to 2-0. The question is, which of the two from this pairing will join them in the undefeated section of the bracket?
What I'm finding so entertaining is the fact that I'm just glad to see that the NBA players have found a different referee to jump on.
I was just going to say, it wouldn't be an NBA event with the players not complaining to the refs and there being some sort of challenge now that we have instant replay review in the NBA. So I'm all about it. Let's do it.
I know they've been bottling up this emotion for hours, and finally they have a chance. You can see Rondo, he's pleading his case.
Yeah, we can listen in. I love this too, because this is now the chess world is having to come against. So, okay, well, yeah, what happens in a situation where we're challenged like this?
I mean, obviously we're kind of teasing, but the players are. If our arbiter doesn't have his wits about him, you're dealing with NBA players who are used to negotiating. They wouldn't call it complaining. They are lobbying for their side of the story, and NBA players are used to doing that. And I think until they see definitive proof and/or are overruled in some way, I think that Rondo and Grant both want it. That's their job. They want to get a victory, so they're going to plead their case.
You don't get to the positions they are in their lives without being the ultimate picture of competitor.
And you love to see how much, to your point, how much they care.
Yeah.
Like they wouldn't be arguing for this long if they just wanted to kind of resign and move on to the next round. No, they've been learning. They've been trying to apply what they're learning, and they're trying to complete the job. And it's great to see how competitive they are with one another.
Okay, I've just received word. Clock's being reset, probably based on the replay to the time where they feel like, we'll call it a dead ball state, if anything.
The thing is,
timeout. He's going to timeout. Look, I love it. He's going to timeout.
Coach, you can start to challenge under 2 minutes in an NBA game. You have to wait until under 2 minutes. They had to wait until we were down to the final ticks. Now everything is under replay. That's a sprint to the finish now.
All right, let's listen in here, because they're going to dive right back into this game with extreme time pressure. So the clock's going to get reset.
Rajan's going to have around 8 seconds to deliver.
By the way,
mate,
because remember, it was 8 seconds.
That is the challenge. He's completely winning with an extra queen and an extra rook. But he needs to get his head in the game. He needs to be quick.
Does he have enough time?
Yeah, we don't even know how much time he officially has after the arbiter's ruling. We'll find out probably in a second.
Yeah, I think David's guesstimation will be close to accurate, somewhere in that 8-second range, some single-digit number. So it won't be easy. He's got the tools to do it. Here we go. Right into it we go. Slides the rook over for a quick check.
You got to check.
The king's just dancing at this point. How do you find
checkmate on the board if he finds queen e8? He doesn't find it. Checkmate 1 was on the board. Oh. That's checkmate. He's checkmated. That's
checkmate. Oh, he is checkmate. It's finished.
Checkmate. Oh, his queen is gone. Yeah, it was 1 at a time. Absolutely not.
I can do it 1 second.
Grant's in disbelief. I love this competitive side of Rajan. This is what I'm talking about, guys. He's a champion for a reason. This guy knows how to get the job done.
And by the way, his phone rang in the middle of the match.
Excuse me, I got to get this.
He's calling his publicist and his PR team saying, hey, let's add this onto the pedestal. I love it.
What an incredible finish there with just 8 seconds or so on the clock. We wondered if he could find it. He does. He gets the nod from Derrick Rose as well. Let's get a replay here of these last few moves if we can.
as it broke down, this is just the best seat in the house, right off the side of each of these. But you can see the difficulty looking for which piece is it going to be. He finds the queen in the last moment. The king moves to an ill-advised spot. Rook slides over, and unfortunately, not a legal move to move that king back because the square was protected by that queen. Checkmate. Wow. Look at the celebration. He's jazzed, man. He's gassed up.
That's an NBA post-game celebration right there. These guys care a lot. Grant knows that he let it slip because he was very close to flagging. And I think if those guys play 10 games, I do think Grant is the favorite. But Rondo got the job done.
Yeah, in dramatic circumstances, but maybe we'll show the end of that game on a board in a moment just to reiterate the fact it was checkmate that ended it, but ultimately drama, and what chess tournament basketball game is complete without that drama.
Yeah, so when we can maybe pull that board up just to kind of work through the final pieces so people can see it maybe from the perspective they're used to, the digital board, as opposed to the bird's eye view. This is our overall standings here. Of course, you've got 3 players sitting at 2-0. It's Tony Snell, it's Quinten Post, and Rajan Rondo. Then we've got a whole bunch of players now who are sitting in 1-1 positions, and then a couple players sitting at 0-2, still searching for their first victories of the day.
Well, look at the dancing Dutchman, Quinten Post, right there in the number 2 spot, off to a quick start. Again, he got those extra reps in last night. Favorable, start to the opening rounds for him. Good start for him, and of course your boy Derrick.
I was just going to say he took down the highest rated player in the event. Quinten Post was the highest rated player in the event until the last minute fill-in of Daryl Morey, general manager of the Philadelphia 76ers, sits in, and there you go. Daryl, he's got his work cut out for him because, as I said, Blitz is not his favorite time control. So despite his 1600 ELO on Chess.com being higher than Quinten Post, fast time controls are not his thing.
Yeah, and with a person like Grant Williams just taking a loss, that could very well be your next matchup, right? So you're not necessarily looking at much easier opponents in your next round, quite possibly.
And David Rose off to an 0-2 start. If you're Derrick right now, what are you telling yourself?
Well, it's tough. It looked like Derrick was getting involved a bit towards the end. He was enjoying that drama, but yeah, you just have to forget things. You have to shake it off. He loves chess. He loves it so much that I think he'll be enjoying the moment. But in the meantime, just a quick action replay of these final moves.
Let's take a look at it. So a reminder to everybody that we kind of had a pause down as the arbitration team came in because there was some discussion around the clock and what were legal moves. This was about the position of the board when we jumped back into the game with mere single digits. You see 10 seconds on the clock there for Rajan Rondo. David, take it away. Walk us through how he found that checkmate.
Yeah, so first of all, this is where the initial controversy lay. White here, Grant Williams didn't realize he was in check. He tried to promote a new queen himself. This was an illegal move, so they had to take it back and continue again. When things recommenced, 10 seconds for Rajan Rondo. He, here in this position after the white king moved, first gave a check. The white king stepped in front of its pawn. He gave another check. This was where he started to panic. Danny pointed out that he could have delivered checkmate immediately by bringing his queen to the e8 square. The white king trapped. Instead, he gave a different check, and with 1 second left, he found the checkmate. A bit of panic first, but this ended the game. The rook check, nowhere to go for the white king, as Grant Williams tried to move his king. That's where the arbiters stepped in to point out it was illegal. This square covered, the escape covered by the black queen.
So great find in the final moments. Rajan Rondo moves to 2-0, continues an undefeated streak here in our 1v1 Swiss style format. Before running through this replay, we're talking about Derrick Rose falling to 0-2. You asked maybe what Derrick Rose is thinking. I want to know what maybe Magnus Carlsen is saying to him, because that game was actually really swingy. We didn't get to watch too much of it. We were focused on some of our top-of-the-table matchups. But between Harrison Ingram and Derrick Rose, they were winning chances on both sides all throughout. So I think, if anything, that's what I would hope someone like Magnus or one of the other chess pros is saying to him, that, okay, sure, the result didn't end up in our favor, but if you were to go back through that game, there were many winning chances. We just need to find one of those in the future game and capitalize this time around.
That's 100% what he's saying, and the reality is it's the same advice you would give a top grandmaster in this spot, because you're in the moment, you're still in the thick of the event. You have to focus on what's positive, what is working, so that you can try to get more out of that in the next game. There are opportunities to review the tape. There are opportunities to go back to the drawing board and consider if there was something larger wrong to your approach, or just you need to work on your end game or your tactics. But now is not the time for that. Right now is the time for zen and mental health work when you're in the middle of the event to keep yourself focusing in the moment. So I'm sure Magnus is saying the things I would say, which is like, hey, you could have easily had that game. You're right in this. Don't focus on what happened at the end. Focus on the fact that there were a lot of things going well.
And I don't know if we'll get time to show it maybe a bit later in the day, but Derrick Rose, he did play one of the moves of the day in that game. Despite the fact he went down to defeat in the end. He had a winning position. He found a glorious, beautiful move, but ultimately wasn't enough.
Okay, well, yeah, well, that may be where I put you on the spot at the end of the day to show a move of the day. Perhaps that move will find its way back around. I'm told about 45 seconds to go. Of our 3 2-0 players, is anyone starting to separate themselves? Are we feeling like there is a real front runner?
We didn't get it to look at the end of the game between Daryl and Quinton, but to me, anyone who beats Daryl Morey, who is significantly higher rated than a lot of the other players in the field. Also, we knew that Q was one of the favorites coming in anyway, so the pedigree going into the event spoke for itself, and he's getting the job done. So I think that Quinton right now, of course, we haven't seen how Tony's playing, but I feel like Quinton has got to be someone that we're looking at to win it.
And I also feel like Tony deserves a little bit of credit, too. This is a guy that reached the finals in the head-in-hand competition, got close, already off to a quick 2-0 start. Again, Lethal Tony or Snell, what was the nickname you gave him, David?
Well, I liked T-Fab. Let's just stay with T-Fab. Yeah. Stop with that.
In any event, like right now, he's shooting at 100% from the three-point line. That's all you could ask for.
He's crushing it. He's absolutely delivered, and that will be our marquee matchup. Quinton Post against Tony Snell, 2 undefeated players so far. The players are just about ready to find out what will be the makeup of the chessboard as they dive into their 3rd round here. So back out to the stage we go for the position lottery.
Thank you very much. Welcome back. This is already round 3, and in round 2 we saw our first bit of drama. Give it up for Mr. Rajan Ronda-Rousey, who checkmated his opponent with just 1 second to go. Commiserations, Gran. So yeah, Rajan, Quinton, and Tony are the 3 players on 2 out of 2 on board 1 over there. We'll see Quinton against Tony. And in order to draw the next position now, I would like to welcome to the stage, he's a 4 times US champion. Give it up for Fabiano Caruana. Position 482, and Fabiano, you were actually playing in the head-in-hand tournament with Tony Snell. Tell us, what was your impression, not just of Tony, but of all the players here?
It was fun. I mean, we had a good team. Tony was playing really well. You know, we were like 1 step away from winning. But I'm really proud of our team. I think Tony did a great job. I had fun. You know, it's a bit painful to lose at the last minute, but I still had a lot of fun.
Do you think Tony can win this whole thing?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, definitely. He's really good. I told him that if he's wants to take up tournament chess, like competitive chess, I think that it would, he's already ready for that.
Fantastic. Well, we'll see. He has a big matchup coming up against Quinton right now. The players will get 5 minutes, as always, to prepare. Best of luck, gentlemen, and back to the studio. Thank you, Fabi.
Thank you so very much, Fiona. Into the next round we go, round number 3, and it's position 482, which will be the battlefield for this one. Once again, we got bishops tucked in the corner. We got queens as well that kind of have long sight lines, so very dangerous diagonal as we're looking from the left-hand side of the board to the right-hand side of the board. But this time around, it looks like a more traditional setup to a degree on the right-hand side of the board, where the rook is established where it would normally be, followed by knight, bishop.
Yeah, the right half of the board is fully traditional chess.
Yeah.
But it's just that queenside, we would normally call it the left half of the board, that they need to figure out what to do with.
Yeah, now we're seeing Rose, Harrison Ingram, Snell, and Grant kind of talking strategy here. Obviously, a couple of those guys in desperate need of a win to climb up the leaderboard. So I'm curious to see. And obviously with Fabi, he's so used to playing and dominating in the classical kind of format, but trying to instill and impart some wisdom in this blitz setting.
He's leading the way. He's giving his thoughts on how both sides should open up the queen side first. What they're highlighting is moving the pawn in front of the queen, which is easy to follow there with the chessboard on your left. Pushing that pawn forward either 1 or 2 squares not only gives the queen some room, but actually opens up the bishop next to the queen on the long diagonal. So there was symmetry there, Jonah. You talked about whether there was an opportunity for symmetry in the last game, which there really was not because of the tactics. But here, there's a chance, I would bet, that both sides maybe start with the pawn in front of their queen first. David, what do you think?
Yeah, I think symmetry is going to be the name of the game for the first 3 or 4 moves. Beyond that, anyone's guess. But the pros will definitely be advising kind of how to develop that left half of the board. But Fabi, very.
This is so typical of Fabi, though. Even when it's we're in the main event and it's all of the the top GMs in that circle together, he is usually one of the most willing to offer up ideas, push that conversation forward, and really try and get as many people involved, while others, the likes of Gukesh, often opting to sit entirely on his own and just evaluate the position for himself. So I'd like to see that Fabi is still treating this at the very same way that he would treat his own matches in preparation.
Well, and he's happy because his partner from the head and hand, basically his student for the day, if you will, for the weekend, is performing extremely well, right? Tony actually came over and sat next to Fabi and was kind of fanboying. Tony was fanboying Fabi, just like, hey, I'm so excited to be here. I mean, these guys are here because they love chess. Yeah. They wouldn't be here otherwise. And just hearing them talk about the event, talk about their strategy, it was actually really fun to kind of be sitting in and pretending that I wasn't eavesdropping, but, we were all right there. So, no, I think Fabi is super motivated to help Tony at this point.
Poor Quentin Post, we gave him a 1.5 tall table. he's got to bend all the way down just to see.
Honestly, I'm just going to say, talking to Quentin last night, I think threw out my neck. Like, honestly, like just talking to him in the restaurant for like 10 minutes about his openings was like, my neck was hurting.
Trust me, I felt it on the stage there. Turning to interview those guys, I was like, normally I'm working with people who are right about my height, but I'm 5'8", looking up at anyone 6'6" to 7 foot tall, which is basically all these guys on the stage. And yeah, I might be feeling it in my neck in the coming days.
Well, I told Onyeka and Harrison when I slid in between them, I was like, well, they want me to stand here to be seen, although standing next to you guys, I don't think I'm going to be seen right now. And they kind of were like, yeah, I don't really know what you're thinking. I got lucky with Quentin last night. We were at the same table for dinner, so the eye level was a little bit easier. But standing next to Drew Gooden, for instance, yeah, you're going to crane your neck a little bit.
So who's the tallest? Is it?
I think it's Q. I think
Quentin at 6'10", 6'11", depending on if he's wearing basketball shoes. When they list it on NBA.com, they always give him an extra inch, and then in real life, maybe it's.
Is that a known? Is that an accepted?
Kind of known thing. The craziest examples, though, are when you have these point guards that are 6 feet, but they're listed at 6'2", 6'3", so that during the scouting combine, they're listed as a more attractive potential prospect.
Although I'll say, I've watched Rondo during his whole career, and when you see him next to forwards and centers, you think he's a little guy, right? You think he's small, and then you stand next to him, and you're like...
He's 6'1", right? He dwarfs us.
But he's
on the basketball
his
court.
Presence too physically. I mean, these guys are just the winners of the genetic lottery, if you will. I mean, they are. Yeah.
The only guy that you stand next to him and maybe you feel like we're comparable is Trae Young. Fantastic player. He's a legit 5'11", kind of scrawny, more like 170. That seems more relatable, right, if you will.
So chess players lying about our ratings, I guess. These basketballers with their height.
And I'm curious for chess players, for athletes, there's certain exercises they do to prepare, whether it's to activate their muscles ahead of time. They go on certain diets. They got to eat certain things. Is there a kind of, not necessarily a diet, but nutrition regiment that you guys as chess players have to follow or have been following to optimize performance?
Yeah, I mean, I think for every player it's different. Some take their physical fitness and health more seriously, or maybe engage with that more than others. But I think all of these guys here are treating their bodies very well. And in terms of managing their meals, managing their sleep, they all have nutrition supplements. I mean, I was with Fabi hanging out in his hotel room a little bit before the game today, and his list of omegas there, and he's got some creatine going on, and he's got some theanine, and he's taken a lot of supplements to keep himself dialed in. And I'm reading the back of his protein bars. There's no corn syrup in it. I'm like, my boy here, you're taking care of yourself. So Fabi is, okay, what's going on here? Okay,
fireworks.
Fireworks on the board right away. I'm away from the physical fitness onto the board, and we have got blunders galore.
Yeah, I wanted to start here because these are our two 0-2 players, though, who are still fighting for that first victory. So we have Derrick Rose up against D'Anthony Melton here, but like you said, it's kind of blunder following blunder. So let's work it all the way back to that first move of the game here, David, just so people can remind themselves of the starting position. We get that early pawn push. That was expected. Here comes the symmetry, but just like that, we're going to move out of symmetry, and that's where the question marks start coming in.
Yeah, unfortunately for Derrick, though, here the rook hanging in the corner wasn't spotted, and it was actually loose for the next few moves. This radar here, unfortunately, this rook just not in his vision, and ultimately he dropped his own rook in the corner, the black rook, and when we catch up with the live position, here we go. It is with this queen swooping in as well. It looks like D'Anthony about to take the win.
Yeah, D'Anthony is playing really well here, and Derrick, unfortunately, if you have a couple games that don't go your way, it can get you down a little bit. Maybe he's feeling a little dejected right now, but not seeing all of his opportunities for sure. And chess is a game that requires full board awareness. You know, the moment you get the rebound, you have to look up the court and see everything, or you will miss opportunities. And in this case, the long diagonals are haunting Derrick right now.
Yeah, I think speed as well. He was playing super quickly, but just not kind of knuckling down and realizing that there were big opportunities, which is hard at any level. But,
well, he's typically played at one pace.
Yeah.
He's a speedster. He's flying up and down. So I'm not surprised that he's playing at this pace.
Yeah, well, right now the pace is being relatively matched. He has a small time advantage there, Derrick Rose, so perhaps as the game winds on, he will be able to use that to his advantage. But I'd like to kind of work our way up the standings, if you will. We're going to jump over to Grant Williams versus Jeremiah Robertson Earl. That one, a moment ago, actually looked to be in favor just slightly of Jeremiah. Now it looks to be ever so slightly swinging the other direction. But as we can see, far fewer pieces have come off the board. Going back to that word you used earlier, congestion right now here. Kind of all the pieces pointing towards the middle.
And I'm also just curious to see from a competitive perspective how Grant bounces back after that narrow defeat in the last match against Rondo. You know, is he going to come out a little bit more conservatively? It looks like, you know, retreating with that knight, or pardon, he's black, so he's pressing forward with those pawns, trying to apply a little bit of pressure right now off the bat against JRE.
Yeah, he seems to be bouncing back nicely. He's up on the clock, and I like black's position here. Things can always backfire, especially when there's a bishop on A1 hitting, okay, the long diagonal there, but white chooses to trade it away, and that's probably in Grant's favor, as long as he doesn't get his king in too much trouble there.
Yeah, we got here just in time to see all the tension broken and all the pieces start flying off the board.
Exactly, speed. The big difference, the reason the eval bar likes black is because black has an extra pawn, and wow, great move there from Grant Williams, setting up a threat against the white queen, which is undefended. Not just that, but the bishop undefended. There's going to be a check either way, and the white king being checked will lose time. And
Johnny, you know what that means? He's been doing his puzzles.
Yeah, that's right.
Soon,
puzzle completed.
Ooh, nice. Nice.
We'll see. But the rook slides over to defend.
Yeah. But if Grant sees he can take,
he can still do it. Exactly.
Because it's a check on the white king, then the queen hangs in the end. That's an intermezzo. We call it in-between move. You play a move where you unleash the attack of another, and white would love to safeguard the queen, but you can't because your king's in check on G1. So you have to deal with the knight first. I don't know if Grant sees it, though. I'm looking at his hand. He's looking at other pieces. He doesn't see it. He backs up his king.
Okay, but is Jeremiah aware of this persistent threat? Because it could sit on the board for a while if he doesn't recognize that his queen is just one move away. He does. Look at that.
Nice defense there. Nice spot No second chance there for Grant Williams to capitalize. Intermezzo, by the way, great book there, Danny.
But he still had an opportunity with that. Oh, no, with the rook underneath. Pardon.
By the way, we should give Robinson Earl some credit. Remember, he almost beat Darryl in the first game, if not for resigning in a position where he probably could have flagged Darryl if he wanted to. And now the fact that he obviously rebounded and got a win, I don't remember who he beat in the second round. But, okay, Grant's position is better here. But Robinson Earl emerging as a little bit of a dark horse here, given how he's playing. And I think he saw that discovery on his queen and moved her to safety. That wasn't an accident.
Yeah, he's really played exceptionally. In that last round, just to put a name to it, he took down D'Anthony Melton to move to 1-1, and now he gets to challenge Grant Williams here. Still has a bit of a mess he's got to work his way out of. But yes, I love you highlighting all the different threats on the board right there. This is a very messy game.
That's big boy chess right there. I mean, seriously, Bishop. Oh, and Grant blunders. See, look, you could argue Grant didn't have to blunder, but when you put your opponents in tough spots, that's how they make mistakes. That's what Magnus Carlsen does better than any chess player in the world. And you could argue, well, his opponents didn't have to blunder. Yeah, but they blunder all the time because when you put pressure on people, they make mistakes. And I really like how Robinson Earl handled that whole series of moves.
I mean, Jonah, you can probably speak to that same kind of a thing happening on the basketball court. There are just certain players who apply an amount of pressure that can be overwhelming. It puts either defenders in bad spots or vice versa. As a defender, I apply so much pressure, I'm going to make you make a bad decision.
And that's the reason why coaches often employ full court presses, is to kind of fatigue these athletes, get them to make uncharacteristic plays. JRE is someone that has a lot of length. He normally is coming into the game really fresh. And so his length kind of right now with some of those pawn structure situations had maybe caused Grant Williams to mistake a couple of those moves.
These guys still locked in battle. We're going to hop over to our marquee matchup. A reminder that that's our undefeated players in Quinton Post versus Tony Snell. And as we hop over to that board, you're going to see the eval bar well in favor of Quinton Post. As quickly as we get there, I'm going to hand things over to David Howell. Help us understand how we got here, what's going on.
Yeah, key moment there, just as we've jumped in. Quinton Post rejecting a queen trade. The white queen could have captured the black queen. We would have gone into an endgame, just rooks and pawns. That would have been level. But keeping the queen on the board was key. Look at this, given an exclamation mark. That means it was a great move. And simply, the rooks are lining up here. Maybe there's even a sacrifice. You can give up your rook for this pawn and open up the black king. It's all about the firepower of the queen and rooks.
If Quinton finds that, I'm just like, we're giving him the trophy. Let's write the check. Give it. Okay, he finds rook g3, which, by the way, is also very good. But rook takes h5 was, I believe, probably the best move from the Asian. That's why there was a little bit of a slide. And here it is again. There's a second opportunity if Quinton finds his way to blow open the black king side.
It might be easier for him to find now because he's got ownership over that side of the board. All of his pieces are already there. The defenders aren't quite in place. So this would possibly be the time to do it.
Ooh, not quite, but still very, very strong. What a move.
Great move. In the NBA, we call that overloading the side, right? When you feel like you have an advantage, you direct a lot of your players to one side of the floor. Sometimes it creates openings on the other side, but oftentimes it creates more advantageous situations. You've got kind of an even number.
And he finds it.
He did it!
It's a good analogy, Jonah, because it's exactly how we refer to it in chess. You overload one side of the board. We call it a flank. That gives you chances like this. We see the emotes on the board crashing through. There is a forced checkmate for Quinton here in a couple moves as long as he sees it through.
This is just stellar chess play. I'll remind everyone, too, that every single pawn was on the board still when we joined in. That's pretty abnormal, I'd say, for players around this level at times. But for him to be able to navigate what felt like still a very closed structure, find that exact moment where the sacrifice can come into great effect. I mean, he's playing brilliant chess, and he's making a great case to be the only 3-0 player.
He resigns or he loses on time because there was no place to go. Blocking with the queen, as Quinton just shows him, would have been checkmate anyway. And Q moves to 3-0.
Oh, that was so impressive. We have to remember, too, with a guy like Q, so in the U.S. Chess Federation, so he ranks 22nd out of 271 players. That's the 92nd percentile in the state of California. This guy, we did not play him up enough. He's got a lot of big game experience, and as you said, the only 3-0 player so far.
Yeah, and it looks like just as that first marquee matchup ended, we hopped on over to check in here on how Drew Gooden was managing up against Rajan Rondo. And as far as I can tell, he did come away with the victory. Perhaps perhaps on time, as I'm seeing Rajan's clock hit 0. And so perhaps we can get the board up and see how kind of the final moves came into play to put Rajan Rondo in that kind of time trouble.
So Rondo representing the Eastern Conference, 3-0, and Quinton representing the West.
Rajan just fell down.
Oh, he fell down.
He just fell
he
down.
lost.
Time trouble. That's the second game right in a row. He's a little bit in time trouble. He got away with it in the last one.
Yeah.
This time around, though, it didn't seem like he was able to do it. Here we have the board up. Maybe David can just walk it back a few so we can kind of see how these final moves played out, because it's clearly not a checkmate situation.
Yeah, just the last half dozen moves here. Already, Drew, here is doing very well, but after this blunder from Rajan, already in a difficult spot on the clock, we saw the white king position just collapse. This was a check, and everything started falling. The knight fell, and for Rajan, unfortunately, there was no way home. More pieces dropping off the board, and this was the final position. In an attempt to make this move, bringing his queen in, he lost on time. And yeah, I think hopeless on the board anyway, so a great game by Drew.
Yeah, not looking good on the board, plus just too many pieces, right, and too little time, right? So you would never have had enough time to really wriggle free of the death grip that Drew Gooden was able to lay down. So we had Quinton Post coming out on top. He moves to 3-0. We had Fabiano, the one who stepped on stage to make the draw and even give quite a nod to his partner in the head and hand, and Tony Snell, who unfortunately fell down to Quinton Post. But Derrick Rose still hunting for his first victory of the day. That was the first matchup that we took a peek into, but ultimately DeAnthony Melton did come out on top. So for himself as well, entering in the second half of the day, didn't get to participate in head-and-hand. Now he sits at 2-1. He's quietly creeping up the leaderboards.
And he's one of those guys where, again, if we bring it back to an NBA game, you can lose sight of him. You're game planning for other players that you think are going to do more direct damage, and yet he's someone that's a two-way player, elite defensively, can create havoc, also can spot up and hit the three. So you kind of lose sight of him. He's kind of that utility knight. You forget he's just placed right in the middle of that board and doing a lot of damage.
I like it. He's the knight. Knights are hard to track, man.
Knights are tricky.
Knights are tricky.
You're right. He's sneaky. We'll see what he can do with a 2-1 score. It's not out of the question that he could win the whole thing. I'm just sitting here, by the way, just so impressed with Quinton in terms of how he dismantled Tony Snell's kingside there. That was surgical, and the sign that he's going to be a very hard guy to slow down here.
Absolutely the guy to beat, and we can pull up the standings to prove that very point as we take a holistic view of the entire field. There you can see only one player sits with 3 wins to his names, and that's none other than Quinton Post. He's followed closely, though, by players the likes of Tony Snell, Rajan Rondo, Daryl Morey, Grant Williams. We got Drew Gooden and Harrison Ingram, all of those guys with 2 wins. So to your point, Danny, really nobody's out of the picture just yet, as we have a couple of rounds to play. Of course, we have a couple winless players in Derrick Rose and Paul Reed still kind of hunting for their first one. We'll see which one of them can come out on top as we dive back in for our 4th round of the day.
But we should clarify, it's winner take all in terms of the charitable prize money. Grant Williams and Judah Polgar already won the head-and-hand, so that's $25,000 to the Grant Williams Family Foundation. Grant not out of the question still to take home all 50 grand, but these guys, of course, are playing for pride. They're playing because they love chess. They're playing because they are just thrilled to rub shoulders with their heroes, guys like Magnus Carlsen and Hikaru Nakamura. But I think they also would love to take home $25K for their charity. A lot of these guys have their own foundations. So somebody has to slow down Quinton. That's my long-winded way of saying, as great as the scoreboard looks with a bunch of guys at 2 points, you have to slow down the guy leading the way, or it won't matter.
Yeah, you've got to slow him down, and if I'm to believe the pairings that I'm seeing in front of me, it would be Grant Williams right now that I'm looking at, who has to be the one to do it in this next round.
Yeah, Quinton was the one. He scored the 3-pointer. 3 points now, 3 out of 3. And I think Grant needs to bring his A game. Yeah. He needs to do something special to take him down. Quinton just in that game, so impressive. Just the way, first of all, as we bring the board up, to dodge this queen trade, which is not obvious at all, but to realize the queen is the piece that's going to give checkmate, to retreat, and as we fast forward, just this kind of explosion of the black king side that he'd set up from a mile ago. Just incredible. Rook takes pawn and ending the game with a beautiful checkmate. Quinton, he's got to be a favorite despite Grant's success earlier today.
Well, luckily for Grant, he's also someone that has proven he can step up in the biggest moments. Game 7, second round of the Eastern Conference semifinals a couple years ago, hit a record 7 3-pointers to knock out the Milwaukee Bucks and Giannis. Like, this is a guy that when the chips are down, he understands how to raise his game a little bit.
Well, not only do I agree with you on his performance on the court, but we should also remember he won the head-in-hand with Judith, and he was close to being 3-0 as well,
Yes.
right? He did lose to Rondo, but that game could have gone the other way. So if we had to pick one person in the field, again, putting my boy Darryl to the side because he's already played Quentin, he had his chance and he went down. So if there was someone else I would pick going into round 4 that everyone else with 2 points is rooting for, because they all want him to slow down Quentin, it would be Grant Williams.
And I think when the chips are down is an apt analogy. We're in Las Vegas for this Chesstival event. We'll see if right now Grant Williams can be the guy to hand the very first loss of the day to Quentin Post in our 1v1 Blitz tournament. We're back into the player hall once again, where Fiona is going to take us into that position lottery. Take it away.
Thank you to you guys back in the studio. Welcome back, everyone. 3 rounds have been played so far, and we have a leader, a sole leader, on a perfect 3 out of 3. Good up for Quentin Post, the leader so far. So far, I'm getting some looks here. Mr. Grant Williams wants you all to know to check back in 10 minutes. He's going to go and challenge the man on top board. We're going to find out what the next position is now. For the players, very important, your time to prepare is going to be shortened a little bit because we're running behind schedule. And now to help me with the draw of the next position, give it up for 3 times US champion Wesley So. And Rajan, you want to pull the table? Okay, sure. Good job. Wesley?
I got 348.
So position 348, 348, and gentlemen, just to remind you, your time to prepare will be shortened a little bit because we're running. The pairings, where are the pairings? I don't have them, I'm so sorry. And with that, Wesley, maybe very quickly, what are you making of this event so far?
Well, it's a great event. Yeah, it's very exciting. I think all the chess players I talked to really like freestyle. It's going to be the future of chess, and also it's a big honor to be here with my, with the basketball players that I grew up in. I'm a big fan. But
what have you made of their chess so far?
They're doing great. Some of their players are really good.
So we'll find out very shortly now. 2 rounds to go until we crown a new champion.
Yeah, I'll call some other players to help analyze.
I think Wesley, you're expected over there to go and help them. For now, back to the studio.
Thank you so much, Fiona and Wesley, for the draw. Position 348. And you heard it from Fiona there. There's going to be a shortened amount of preparation time. So once again, another element of time pressure. You're going to have to get as much crucial information you can out of those pro chess players. You're going to have to work through as many scenarios as you can before you step on stage. We've only got a couple rounds to go here.
And that's why you can see Judith recognizing the moment, wanting to coach up her partner, Grant, sensing an opportunity to perhaps seize a couple of pieces here in game number 4.
She would love for Grant to bring Quentin down, right? Give himself a chance to take all the charity money home. Giving advice on the queen side there, you can see focusing on, again, we have a weird position where the B pawn is undefended, but unlike the one we had earlier, there's no immediate way for either side to attack. And when I say B pawn, everyone, I'm referring to the pawn in front of the bishop over there on the left side of the board. That pawn lacks defense from any piece, and you always want to quickly take note of that in any freestyle game, because those are the types of pawns that you could blunder. The pawn in front of both bishops, in fact, on both sides of the board lacks defense, so you have to be aware of that when you're giving advice to the players.
Yeah, I actually feel that this is one of the most dangerous positions, starting positions, especially for black, because you're reacting, you're kind of on the back foot immediately, purely because those pawns, as Danny mentioned, undefended. I'll just highlight them here. The G and B pawns in front of all the bishops. Knights in the corner, that makes it kind of very difficult. You only really have one square for those knights to develop, but they might come in the way of pawns a bit later on. And also the kings. How are you going to get them into the corners? How are you going to castle them safely? It takes a few moves. You need to get a whole bunch of pieces out the way. And,
yeah, this would be a position, David, that the top grandmasters would struggle with, honestly, in the Freestyle Grand Slam Tour. I can see David nodding over there. Yeah, this is one of those positions that gets the chess brain spinning. It's frankly one of the positions that makes Magnus Carlsen love freestyle chess, and it's one of those positions where you could have a blunder of a checkmate with knight on b7. I'm pretty sure there was a pretty funny video, just show it, David, where Andrea Botez, streamer of the Botez Sisters channel, lost to Jan Nepomniachtchi very quickly with a checkmate like this. And you can just Google, like, Nepo checkmates Botez. I'm sure there's a video there. But when we were in Paris, a ton of content going down with the creators and the top players. And I'm pretty sure Jan checkmated. You know the video I'm talking about, David? Yeah, just like this. And so that just shows you that is a four-move checkmate there. That's pretty crazy.
3 moves. I think he had 10 seconds to complete that entire game, so that was his only shot. Yeah, he shot it, and he.
That was the handicap, the 10-second handicap, and he came away with the victory.
By the way, it seems crazy, but it's literally not out of the question that something like that happens here. And pawns being undefended to start a game is a dangerous thing in traditional chess, but even more so here in freestyle.
Yeah, if you're not prepared out of the gate, you could totally just fall at the wheel and see that knight progress forward. The interesting thing is how many different counter moves are they trying to teach these NBA guys right now, because obviously you have to balance sensory overload while also being able to remember things that they can apply. Do you think they're just kind of throwing the kitchen sink at them and showing them everything that they can do? Or trying to be more targeted in what they're encouraging them?
But it's a great question, because we see a specific answer, which is everyone is suggesting the knight come out first, probably for the reasons David highlighted, which is the checkmate. And you note the move they're saying black should play, pawn to b6, which exactly as the fingers of Magnus just showed, they split there, attacking both c5 and a5 would prevent the knight from coming in. So Magnus is literally instructing with those two fingers in the same way that we are highlighting, do not let white checkmate you in 4 moves. Stop that knight from reaching that square.
Good. I'm glad somebody made it known to all the players there. You know, I think there's an interesting difference in dynamic maybe between the two sports, basketball and chess, that I'd be curious to see play out, especially in what is a very risky starting position. In basketball, your opponents could go on a 12-0 run. But the fact that they went on a 12-0 run and now have a 12-point advantage doesn't necessarily preclude you from going on your own 12-0 run and equalizing the playing field. But in chess, if I were to go down 5, 6, 7 points in material, it actually changes the level of difficulty of getting back into the game, and that's very different.
And the difference specifically in a format like this is, okay, let's play that scenario out. You go on a 12-0 run. In this format, you only get 1 quarter. So you go on a 12-0 run to start the game, you might not have enough time to kind of re-counter and go on your own run. So that's why, as Danny said earlier, the openings is so important, just because of the time controls now becoming more of a factor, which we saw again as we're showing Grant and Quinten post. In Grant's game against Rondo, that became the ultimate deciding factor in a lot of ways.
David, what do you think about this? I'm sorry, I wanted to get some chess questions answered, because we got weird blunders everywhere. The queen can come out and check. Black has not stopped the knight maneuver. Okay, knight to b3 coming out is actually even more possible now, because black blocked his own b pawn. So I think this is a very dangerous position for Quinten.
100% agree, and I really love the fact that Grant has castled. He's done that literally every game today. Like, he's castled very, very quickly. Okay, his last move may be a bit passive, not getting to the heart of the position, not attacking yet, but it's still in the air. That white knight jumping. The white queen is already able to come out and give a check. He's unleashing his bishop first of all. Grant's got a great start to this game. It feels like Quinten keeping up the speed, but hasn't really found a way to develop his pieces yet.
He was really good with his pawn structure in all of his games for Grant, and he's doing a nice job again right now of just giving himself an open board to work with.
Yeah, and Queen's coming off the board early, actually, there. Quick trade. Not what I expected. But
not what I expected either. I think that just looking at the body language and also how quickly the players are moving, I think Grant came in with a bit of an asserted effort to get ahead on the clock. Maybe that was some coaching from Judith. Don't fall down on time. Again, sometimes that can backfire. It's both the right practical coaching to always give a student, which is, hey, trust yourself, move quickly. This is a blitz game. Don't lose the game on the clock. At the same time, you might miss opportunities because you're so focused on that you play too quickly.
I'm starting to like Black's position more and more, just as the computer is, mostly because of the fact that pawn was pushed, that C-pawn was pushed in front of the white king. So if at some point the bishop comes out and the king wants to continue to slide over, there's all these open diagonals eventually that king can be attacked on. The black king feels a lot safer there still with that pawn structure and the bishop placed right in front of it.
Yeah, small advantage for Black, but probably a long-term advantage as well, as we see the players bring their pieces out. But I have a feeling this might be decided on the clock.
Yeah,
I don't see any checkmates anytime soon.
That's kind of my point, is that I don't think either player has taken the best approach. Again, they're doing great. I think that maybe both sides have missed a little opportunity, but I like what you said, James, and I think it is turning around for Black. If that pony pops into e4, and it sure does, you like that square.
Yeah.
That is the kind of square you take home to mom and dad. That is a long-term. We call that an outpost.
Ooh.
And it's not. Oh, and it's leading to good tactics for Black. So Quinton has rebounded here. And Grant's playing fast, but he's not playing the best chess.
Yeah, and he's playing fast, but he's still playing catch-up. He's about 10, 15 seconds behind, and so just trying to keep pace with Quinton right now. How about that as well, by vacating the knight out, finding a nice pickup of a pawn. Now he relocates the rook towards the center of the board, right back to the outpost square. I mean, this is picture perfect in a way. Maybe not 100% accurate, but this is beautiful chess.
Outpost or Quinton post?
Hey, he's the postman for a reason.
Postman has a pony on it. If you like it, then you got to put a pony on it.
Yeah.
And Quinton does like it. This is dominance right now. The rooks have doubled on the e-file. The knight is an octopus. It's a unicorn in the middle of the board with tentacles reaching everywhere. By the way, in comparison, the white counterpart on h1 is a bit of a donkey, not doing much.
Totally uninvolved.
Ooh.
What's the idea here, though?
He's got a tactic. Go ahead, David. Yep.
Trying to tempt him with that knight there, potentially.
Double stacked rooks hit the white bishop as well, so when the black knight is captured, it needed to be taken off the board. It was too strong. Now the bishop falls, and Quentin is 2 full pawns to the good. 2 pawns up.
Yeah, see, there you go. That's puzzles. That's puzzles right there. Yep. That tells me that he's put in some time in the puzzles on Chess.com.
Do your puzzles, kids. They say eat your Wheaties. The new eat your Wheaties for chess is do your puzzles.
Do your puzzles. Do your puzzles. Well, things are looking really good for Quinton Post, so perhaps we make a trip around the horn from the top of the table to the bottom of the table. Let's check in with our other matchups. That would mean that next up is Drew Gooden versus Harrison Ingram. I'll see if I didn't surprise production too much by asking for that one to fly up. We can check in with it. There we go. Here it is. It's Harrison Ingram with the white pieces. Again, he came in for the second half of the day. He didn't get that head-in-hand warm-up, but it doesn't seem like he really needed much of a warm-up.
No, he's one of these versatile guys. You can throw him into any situation. He does whatever he's asked to do. Whatever the moment requires of him, he's able to do it right now. You know, I like that pairing of the queen and the rook kind of in close concert to one another, being able to protect one another. Right now, I mean, he is down potentially on a pawn. No. Yeah, down on at least one pawn right now.
Yeah, Drew is down a pawn, and yeah, unfortunately it looks like the black pieces are all still stuck at home. Still haven't really woken up and entered this game. So great start to this game for Harrison Ingram. I'm going to say big advantage, at least on the board, but the clock situation both down low around 2 minutes, so anything could still happen there.
Yeah, but Drew's working his way out, and he's also working that bucket hat. Again, we have not given nearly enough credit to the style of that bucket hat. I wore a bucket hat today for golf. I got made fun of, and you know what I said? The bucket hat is coming back. So this is like, I feel like this is just amazing. I'm going to go talk to Drew.
Make sure you get a picture with Drew.
I am. The bucket hat is coming back.
Well, listen, if
looks
there's
good.
anyone who knows how to master fashion and hairstyles, it's this guy right here, Drew Gooden. Won the best hair competition in high school 2 times, obviously crushed the ducktail and the reverse soul patch. He was known for that in the NBA. Like, this guy's got the fashion down. This guy's a master at that. His haberdashery game is real strong.
Heck yeah. The NBA is full of showmen, and I would definitely like to, I would hope that I want to see some of that rub off more into the chess world. We're getting a bit more of it. I think, again, the advent of streaming and chess being pulled more into the digital space has definitely helped unlock that, but it will be an evolution over time. But hopefully some of the younger up-and-coming chess players can now look at an event like this and go, okay, I've got permission to bring a bit more of my personality out and really showcase that on the world stage every once in a while.
Do you think that's why they paired Drew Gooden with Levon Aronian earlier, the most fashionable man in chess?
That's an overpowering duo right there.
Frankly, young chess players should, because they're missing an opportunity. I mean, I don't know that there are more cameras and more eyeballs on someone for more hours than in a classical chess game, and the opportunity for people to be wearing some Louis Vuitton, some Gucci, and some Rolex watch. I mean, it's there. It's just screaming for it. So,
sponsorship deal awaiting. You know, that's right there.
Yeah.
You need
brands. Take
bucket hats. Call me.
Freestyle bucket hats. Freestyle bucket hats. All right, let's go over to Tony Snell versus Rajon Rondo. Just continuing our trip around the world as we hop there. Once again, it's going to be the player with the white pieces. That's Tony Snell right there, who's got a solid advantage on the board, although maybe a little bit of a missed opportunity here most recently. Still solid command, though.
And contending with the clock down to just 36 seconds. Rondo once again. Time management so good right now for him. A buck and chain in 45.
What a switch up that is. Because in the previous two rounds, it's been Rondo who's been struggling with the clock against his opponents, and this time shoes on the other foot. So perhaps a really solid adjustment for him between rounds.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Great call out. That this is game review, reflecting on what you need to improve game to game in the middle of a series, and Rondo did that, given the fact that he has completely turned it around, up more than a minute on Tony. Again, the position here is wild, by the way. I think we're going to see some eval bar jumping all over the place here, everyone, so get ready for that. But as far as the game off the board, which is on the clock, Rondo is managing it well.
Yeah, found the queen trade, didn't leave that rook hanging because he did have to move the queen somewhere.
And someone's jeans found the front of the camera right there. They have blocked the way, and we are getting a good look at some Levi's.
Oh, and it's all going wrong for Tony Snell here on the clock. Only 11 seconds left, and the game is still in a quite early stage here. It was fascinating. The computer thought white was almost winning, despite being down a huge bunch of material. Black here with two rooks against a bishop and a knight, which is a big lead there, a big advantage. But now the eval bar reflects that, and we see the handshake because Tony runs out of time.
Wow. So Rajon Rondo, what a turnaround for him from the previous couple rounds to this one, completely flipping the script when it comes to time controls and managing the clock. He buys himself another victory. A couple more results have come in throughout, but we have to go to that marquee matchup. It was Quinten Post up against Grant Williams. Let's roll it back. The finish to this one. You're seeing draw on your screens. I'm hearing from production, though, that Quinten ended up falling. So it was Grant Williams who managed to take down our only undefeated player.
No, it was
field.
a stalemate. It was a draw, and so Quinten freaked out because he blew the victory. He literally snatched a stalemate from the jaws of victory, and Grant got away with it.
Wow, he had a whole extra queen, Quinten. Q for queen there. He looked like he was about to win the game, but falling into one of the traps we talked about earlier. We talked about how it was so rare for those stalemates to occur, but it did happen there.
That's one of those situations where you're just thrilled to be on the receiving end of the stalemate. You're like, thank you, the clock ticked, tap me out.
I'll be honest, I'm surprised we haven't seen more of them, and it's no meant as disrespect to the players, but often when we have events that are Pro-Am events, these are not professional chess players, even when they're playing well. Stalemates do happen, mistakes happen, and we see it all the time in the events we've done with Blitz Champs, our partnership with the NFL, or POG Champs, which is streaming celebrities. We see stalemates all the time. So the fact that that was the first stalemate we saw on the board actually is surprising to me, and unfortunately for Quinten, it means that he is still within striking distance heading into the last round.
That's true. Yeah, he only comes away with an additional half a point there. So he'll still have an overall lead in the standings at 3.5 points. But he is still within reach by at least 1 or 2 in the field. So it's going to come down to this 5th and final round.
And Rondo is charging because with a victory on his end, he's now got 3 points. Quinton's up to 3.5. Obviously, Grant's got 3 now too. But Rondo has the head-to-head tie over Grant. So he's kind of lurking in that.
I think that'll be the matchup we see. I think the matchup will be Quinton versus Rondo, if I had to guess.
Yeah, well, so also sneakily, Harrison Ingram has worked his way up to 3 wins. Remember, he's done it in the inverse direction. He was one of the ones that took early loss, and then he's kind of been sleeper crawling up the standings, and so overcoming Drew Gooden in his matchup moves to 3. You can see there on your screens, it's 3.5 points there for Quinton Post because of that draw. The players who are within striking distance would be the next 4, Rajon Rondo, Daryl Morey, Harrison Ingram, and Grant Williams, because that 2.5 line, you still score a point, you end up in tied position with Quinton Post. And so for Quinton, he's going to be looking for, at least a half. But as long as he comes away with the win, the good news for him is that his destiny is in his own control. He comes away with the win. Nobody can catch him.
And what I love to see, I mean, obviously Danny's guy, Daryl, is right up lurking in the top 3. But Harrison, I'm happy for Harrison because, again, he's a guy that's still trying to make a name for himself in the league. Just wrapped up his rookie season. I got a chance to call his first ever professional basketball game in the G League and getting a chance to talk with him, so appreciative of this moment. And he's just someone that's willing to work hard. He asks a lot of questions. I saw last night he was talking to a lot of different people trying to ask them questions and get their thoughts on different situations. So I'm happy to see him making this furious comeback and rally heading into the final leg.
He may be a young player, but he pulled an OG move with the Swiss Gambit. David and I know that. I knew you were going to say this. Yeah. I stole your line. I stole David's thunder, but we'll throw it away to him to let him explain exactly what the Swiss Gambit is.
Yeah, help us understand.
Yeah, this is a Swiss tournament, so rather than an all-play-all or a knockout, instead of a round robin, for example, it's just a number of rounds, and you try to get the most number of points. And Swiss Gambit, you lose round 1. You get easier opposition, at least on paper, on the way up, and you hope that top dogs, the top seeds, knock kind of points off each other, and then you make a late
And funnily enough, the Swiss Gambit is actually a thing that has been employed. Now, usually not with a loss. Often in tournaments where you think there's a very, very tough field, getting a draw in the first round, if you're one of the top seeds, will bump you into the lower bracket.
Okay.
So you have easier pairings, and then ultimately in the end, if you get that one last win, you leapfrog someone by a half a point. So the Swiss Gambit is actually an OG chess reference that is, funnily enough, being employed a little bit by Harrison Ingram, normally not with a loss.
Yeah, maybe perhaps unintentionally, but it's a great idea. The reality is, though, that now he's worked himself back up into contention, and it does mean that he's one of the few players that hasn't played a number of these other guys. So in terms of how we make the pairings, right, we're not going to make players replay opponents they've already hit. So he might be locked into a very tough final match.
Because of that point, we know that Quinton has already played Daryl. So I think the pairings are basically forced. We're going to have Quinton versus Rondo, and we're going to have Daryl versus Harrison Ingram. And I think
we actually have Quinton versus Harrison Ingram.
Oh, really? So it's a leapfrog.
Harrison earning his way to center stage.
Wow.
I like this for him.
He's on a winning streak, and Quinton has just blundered away a win. Maybe confidence a bit knocked there with that stalemate.
Yeah, see, that throws a wrench into all of this, but it does make for a very exciting finish here at the Chesstival. We do only have 1 round to go. Final point here before I throw it inside.
Well, I was just going to say what's going to be interesting is this is a nationally televised game for Harrison, right? Going up against Quinton, kind of the higher-rated player. I want to see how he does in the opening moves to see if he settles himself down.
Yeah. Just a small litmus test for what might be a future part of his career. Either way, there's 1 round that stands between a number of our players and victory, $25,000 for their chosen charity, and to come away as the official best NBA player here when it comes to chess at the Chesstival. We're back into the arena one more time for the position lottery. Fiona, take it away.
Thanks to you guys in the studio. Welcome back, everyone here in the audience. It is the last round already. We still have a sole leader. It is Quinten Post. Even though he fell for a bit of a stalemate trap that one must have heard. In the last round, he's taking on Harrison Ingram, who's half a point behind him. So all still to play for. And now, in order to draw the final position of the day, I would like to welcome to the stage Harley Miller, the founder and CEO of Left Lane Capital. Harley, welcome. Ready?
Whoa, 33.
33, a nice and early number. You can pull it there. So 033. Gentlemen, for the last time, best of luck to all of you. And Harley, let me just ask you, you're one of the main investors into the project of Freestyle Chess today. Freestyle with a twist, with an NBA twist. What are you thinking of the event?
I think it's incredibly cool and powerful just to see these two worlds fused together and seeing some athletes of all different disciplines come together and also to see the fans come out. And so we have other, Gerard Piquet is going to be here later this week. So really just getting more people, more eyeballs on chess we think is great for the sport, and freestyle sort of elevating the spectacle and entertainment value of this is wonderful. So we're super happy and honored to be a part of it.
It's our pleasure, of course, to have you be a part of it. Big thanks once again to you, to Jason, and to everyone at Left Lane. And for now, back to the studio.
Thank you so very much, Fiona. Position 33. It's do or die time for each of our players. Get those final victories under your belt. Move up the standing as far as you can. But right now, it's Quinten Post who has a half a point lead ahead of the contenders there for the top spot. Harrison Ingram, though, might have something to say about it as they enter into this one. I'll just make note that Quinten Post will be playing the white pieces. Harrison Ingram going to be playing from the black side of the board. How about this, though? Very, very interesting position, unlike any we've seen so far today, where all of the minor pieces are sitting on the left-hand side of the board and all of the major pieces are sitting on the right-hand side of the board. That's intriguing.
Yeah, and when you see a king cuddled up in the corner already with its two rooks either side, you rarely see castling. You rarely even want to castle because your king's already nicely tucked away safe. So I know Magnus, that's one of his favorite kind of formations, so he can push pawns in front of his rook in the corner and go attacking.
Okay, but if that's the case, then it's safe to generally assume that that is the part of the board that you'll need to attack the entire game long, right? So I'm very curious, again, how many of the pro players, pro chess players might kind of give that advice to these basketball players. Look, you know where the king's going to be late game, so we're going to devise everything to move that direction and suffocate them.
Well, you can see that's exactly what's being advised on the board there. The pawn moving in front of the bishop all the way over on the left side of the board is for that reason. When that pawn moves up in front of the knight, you open up the bishop in the corner, and that bishop has nobody to challenge it all the way across the board, hitting the pawn in front of the king. David, I agree with you, and we know Magnus loves these positions with the kings and the rooks, but these players are not Magnus Carlsen. What are the chances we get a checkmate on either G2 or G7 at some point here in the first 20 moves?
I think a 20% chance that we get.
So one of the games.
I think there's a very decent chance, because if you don't put pawns in the center to highlight those diagonals again, David, if you don't put a pawn in the center to block that bishop, you will have problems toward your king, either black or white. So I loved the call out, because exactly to your point, everyone's thinking the same thing, and everyone's going to be thinking about how do I attack the king on that square. Here's another good example. It doesn't even have to be the queen. I was thinking the pawn would move in front of the queen and the queen would come out, David. But yeah, finish the job and just show everybody what could go wrong here. With one more move, white will checkmate black on g7. So that just highlights how dangerous the position is. Showing this for white, but don't forget it's a symmetrical position for black. So the same types of tactics are possible. And here's an even faster one that I was going to highlight, which was the queen coming out. So anyway, don't let your imagination run too wild. I'm not trying to paint too dark of a picture, but I think some bad things could happen here if you're not careful.
Definitely. Feels dangerous, and normally in these dangerous-looking type of positions, it's much, much easier and more fun to be white. So for the tournament leader, Quentin, it does feel like a good start.
Well, David, is this feeling like a Sicilian defense opportunity for Harrison?
Ooh.
Play aggressively from the black pieces?
I mean, I love a Sicilian pizza, but this Sicilian opening probably not appearing on the board right now, unfortunately. But yeah, for Harrison, I'm secretly rooting for him. Like coming in, losing your first game, being one of the younger guys.
Listen, this is a guy that's also currently on a two-way contract in the NBA. That means you spend part of the time with the G League, opportunities to climb up and prove yourself, make your mark on an NBA roster. This is his moment, right? He lost the first game, had to earn his way back up, a chance now in a quote-unquote quasi-championship match right here. And obviously Quentin with the better starting position, but let's see how they both kind of do. I'm looking forward to seeing how it pans out.
Quentin Post will be the first to post up in his seat, soon to be joined by Harrison Ingram. I mean, to your point about Harrison Ingram being young, so is Quentin Post, right? These are two of our young guys out there.
These could be two of the faces that are the future of the NBA and the future of Chesstival. If this event has a long run ahead, I predict you will see Quentin Post and Harrison Ingram playing in more than one Chesstival in the years to come.
Couldn't agree more on that one. Waiting on bated breath. They're just waiting for the go-ahead from the arbiters as everyone else takes their seats. There you have it. Permission given in just a moment. There goes the clock. And just like that, symmetry. Oh, wait. Ooh. The board lied to me for a moment.
That was on the wrong board, that was why.
Okay. Wrong board. Oh, David lied to me.
And here we go. Pawns in the center of the board, but same principles apply. The bishops in the corner unleashed, and symmetry. They were playing copycat here. Harrison Ingram reminds me of a Petrov defense. As both sides bring their knights out.
Here's your Berlin reference coming into play.
Please.
More accurately than it was before. It's not quite a Berlin, a
Okay.
Petrov, but similarly, the Petrov, like the Berlin, is a symmetrical king and pawn game that leads to a lot of equality. Two knights coming out early, similar to what you see here, putting pressure on the center. So just wanted to give you your Berlin shout out since you referenced it earlier.
I appreciate it. Well, the way that I can tie it into to basketball is when you have symmetrical kind of strategies. It's kind of like both defenses playing the same way, right? They're both playing zone. Both teams are playing man-on-man. When you have asymmetrical attacks, one team's playing kind of man-on-man defense as opposed to zone. Right now you can see those two pawns, though, right at F and E4, although now the rook coming to get it.
Yeah, that's our first opportunity to break symmetry, right? Which is, or well, I guess it happened a little bit sooner. But so often in freestyle chess, I know that this is something that Levon has been vocal about. Obviously first you look for undefended pieces, easy pickups. But then pretty soon after that, your objective is to look for how to break the symmetry. And so the players each have found the way in which they want to do it. Of course, the knights are still mirroring each other. I will just speak then to the piece activity here for Quentin. I think that's the main thing I'm looking at. We've already got our queen and our rook out there. Of course, that makes them targets.
Ooh, targets, but pushing a pawn in front of your own king comes with a hazard warning, and this king now is not going to be safe on this flank for the rest of the game, especially with all the pieces left.
Sorry, David. Yeah, I was going to say, pawns can't go back. So that is a move you will regret. Advancing a pawn in front of your king usually is a pawn that you wish you could change the rules of chess for and move it backward.
Oh, that spells danger, and Quentin, he knows the rules of castling. He's going to bring his rook across soon, keep the king where it is. That is castling, and he's going to stack up against the backward pawn here, weakness.
Well, listen, you dribble it across the timeline. You can't go backcourt. It's a backcourt violation.
Yeah,
right?
there
so
you go.
Change possession here. So once you commit to going across with your pawns, You're in it for the long
Lucky
haul.
for the pawns, there's no 10-second rule, so
That's
they don't,
true.
you know, they're not like forced to move by a
NBA,
certain
it's
point in the
only
game.
8 seconds. To college,
Or
they
true,
give you a
sorry.
couple extra seconds.
No, but it's a great call out. It's a great analogy to sort of paint yourself into a corner, which is what you do when you advance pawns in front of your king. But shout out to Harrison because he is playing quickly, up about 20 seconds on the clock, and is picking up a pawn in the center. And I know you said Quinton knows how to castle, and I agree he does. We talked about it again last night. But he hasn't gotten castled yet. Now his queen is attacked. And if he doesn't take care of this problem, David, his king could also get in trouble there.
Yeah, he's lost a pawn in the process, but big developments on board 2.
Yeah, so over to Rajon Rondo versus D'Anthony Melton we go. And we'll make sure we come back to this marquee matchup as it is one of the battles for first place. But let's not forget a player like Rajon Rondo who's still nipping at the heels and trying to come away with the win. He is a commanding control of the board at the moment. This most recent move, though.
But look at the second time today. You know, Rajon is getting up. He's kind of meandering around, getting comfy in the seat.
Well, I think what happened was D'Anthony Melton tried to take the rook on f6, but then the pawn is pinned. So Rondo has been involved in more than one controversy. He went to get the arbiter to say, hey, D'Anthony Melton made I only believe that because I saw it kind of being set up right as we switched, and then Rondo got up to get the arbiter, so I think it checks out. But Rondo might be the one delivering the checkmate I was calling for, because if you look at everything David is highlighting on the board faster than I can say it, the queens, the bishops, the rooks, everyone is having a party at the Black King's expense, and it is going to get ugly over there. I will be surprised if D'Anthony is not checkmated within the next 2 or 3 moves.
And what did we say? 20% chance of a checkmate on the G7 square? I think it might happen.
So looking for it, one board is what we'll need. But yeah, it's going to be very difficult to mount a defense from this point forward here for D'Anthony Melton. Beautiful display of understanding of tactics here from Rajon Rondo for pinned pieces and keeping that kind of pressure. Now going to elect to grab up one of those rooks. Let's continue on. Let's jump over to Drew Gooden versus Grant Williams, where Drew Gooden as well with the white pieces finds himself with a very solid advantage, at least by the engine's standards. The knight, though, most recently jumping in here with a check onto the king. What's preventing us from picking that up with the queen? Anything? Or did we just toss it away?
We just tossed it away. Unfortunately, it did capture a bishop, though, I believe.
So a trade. Okay.
But when the dust settles, black will have one extra pawn. So that is Grant Williams' advantage right now.
Yeah,
and all of Drew's major pieces, they're staring at a blockade right now. Every one of those major pieces, and even the minor ones like the knights, really have nowhere to advance to. So black's doing a great job. Grant's doing a great job. We talked about the full court pressure, just swarming defense. He's doing a great job getting all up in Drew Gooden right now.
Yeah, and in the meantime, I think we have to jump. This board has frozen in the meantime, but we're jumping to Quentin Post.
Yeah, back over to Quentin Post versus Harrison Ingram. Once again, it's Quentin Post with a half-a-point lead against anybody else at the very least, one of those people being Harrison Ingram. Look at the time on the clocks. It's 1:20 here for Harrison Ingram, and already in a tough position on the board as well.
I think it's also, I was going to say, it's a tough position on the clock, an even tougher position on the board. This one is moments away from crowning our Chesstival Blitz champion. If I was to advise, we should probably stay right here, because I think Quentin is going to take that pawn on e4 with his queen, and there's going to be a mating net between the queen and the bishop against the Black King, and I think Q knows exactly how to finish this one off.
Yeah.
I don't know if we have time to backtrack, but unfortunately for Harrison, it was all settled in a blunder, losing his queen after some tactics. Quentin closing things out really, really confidently here.
Of course, I'm certain he will close this out, but you got to imagine just for the briefest of moments, he's going, don't stalemate again, don't stalemate again, don't do it again, you know, because you need, like I said earlier.
He's young enough. He doesn't have that lingering scar tissue.
Yes, exactly. Actually, one of the things that he told me last night, actually told us last night, as you asked him kind of about pressure moments and how certain players can deal with the intensity of pressure moments, he said, I, as a person, the way I approach it is not to think about what if I miss, what if I don't make this. He frames it entirely as how cool will it be when I do? How awesome will it be when I hit this shot? How cool, you know, how loud is the stadium going to get when I do this thing? And I think that framing, that ability to maybe make a blunder, but then very quickly say, yeah, but the next time when I get it, that's going to be amazing. And we're kind of seeing it here.
Well, listen, he's got the ultimate teammate to follow that pattern after. You think Steph Curry jacks up a shot and thinks he's going to be missing it?
I'll never do it
again. He's going to make every single one. Exactly. And he's earn the trust. So it's rubbed off on Quinton. That's the reason he's earned playing time out there, is having that philosophy.
He smells blood. We are moments away from checkmate, and I think he's going to be asking himself, how cool is it to be the first Chesstival Blitz champion here in just a moment, because he's got it. He's dialed in. He sees how trapped the Black King is, and unlike the other game where stalemate was a real possibility, here Black still has plenty of pawns over there on the left side of the board, because remember, stalemate only works if you have no moves, not just no moves with the king, and here he's about to run out of moves with checkmate.
Well, what he's finisher on it, and what he's about to say is one small step for chess and one giant leap for chess.com. That's how he's going to end this tournament.
There it is.
And that's it. Right there, checkmate delivered. The handshake is extended with his destiny in his own hands. With already a half a point lead, he adds another point to that score, finishing at 4.5. It's Quinton Post, your first 1v1 Blitz champion at the Chesstival.
You didn't see that. You needed to take. You needed to take. You couldn't move your point.
So well deserved, like so in control as well. Yes, that was quite a close game throughout the middle game, but ultimately a one-move blunder and punished so ruthlessly. Quinton, every chance he gets, he seems to take, and great strategy as well as great tactical vision.
He was a stalemate away from going 5-0. That would have been a perfect score. 4.5 out of 5 is undefeated. 5-0 is a perfect score. I'm sure he'll be thinking about wanting that stalemate back, but of course he's going to be super excited to have won the first ever Chesstival event. And yeah, it was impressive chess today. Took down Daryl Morey, took down everyone else he faced. Again, saved the stalemate to Grant Williams. And Quinton, Q.
Oh, smart.
Yeah, in trouble. So deserved. So deserved. Came back with a hunger, too. I think maybe slightly disappointed with his performance in the head and hand. Again, already talked about by many of us as one of the favorites and somebody that people should keep their eyes on. While he didn't get it done in the first event of the day, when he was left to his own devices, when he only had himself to rely on, he managed to overcome it all. A phenomenal performance out of him to take down Harrison Ingram here, who as well we should give a nod to, David, because again, he did take that early loss. It kind of shoved him out of the picture for a little bit, but what a climb he made to get back to the final table in a way and challenge Quinton Post.
Yeah, impressive performance from Harrison Ingram, and like Jonah was saying earlier, so curious, wanting to learn, still young. He'll be back, and yeah, a great run for him. He was one blunder away from making this a really close final round.
Handed off.
But Quinton, man of the moment.
Yeah, man of the moment, and he's being quite respectful, and I appreciate that, maybe wanting to celebrate, but there still are a couple of other matchups in play, perhaps, so he's making sure to let those play out before he takes center stage. But you already have a lot of the congratulations rolling in from fans and friends alike.
And now we see Chess-Base India with some of their journalists getting some photos.
Let's go.
Very nice moments that you'll remember for a long, long time.
That's a new headshot right there. All the boards have just concluded as well. Perfect timing for the photo shoot to conclude. Once again, y'all, drink it in. That is your first ever Chesstival 1v1 Blitz champion, Quinton Post. And we'll relive these final moments as we had our position draw for the 5th and final round here. Gotta as well thank all of the chess pro players for lending their expertise all throughout the day, helping coach them through those early portions. But now you can relive the highs and the lows for each of the players. But for me, it's the smiles on the faces, no matter what the result is. Everybody's having a good time, but everyone's still coming at it with 100% competitiveness. They really are driving as hard as they can.
Yeah, we saw hints of the competitive nature and those controversial moments earlier, complaints here and there, the action replay we needed to rely upon. But in the meantime, Quinton giving some last words. What do you think, Dash? Is this going to become an annual event now?
God, I hope so, man. I mean, look, can we do it again tomorrow? This was absolutely so much fun. And I think more than anything, one of the things we talked about earlier today is that these worlds aren't as far apart as you think, right? I think it's very easy to kind of isolate both of these worlds. One is the physical world, and one is the cerebral world. No, that's not the case. Both spaces involve both things, perhaps to different degrees. But for these guys, they're competitors at heart. They love chess because it's a competitive and universal game. It's something that challenges everybody. It's almost impossible to master. Let's just say that, because nobody's done it just yet. But even still, these guys like to come out. They want to learn. They want to push themselves.
Exactly, and I admire them kind of putting themselves out there like this, and yeah, it's no coincidence that a lot of the top sportsmen in any field, in football you have, in soccer you have it, in tennis you have it, Formula One, now basketball, some of the best players, they love chess, and it just pushes them in different ways.
By the way, some of these guys still in the middle of their careers, right? They're about to go into another NBA season, maybe they're already actively participating in summer league, and so for them to take their time to come be involved with this, it speaks volumes to, again, their perception of the chess world and how much they love it, but as well to be here competing for charity. That's something you'll hear more about as we head out to stage and we ultimately award those checks, but a total of $50,000 is being awarded today. $25,000 for the head and hand winners, $25,000 for that Blitz winner, going to great causes as well. So you love to see them come out and be spending their time in support of other causes.
Yeah, and maybe we can just show the closing moments of Quentin's successful campaign here.
I love that idea.
How he wrapped it up. And just a quick action replay of the winning moves against Harrison Ingram there in the final round. He knew a win would do it for him. Quentin post here. He'd be first past the post. And it was in this position where some trades are imminent. It's about to approach the endgame that we saw the tournament-defining blunder from Harrison. The rooks here, there's a lot of tension. The best move was to trade off. And maybe what he hadn't seen, Harrison, is that he can castle here. Black rook looks trapped, but you can switch over the king and rook. The black rook leaps over. There would be a trade, and this would have been a level-looking endgame. Instead, the mistake was to shift his queen up one square, because after this trade of rooks, the black queen had nothing to do but give herself up, and that's how we found this position. Not just that, but the black rook in the corner finally did drop, having not castled, and Quentin went on to win very convincingly.
I mean, it's a beautiful play out of Quentin. Of course, a very instructive moment there, you know, for Harrison Ingram. That's what freestyle, that's the difference with freestyle chess, right? At the end of the day, you forget one minor thing. It just doesn't follow the patterns you're used to. That's why I want this event to happen again, because I want to see how these guys come back with a fury next time around, see what they've learned. But with that, let's pull up our standings. Let's see how everybody ended up doing at the end of the day. Of course, we know who came out on top. That's Quentin Post right there with 4.5 points. We have two different people, Rajan Rondo and Daryl Morey, slotting in just behind him in a tie with 4 points apiece. And then Grant Williams jumping up into that fourth place position with 3.5. Then, of course, Harrison Ingram, Tony Snell, they're both sitting in a tie for 5th place with 3 points apiece. We've got a slew of players at 2 points apiece. That's Drew Gooden, Jeremiah Robinson Earl, DeAnthony Melton, and Onyeka Okongwu. And then, of course, Derrick Rose and Paul Reed will round out our field. For all these guys, though, I mean, what a day. What a marathon of a day. I would be curious for a lot of them how this compares to, say, a basketball game. Obviously, you know, that's a totally different expenditure of energy, but I would be curious to see what their stamina and endurance is feeling like, how their brains are doing after a full day of chess action.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see another edition if it does happen, because if they're this good already, year one, just in a year or two, they'll be incredible. Just a fantastic level here today. I've been super impressed. I didn't know what to expect, but
and remember that a number of them didn't know what freestyle chess was until maybe a few months ago, or even more recently, right? And so, to your point, again, like with another year and more games invested, you know, online for themselves, or even between themselves and teammates, but playing the format of freestyle chess. Yeah, I think we're in to see quite a learning curve over the years with the NBA guys.
And I have a feeling today confirmed the fact that the basketball players are better at chess than the chess players probably are.
So you're saying we don't even have to do it?
I want to see it. I want to see it anyway.
Yeah, I want to see it too. So let's not say it's decided, just so we have a reason to do it in the future.
Deal.
Okay. With that, I mean, as you reflect on the day as a whole, obviously Quentin was a surprise. Harrison Ingram, I think for many, I want to just talk about Rajan Rondo as well, though, who I thought had a really interesting adjustment midway through the day when we quickly identified, hey, there's this one piece of his game that seems to be missing, and it's what caused him to fall just behind the pace. Like that.
Yeah.
Next game, he's already switched it up. He's already found the solution to the problem.
Exactly, and he didn't get his shot at Quentin. If the tournament were one round longer, maybe he would have had a chance. I think those two would have faced off in the last round, but in the end, so many impressive performances and a lot for those players to be proud of.
Yeah, so we're waiting for them to get set on stage. Oh, and as I say that, it sounds like they may just about be ready for the trophy ceremony. So we're going to hand things over to Danny Wrench and Jonah Malkin as they have joined our winners of both sides of our event. We're going to be awarding $50,000 to each of them. Let's head out to the stage to meet our winners of the inaugural Chesstival event. Jonah, Danny, take it away.
Well, thank you, James. And again, special thanks to everyone as we welcome you all back to the final touches on what's been a wonderful inaugural Chesstival event, merging the NBA with the chess community. It couldn't have gone any better. We still have some hardware to hand out, a couple more people to hear from, but what a way to start this event off. So I want to bring up, we've got Grant Williams somewhere here, yep, and I'll have Judith come up as we're also going to hand out the trophies and the check for the charity of their choice. So I'll get Judith. First of all, Grant, as Judith's coming up, I know we chatted a little bit ago about your head-in-hand tournament together. Just speak to this whole experience today. What's this all been like for you?
Special. Honestly, I was involved in controversy. I was able to win one. A lot of blunders. So I very much so had one of the best times, I think, in any summer league I've gone to. Chess is a game that connects the world, similar to basketball. So hopefully we can continue to grow it together. And honestly, I got to meet some very, very cool, influential people, and one standing right beside me.
And speaking of growing the game, what do you hope your presence and all of the NBA players' presence here says to other NBA players about publicly, embracing chess and participating in events like this in the future?
Absolutely, everyone should. Embracing your interests. I know a lot of guys that play chess in the league, and they're probably nervous because they don't want to lose. They don't want to, like all of us are competitors, so they don't want to be the one that comes in last place. But at the same time, it's not even about that. It's more so about the camaraderie. We can really fellowship with one another, and then also having a great time playing a game that we've been playing since we're growing up or fell in love with after we got done growing up and getting older. So hopefully everybody comes next year and we can make this thing even bigger.
And Judith, for you, you got a chance to coach all these guys. What was that experience like? How fun was it to try to share your wisdom and share some of your strategy with all of them?
It was a lot of fun and a very positive experience that I see the NBA players are very much interested, but also they're pretty good in chess. They have their own strategies and also the timing, the time management. Actually, that was the greatest part, I think, in our team with Grant. And the curiosity they have towards chess, that was amazing.
And did you start to see some more similarities between the game of basketball and the game of chess now that you've been around all of them for the last couple of hours?
Well, I'm not a big NBA fan yet, but...
Not yet.
Not yet, but I see that in strategy it works for them, that they understand that how difficult chess can also be. Some comments were that how this chess is more difficult than playing basketball because it's one move and it's gone, right? So I think it's a great complementary game for physical sport players, the game of chess, because you have a lot of strategy, tactics, resilience, and everything you need in physical sport. But you don't run around. You can't give away all your energy immediately, but you really have to stay focused and be there in the game. So the stress level is very high as well.
And for Grant, obviously what was equally motivating for you, you obviously wanted to win and have fun, but also an opportunity to donate to a charity of your choice on the line. Speak to your foundation and where this check of $25,000 is going to.
Yes, our foundation does a lot of work in the North Carolina area. It's super exciting because this will allow us to not only provide partly for our mentorship program as well as for our reading literacy program that we just started with the Hornets and the Charlotte-Mecklenburg Library. Both of these funds will be utilized for that, and on top of that, we'll be able to do a lot more work and spread the work around the community as well. We have 7 more schools that wanted to participate in our hackathon, so this $25,000 goes a long way towards that, so that way we can hope to continue to build literacy across the North Carolina area.
Lots of wonderful, yep, please give a round of applause for that. You guys may grab some hardware here for
hardware and a check. I guess we'll come in now. It's a big check. You got to present these because it looks fancy. I'll just quickly say on behalf of Chess.com, we're super excited to be a part of this event and in any way partner with the Freestyle Tour, but especially grateful
when we have a chance to give back to charities like the Grant Williams Family Foundation. This was awesome. I will say you can check the tape. I said you two were the favorites to win with Dash, he called it. When it started, I saw the body language. Grant, you were killing it early, and Judith, is this an event that makes you want to come out of retirement? Maybe? More? Ooh.
No, actually.
I knew she was going to say it, but I had to ask her in front of everybody. The GOAT, Judith Polgar, gets it done with Grant Williams, and thank you, and we're so happy to be able to support your foundation.
And now, let's see, is Quentin around? There he is. I was like, where is he? Quentin, you know, you and I were chatting a bit at dinner, and you talked about how your mindset coming into this, when I asked you, how do you think the way that there's so much pressure in the NBA and there's also pressure to play well here on the chessboard, you were like, no, you know what, I'm not fearful of missing. What about the opportunity if I was to win? Speak to your mindset coming into this tournament today and overall what the experience was like for you.
Well, I definitely feel better about my basketball skills than my chess skills, I will say that. But no, it was just awesome having dinner yesterday, meeting all these grandmasters, and then especially meeting my brothers out of the NBA and seeing that we share some of the same passions and talking to them, getting to know these guys. Big shout out to Derrick and to Magnus for setting this up and for Freestyle Chess and everybody that was involved, of course. So, just a very good day, and yeah, it was a lot of fun.
And as you were having conversations with all the different grandmasters and the chess pros that were here, what were the things that stood out to you just about the way that they approach the game and they think about the game of chess?
Yeah, I mean, it's a lifestyle in a way, for like just the way we approach basketball, and we put so many hours in a day, a week, a month, a year. That's how they approach chess. Like it's honestly the way we play chess and the grandmasters. It's like a different sport. Like I can't follow up with how they think in their heads and how fast they calculate and think of ideas. But yeah, that's why it was so fun to be paired up. Me and Tanya, I think we were a pretty good team, and it's really cool, pick her mind and see how she understands the positions and stuff. So just a lot of fun.
And now you being the reigning Chesstival champion, obviously you're going to have to come back to defend it. When you do come back for round 2, what do you hope to see in this Chesstival event? Do you want to see more basketball players? What do you hope to see from this moving forward?
I think that this will only grow, only get bigger. I was talking to D-Rose earlier. Like, there's probably a lot more of the guys in the NBA that play chess. So we'll definitely get probably some more players out here. Maybe even some guys that are stronger than me or than any of these guys. So I'm excited for next year.
And finally, obviously, as we talked about with Grant, equally motivating, a chance to donate $25,000 to your charity. Speak to what charity you're donating that money to.
So I'm donating to Reading Partners. It's actually a brand that I did organization that I did a charity event for earlier this year. It's just about kids and getting some kids out of lesser situations the opportunity to learn how to read. I feel like just in general in the United States, but just everywhere in the world, you just got to have kids be set up for life with a good understanding of reading. I think it's just very important.
Well, with that, you can post up right next to that check right there, along with some hardware. Congratulations, Quentin.
I don't know if you can hold both or not. I got just one question for you. You came in, I don't know where my boy Daryl is, but I was teasing Daryl because Daryl wanted to play in this event so bad, and I was like, hey man, you're higher rated than a lot of the other players. Daryl's an experienced chess player, but Blitz was not his time control, so he was nervous. So when he got in, he was the only person who was higher rated than you in the event. I don't know if you knew that. So when you beat him, it was a big deal, and we were talking about it in the studio. Did you go into that game with any extra nerves or any awareness of that?
I heard that he was a good player, but from the start of our game, he was telling me that he hated playing Blitz. So I guess that was in my favor. But no, he was a great player, and I think we played a pretty fun match.
All right. Daryl, wherever you are, we love you. We're working on the Blitz, but congratulations.
Congratulations, Quinton. And again, congratulations, Derrick and Magnus, for putting on this spectacular event. Thank you to all the NBA players. Thank you to all the chess players for coming. It's your presence that helps elevate this sport and this beautiful game. So thank you for taking time out of your busy schedules to be here. With that, we'll send it back to James in the studio, but thank you all for being here.
Okay, all the players, please, we're gonna do it.
Thank you so much, Jonah. And once again, couldn't have asked for two more deserving champions in our inaugural event there, David. Of course, we had Grant Williams and Judith Polgar taking it in the first event of the day as a pairing, the head-in-hand tournament. And they really kind of set a pace that I think Quinton then had to dive on top of and kind of reestablish himself as a big threat. But he did just that, a near perfect run through the 1v1 Blitz portions of it. A very well-deserved victory for him, and $50,000 going to wonderful causes.
Yeah, just fantastic. Kind of a bonus that it all goes to charity, that it's all for the good of the world. And just to see chess, basketball to come together, I've got to commend the basketball players putting themselves out there, names on the line, and showing such a fantastic level is, just so impressive.
I got to be honest, I'm loving the fact that even the basketball players are already angling for round two. They're already eyeing that next event.
We heard it, right?
We'll see. We wait on bated breath to see if there will ever be a Chesstival V2. But of course, we'd want to see Quinton Post and Grant Williams come back to defend their titles if we were to do just that. Of course, this entire event, the brainchild of multiple people, but perhaps more than anybody, the brainchild of Derrick Rose. And before we go, we always go for a move of the day. And earlier in the day, David, during one of his games, you had called out, I think I might have just seen the move of the day, and it comes from none other than Derrick Rose. So I'm going to hand things over to you. Walk me through it. Show me this brilliancy.
Yeah, and it was in this position against Harrison Ingram that Derrick Rose dropped a bomb on the board. Fantastic move. And it was all about an X-ray here, a pin that didn't look like a pin. First of all, there's a queen lined up against the black king, but it's actually this white rook that's playing the star role, cutting across the 7th rank, 7th heaven, we call it in chess, and dropping his knight out of the way with a check on a square. It can be captured twice with this move, knight to e6, double exclamation mark. It was one of the very few double exclamation mark moves of the day. So despite the tough results in the end, Derrick Rose, move of the day here. The whole idea is that the pawn cannot capture since the black pawn is pinned. This comes with check. And if the rook captures, then this would have landed a checkmate. And in the process, Derrick ended up winning the black queen. Ultimately wasn't successful. I think mostly about the clock there, that game decided, but fantastic move.
A stunning find, and I think it speaks to, again, the highs and lows of the game of chess in general, and why, again, it's such a universal game, because regardless of the victory, every single game can have these peaks and valleys for everybody, and it just makes you want to get back into another game, and this time capitalize on that final piece of the puzzle. But overall, I would say that this event delivered in every way, shape, and form. I got to, again, thank all of the NBA players for taking time out of their very busy schedules to come be a part of this event, and make that same, nod to all of the chess pros who, of course, are here for the Freestyle Chess event that is to come in just a couple of days, but for them as well to be lending their time when they could be prepping to help usher these guys to the next level of their chess journeys. It's just very cool to see these two worlds ultimately collide.
Yeah, everyone was loving it in there. We saw the smiles, we saw the camaraderie, just the jokes. Magnus was literally like dying to dive in, jump in, and give some words of advice, give some support. And I think this is definitely not the last time we'll see this.
No, I really hope so. But that is going to do it for the inaugural Chesstival event, taking two worlds, the NBA and the world of competitive chess, and slamming them together. And we did it in amazing fashion. That will conclude Chesstival, but it does not conclude the chess for the week to come. Make sure you mark your calendars for Wednesday the 16th, 11:15 a.m. local time. That's Pacific time over here in the U.S. That's when the games will be kicking off there on Wednesday the 16th. So mark your calendars. That's when we dive into the 4th official leg of the 2025 Freestyle Chess Grand Slam Tour, and we hope to see you there. Until then, stay healthy, stay safe, and be good to each other. Good night.
This is the start of something new. Taking my steps only forward. A change in the air, can you feel it too? This world is so big around the corner. So many possibilities. No dream can be too big. 'Cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause possibilities. No drink can be too big, 'cause this is the start of something new. 'Cause now I